More, more.
You should have said 1A. Everybody loves that, right? That's the 1A. Yeah, that's a real meme.
I
And if
like
it is
that.
not a real meme, we will make it so
As
with
time has
brute
gone
force.
on, less and less people feel willing to defend that insane, retarded system to fight Superman. Like,
Yeah. Well, unless people want to post the monkey meme as well.
it's
When
becoming
people do it,
cringe
it's
to
kind of
post it now.
embarrassing. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's kind of had the it's not a horseshoe exactly, but it's had the same effect of like it more so reflects you than it does anybody that you posted about at this point.
Well, just I've just seen loads of tweets of reevaluating Superman. It's like, why did this make that happen? It was kind of fascinating in the sense of
It
it's an
makes a lot of
overall
sense.
faith in the IP, or like the future of this grand world is like it's now
No,
crippled.
it makes a lot of sense. I feel like we must have talked about this. Maybe this was a conversation like, with Arcane season 2, I remember how we talked about this in a catch up, I think. In Arcane season 2, I remember how for the first arc it took a while
Yeah.
to sort of get to a point, to a headspace where you're like, "Oh," like you're kind of clutching onto things. You're looking at it perhaps delusionally to some extent.
You would be
and
criticized as
making
well for not doing that. Like you could have a mild. I think my mild take at the end of the arc 1 in season 2 was just, yeah, this ain't hitting the heights of season 1, and like that got some pushback. Just relatively mild. This isn't as good as season 1. Not even the full. This is an absolute fucking travesty. What have they done? I think it's just partially the delusion. People really want to believe that it's good.
I mean,
And
that's
then it's
just
sort of self-reinforcing, right? Like nobody wants to be the first one to step out of line and say something that's not been approved of yet.
yeah, that's some just classic bias shit, right? Like you can make an argument defending or attacking anything at any time. It's just like how you dress it up or how you feel at the time.
how you feel,
yeah, once you lose the hype, and once you look back in retrospect, and then once you realize the health is going to be significantly affected by this, and then the realizations of everything surrounding it, which we're going to get into, it's like, wait a minute. All I've got left is how good Superman was. It's like, how good was it though? It's like,
Mm-hmm. But then people also say, well, no, what are you talking about? Because if you look at the Rotten Tomatoes scores, which by the way, people need to figure out like how much they value Rotten Tomatoes as a metric. I feel like a lot of people don't even understand how it works and they value it immensely. But I've seen, the sort of pictures going around that shows like Creature Commandos, 95% certified fresh. Peacemaker season 2, 94% certified fresh. They both got higher scores than Superman, but they never come up in conversations about the quality of the DCU because nobody really fucking cares about those things. They don't matter. When it comes to the things that have mattered, there's these two movies, and it's like I think that there's no denying that the conversation around the DCU is pretty fucking toxic. Now, of course, I'm sure that there are people who will say, we know who to blame for that, right? That there's a couple of specific groups that can be pointed to, but you can do that. But I mean, at the end of the day, the conversation around this cinematic universe is it's not like a fun conversation, right? People aren't having fun talking about it. Even the people who, want to defend it, it's like, well, they're pretty aggressively going to bat for it. And it's like, well, that can't be helping, that can't be helping the general vibes, especially when it's surrounding a film that's like kind of almost a stupidly positive movie in the sense that it's not very useful in the real world. Superman is not a very useful movie for people. In terms of, sort of its
can we
goals and messages
say it
and
takes
everything,
the gold trophy for like most ignored thematic through line by its own fans in history?
Yes, probably, because again, you got to remind people, like, Superman's solution to like conflicts abroad is that American private military corporations should unilaterally intervene in them and assassinate the leaders of the countries involved. That's what Superman's
No, what are you
solution to
talking
these
about, Free?
problems
The
is.
solution to the problems is just being nice while other people do that.
Yeah,
Superman
no,
didn't lose the PMCs.
No, being nice is the new punk rock, said by some pretty mean people, honestly. Let's be real. Like, it's a little bit crazy to me, but sure.
Well, regarding, whether it's a fun conversation, the only people I see having fun talking about the DCU are the people shitting on it.
Yeah, like us.
I'm having
Well,
fun.
I'm having,
I'm having
well,
fun.
yeah.
dude, I'm in a tremendously good mood right now.
To be clear, this is very much an I told you so sort of moment for a lot of people. But the reason why I think it's got more fire this time, even so than what happened with Superman, is because the accounts aren't like blindly just throwing out every defense in favor of Supergirl. A lot of them are like, "Oh God, that was so bad." It's
No,
like,
it's
whoops.
been weird. The I've seen a lot of people say like, "Hey, where was this energy for all of those lame, inconsequential, boring, male-led superhero movies?" It's like, that's a weird defense, my man. Like, why would you say this? Also, it doesn't work for us because, as you know, we are probably the most reliably, consistently critical of superhero movies, kind of on the internet. I think it
will
might actually be safe to say
always
that at this
remember
point.
when we went on when at Snyder Cut and we got accusations of being Marvel fanboys when we were the ones that were pretty early on saying Marvel's dead because of Loki.
Yeah, we were. I mean, we were saying it with Loki that it was over. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
qualitative.
we might have been slightly early to that position, but it's not. It hasn't been an uncommon. There was a tweet yesterday, I think it was, or maybe the day before. I think that they did one of those. You know, they put the pictures of. I think it was this movie, Wonder Woman, and some other female-led superhero
Madam
movie.
Web.
Might have been Madam Web. The text of the tweet was like, funny how superhero fatigue always appears when it's a female-led superhero movie, but it's going to disappear when Spider-Man releases next month.
It's going to disappear when
I don't
Spider-Man releases.
think maybe that Supergirl and Spider-Man are on the same level of cultural footing. But then on the other hand, like it's not exactly as though people were not talking about superhero fatigue with, I don't know, Captain America 4,
Yep.
Superman itself.
Yep.
Fantastic
Fantastic Four,
Four.
Thunderbolts. I mean, the list just goes on. It's basically every superhero movie since Multiverse of Madness has had something like this said about it.
It's yeah, it's just weird, man. The arguments that people are making in defense of this movie are just bizarre. But it's because it's kind of like it's recognized as something of a this is sort of a bit of an ideological battlefield is sort of what this movie is. But of course, you know, you can come here and just get the real takes because our investment in this is strictly from a fucking nerdy, autistic sort of, you know, analysis of movies worldview. And in that lens, superhero films really, really, really struggle, regardless of whether it's, you know, your typical slop like Deadpool and Wolverine, but that manages to get away with it because it's a specific set of characters that people's brains stop working for. Or alternatively, something like Thunderbolts that tries to get away with it because, look, we talk about mental health, even though we don't really, and our solutions for it don't even make sense. You know? We're sort of equal opportunity haters here.
That mentions...
Almost like...
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, there's kind of like two separate conversations. There's like how well something is actually executed and then what it's trying to execute. Like, you know, because sometimes you'll have a movie where what it's trying to do is not especially objectionable and doesn't turn people off, and so they like it because they're not really focused on how well it's executed. You just see that with everything. And then there's something like Supergirl, which what it's going for is repulsive to people, and so kind of regardless of how well it actually manages to execute it, people are turned off by it.
Well, and then to go with what Platoon was mentioning, right? That comparison people making to Spider-Man versus Supergirl, it's like they really didn't recognize, nor the fucking leadership, nor the audience members, I guess to an extent, how low on the totem pole Supergirl is as an audience poll. Like we were saying this for ages. It's like warning, do not pursue this path. She will not get the money you need.
I have a personal anecdote of just there was somebody who mistook Supergirl for like Wonder Woman, like a normie is what I'm talking about. And of course it's funny to me because I know who these characters are, but like this is the reality of things, dude. Like everybody knows Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, plenty of people know like Wolverine, Hulk, you know, Iron Man, stuff like that. But the lower you go down, the less people. There are probably a lot of people who are like, is Supergirl like a thing that they made up, like so that they could make this movie? There are probably a lot of people who don't know that this character's been around since the 50s. They don't know that there's any difference between the characters. They might even think the character was created in Smallville or something, right? Like that's the reason why. Like it doesn't. This is the reality of sort of creating, you know, movies around these characters, and I mean it reflects in the fact that the MCU took a while before they did Ant-Man. Ant-Man was in development for years, you know, like I think Edgar Wright wanted to do Ant-Man for a long time, but they wisely realized, hey, yeah, probably not the safest prospect to sort of do an Ant-Man movie.
Yeah.
You know, when this superhero movies are not reliably profitable, you know.
Do you think if we discount? By the way, I've had a cough. That's why my voice sounds retarded. But if we had everyone who doesn't treat movies like a major hobby, so we take all of them out, but then we ask everyone else, what is the title of Superman's counterpart? Is it Supergirl or Superwoman? What do you think the percentage split on that would be?
I think it would be a
50-50?
surprising one.
I think it would be really close, actually. I think they'd be like woman.
Yep.
I think a lot of
And,
them would forget that Wonder Woman is even in the same world as Superman. So I think they would.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know what DC and Marvel. They think all of them are Marvel. There are heaps of people who think they're all Marvel. They don't
It's like
know
people
these
who
things.
call every soda Coke, you know?
Yeah, or
Yeah,
every fucking
exactly.
console in Nintendo.
Yep.
I don't blame these
This is
people. It's okay to have different interests.
it's fine. We love 'em.
It's okay.
And then I think there's something that has to be accepted, which has been really weird seeing people pretend that's not the case, which is I think it has to be accepted. Supergirl's like presentation in the comics and in media, from my understanding, which I will admit is limited, seems to be like pretty inconsistent. Like the idea that there is like, I don't know, a singular interpretation that can be pointed to as being the correct one, you know, feels like how is this an argument that can really? Whereas I've seen many people sort of try to prosecute the case that like this film is sort of presenting like an interpretation of the character that is correct, which is very funny to me because there was a featurette that they released where James Gunn was even making the case that this character has been presented in an inconsistent way in the comics. The reason why they're saying this is because it's based on a very specific comic book, Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, which I've read, and we can talk about that a little bit way later. We don't need to get into that now. But I mean, it's just, with all of that said, it's like, man, as the second movie in your universe, even though it's technically not the second movie, because remember, there are DC EU movies that are like directly canon to this universe, as well as statements made by James Gunn himself that other characters like Blue Beetle are canon to this universe, which, let's be honest, that's not true. There's no way that character's gonna show up ever again. But he said it, so hopefully, you know, make the people who like the Blue Beetle movie happy and to put some stock into this new universe. But if you start talking about, you know, all of this sort of thing, it's like, yeah, the reality is, it is the second installment in this universe, which I wouldn't have gone for my second movie in a rebooted DC universe. I probably would have made a Batman or Wonder Woman movie.
That would be sensible, you would think.
That's
Yes.
insane.
Like,
Why would you do
kicking
that?
it
That
off
makes no
with
sense.
2 movies in a row of characters people have actually heard of.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but and yet on that front, that seems to be a big one that people are starting to realize, which is like, wait a minute, where is Wonder Woman? Because I believe James Gunn said in 2023 something along the lines to working on it in response to major like Wonder Woman content in the DCU, which is not, you know, emerged yet. And you know, in terms of the pipe, well, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We got a video to watch to sort of get started.
I saw someone in chat, by the way, say I bet Friggy hated it, and it's like, dude, the internet hates it. Like it's like everyone.
It's funny. I mean, I mean, it's better than Superman, guys.
It is. This is the best movie in the DCU.
It is, yeah. Out of the 2 movies, it's the best one in the DCU. So, it can't prompt really any particular. It's the reactions to this movie. That's where I'm at, man. That's where the fun. But we'll talk about the movie. But we got a video to watch, so I think we're all there. We're all ready to go.
Oh yeah.
We're going back in a time machine to
We're gonna
about
take you back to the past.
Yeah, three and a half years ago.
Am I the only person here who knows that theme?
Hey everybody, I'm Jim. I'm the co-.
I'm
Wait,
assuming.
shut up, James. What were you saying? Sorry.
Did any of you 3 know AVGN's theme, or is that just me?
No,
No.
it just sounded like you were riffing.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm alone.
I had no idea what.
But
you were
yes,
thinking.
this is exciting. Is there any preamble to this other than like if people just roll
There
their
is a
heads back?
preamble, sure. There is a preamble. So I want you to think about this, by the way, as the conversation around this film and its success keeps going. You might remember that in 2022, Black Adam was coming out, and that was sort of creating the conversation about what the future of the DCEU was going to look like, right? With a lot of reporting and a lot of sort of speculation that Dwayne Johnson was sort of trying to brute force, kind of take over, like the DC EU with Black Adam at the center, which is very funny, like a cinematic universe revolving around a Shazam villain. But that was happening. That was a movie that was getting like a big. There was, everybody kind of forgets about that movie, but that was an expensive movie. There was like a big marketing push. He was really trying to hype it up. And it was sort of leading into, 2023, where there were like 4 superhero movies coming out that year. Which was leading into, I guess, what the DCEU was going to look like in the future, because unfortunately that cinematic universe had a big problem, which is Aquaman came out at pretty much the worst possible time. It was the best possible time for that movie because it made $1 billion inexplicably, but it was the worst time because that was the year after, the original Justice League movie came out. And, if that movie failed, that probably would have killed the DCEU in a way that they would have rebooted sooner. But Aquaman made so much money that they persisted with this delusional expectation that they could continue to be successful. Shazam kind of contributed to it a little bit, and that kind of explains everything that came afterward, which was failure after failure after failure after failure, right? The Birds of Prey movie, Black Adam, and then, the Flash, Shazam, and everything. Like, it just perpetuated the pain for a lot longer for them. And Black Adam was sort of emerging as a bit of an inflection point, right? And then it didn't do very well. And when we say it didn't do very well, remember, it made about $400 million. That wasn't good enough.
Nope.
I just want you to keep that in mind. $400 million, that was not good enough. That movie was a failure. It did not do what it needed to do. And that was the end of that. And I think it was like a week, right? Like a week after that, that the announcement came that James Gunn and Peter Safran were going to be like the co-CEOs of DC Studios.
What was the name
with the plan of rebooting it?
Wasn't the name of the hero team that Dr. Fate was on? Was it like?
It was the Justice Society.
Society, yeah.
Yeah, I remember it being very close.
Going all the way back to Man of Steel to now, it's like, what a mutated fucking freak the DC like attempts have been. At least Marvel can claim it's like a rotting tree with all these branches, like the Kang branch, for example, the multiverse branch, or the attempt to launch different characters in different shows. Like, I see what you're doing. It's terrible. And now you're going to cut the whole tree down and get a new one, basically. But with DC, it's just like, what is this? It's like this freak of different...
Because it has always been ill-conceived, right? I suppose what's funny, though, is that James Gunn kind of went and made it... Because when you look at the DCEU, it's like, if we were to liken it to the MCU formula, it's like, okay, so you start with Captain America. That's your first movie. Like, yep, okay, sure, that works. Then the next movie is Captain America Civil War. It's like,
yeah.
And then the next movie is Thunderbolts. It's like, excuse me? Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's whereas of course with the DC, the DCU, it's even better, right? It's Creature Commandos. So that would be like fucking what's like an even more obscure supervillain team in the Marvel universe, but an animated series is like the first proper installment in your new universe. And then the second season is fucking Red Guardian season 2. That's like your second DC universe, equivalent, or MCU equivalent. And then you do Captain America, and then you do the Falcon movie. It's like, okay, this is a really good this is a good format. Wrecking Crew, that's actually a good shout. Yeah, it'd be like if the first installment in a rebooted Marvel universe was an animated Wrecking Crew series. That's insane, isn't it really?
It just feels as though...
is. Before we get too far away from it, I did look it up because you were talking about the inexplicable success of Aquaman. And so I was looking into it, right? And I mean, it's all China, essentially.
Yes.
But the interesting thing, because Aquaman made $291 million in China alone, which is insane. But the interesting fun fact that I just learned is that Superman, James Gunn's Superman, made more domestically than Aquaman did.
Yeah, Superman, all of it was in America, basically.
Yeah.
It didn't do very well internationally.
And
Which,
so that's
you know,
the major difference there, which is interesting.
which, you know, it's complicated how much that can help you, because I'm pretty sure, isn't it like generally the case that the studios make more money, like they take more of a cut from America and Canada than they do from the box office takings internationally? It's like the reason why
Yeah.
domestic is relevant as a reporting. But you know, your film can be made massively from its international. A good example is, I believe Black Panther made more money than Infinity War domestically. Just a little bit more, but Infinity War made like 3 times as much internationally, which is why, you know, Black Panther made about like $1.1 billion, while Infinity War made like $2 billion. It's a
You can
complicated sort
compare
of, you know.
the original Superman, the 78 Superman, was something similar as well. That, I think, was almost 50-50 domestic and international.
Right.
So James Gunn's reasoning for his Superman movie doing well domestically and terribly internationally is that, well, you know, America's just not popular at the moment. As though America was really popular in 1978. There was no controversy going on back then,
There
which
was
is how
nothing
people
going
in
on
the
then.
country.
That wasn't a particularly turbulent decade. No.
It's
No.
crazy to have those MCU sort of comparisons and contrasts as well, because you know for a fact they were hungry as shit in the late 2000s for like, okay, what's the plan? Most reliable heroes, as reliable directors and writers we can get, build the foundation, and then put the team on top, and we'll go from there. Whereas you fast forward 10 years and it's like, it's a given. It's all a given. Make your universe as you would like to see it in completion from the get-go. There is no capitulation or sort of concession to be made about your artistry or your interests versus what is going to sell and build your universe. And that's how I kind of see what Gunn has done, right? Like, actually, everyone has done. Everyone would see what he's done. It's like the contrast is amazing because all these choices, which we're going to get into, is just, in retrospect, at the time, is like, you're insane and you're extremely selfish, actually, to a significant degree with this.
Yes.
And I suppose maybe there's a case to be made that at the beginning of 2023, it wasn't clear to everybody yet exactly how fucked superhero movies were. 2022 was a year where a lot of things on their face were very successful, like
Right.
Doctor Strange or Black Panther 2 or Thor. I'm pretty sure Thor 4 made like as much money as Love and Thunder. So there could have been, you know, it's like, oh, well, you know, DC's just fucking up. That's the reason why they're failing right now. But at the end of the day, there is this immense appetite for superhero movies and sort of a willingness to watch kind of any superhero movie or any superhero TV show. So even if we make a bunch of movies or TV shows that on their face seem like bizarre choices, you know, superhero movies are still in a position where you can more or less make money from everything, right? But we were transitioning into 2023 when the chickens were kind of coming home to roost a bit, right? It's the year of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which made like $10,000. It was the year of the Marvels being nominally the biggest box office bomb in the history of, you know, movies. It was the year when everybody was starting to go like, hey man, these like Marvel shows are actually like really shit, as if it was specifically the Marvel shows that were shit rather than literally everything that they were making. It was right when superhero films were sort of transitioning into the era that we're in now, where there is a genuine question of whether anything aside from the most popular superhero media, like the most popular characters, are even viable, let alone profitable. Like, whether or not they're even in a position to make money, given that these films kind of have almost like a hard floor on how much they cost to make, or how little they can cost to make. And that number is an insane number. Supergirl's budget is apparently $170 million, and given what we tend to find out, particularly in the context of that recent Variety article that pointed out that Jurassic World Dominion did not cost $300 million or whatever it was for a long time, but it was actually more like $600 million.
I was saying to you the other day,
whatever
like,
budget they tell you, that's as low as it could possibly be, and it is almost certainly higher than that.
I was saying from now on we need to have like a lying tax on all budgets from Hollywood, where we basically like at the end of the calculation times by 1.75 on average or something.
Yeah, knowing the exact number is going to be difficult, but it is always higher than it's reported without fail. It's never lower. It's never exactly that number.
Yeah, and it shouldn't even surprise you.
So this is something that's gotten worse even. But if you really want to look into the numbers, it's really fascinating thing happened. Remember when Sony got hacked and all their
No,
information
that was
Yeah.
put out there?
2014-ish, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 2013, 2014, something like that. You can look at all the budget lines for all of the movies that they had out at the time, and you can see their reported budgets and their actual budgets always significantly higher. So, but still, if you're trying to just do like a shorthand, trying to figure out if a movie was profitable or not, people usually say that they spend 100% of the production budget on marketing. It's not usually that high, so that kind of accounts for how much higher the budget actually is, if you know what I mean.
What's the 2.5 times sort of shorthand that people point out? Like a lot of people,
Yeah, that's a little low. I think it's
it probably
closer
is.
to 3 or 4.
Well, let's be real. When it comes to Superman, right? We've sort of consistently said that film didn't do as well as it needed to, and it made about $600 million against a $220 million budget. Which again, keep everything in mind, right? That was already talked about, and keep in mind that these studios don't want to just get across the finish line. They want to make money. They want to make a lot of money. That's their goal. That's what they get into this for.
Yeah, we talk about all different things to do with it all the time, but like, despite that leak, for example, or different revelations for stuff like Multiverse of Madness or Jurassic World, all of those fucking films, people to this day still challenge any calculation like source, I made it up, source, it's just ignore where the numbers come from. I'm making it up because I hate the movie. That's the only reason I'm doing it. It's just like, dude, how long is it going to take before people start sort of, because we keep getting the reports like eventually for all these different movies, but the information never seems to catch up. Like the actual, I hate to put it this way, but the propaganda works like every time.
It does work. It's very effective, and they're aided along by a contingency of really uninformed people who seem to think that as long as the box office is higher than the budget number on Wikipedia, like literally just that, then it's already a success. Like they don't even understand that the film theaters take a good chunk of that money. They don't even understand that there are additional costs to making movies beyond just even the reported budget. There are a lot of people who look at it. This was what people saying for Predator Badlands, you might remember. Like, yeah, no, it's successful because the number there is higher than the number there. Not realizing it needs to be a lot higher than the number there. Not just slightly higher, but anyway, we'll talk about all that. Anyway, take it away, James.
Hey, everybody, I'm James Gunn.
Hello.
I'm the co-CEO of DC Studios. So as many of you know, DC has been disconnected in film and television for a long time. And it's one of, our jobs, mine and Peter's, is to come in and make sure the DCU is connected in film, television, gaming, and animation.
The gaming one is insane to me. I find it insane as a statement. Yeah, we're going to have like video game development run in a way that's compatible with a schedule for releasing movies. How are you going to do that? What does that mean? Hey, NetherRealm, when you make that next fighting game, you need to make it in canon with our DC universe, and you need to get it out at the right time so that it can be compatible with our media.
Where's the games, James?
It's like, what happens if the game gets delayed by a year because of unexpected, delays in development that kind of can occur with games in a way that they don't really occur with movies?
Well,
it just sounds like
was anyone's problem with the DCEU that the movies and shows weren't connected?
Well, no, because you can make a case that people appreciated that the animated stuff could either exist in like a broader continuity or also could sort of exist in its own world as well. The idea that the big problem with DC at this point was, hey man, those like TV, the movies that they're making, the animated movies, they're not like in canon with Black Adam. Like nobody was saying that. I guess it's because it's better than saying, so this universe has been a bit shit, hasn't it? We need to sort of restart that. But I just find it funny, right? Yeah, no, we're gonna have it be consistent among films, TV shows, animation, and games. That game, it's so like dumb to say that to me. Like, we're gonna have the games be in canon with these movies. Like, there's no way you can achieve that.
Of course, but also
happen.
just doesn't it feel now, looking back on it, as like he said this just to sort of garner essentially respect and sort of like good press from,
and to let people speculate on what that could mean. It's like, so you're telling me like that Wonder Woman game that eventually got cancelled, that could be like in continuity with this, but then it raises already concern. So you're going to get a Hollywood actor, you're going to get them for these games. How much is that going to cost you? right? Like it's all of these sort of practical, or like you're going to get them for like a TV show that you release on Cartoon Network. How much is it going to cost you to get them to participate in making that? There's a reason why the DC, media has sort of emerged the way that it has, because the objectives for making a massive Hollywood movie are going to be different from the objectives for making one of the animated films or making a television show for like Cartoon Network versus, HBO or something, a TV show for HBO versus the TV shows that were made for stuff like the CW.
Because launching,
it's
the slate with, let's ignore the actual specific projects and go with like, okay, so we're paying attention to scripts. We don't put things in unless they're really good. They're going to be interconnected. They're going to care about continuity across multimedia, movies, TV shows, and games. Going to take this very seriously, with Superman being like a major foundation. This sounds great. Like, oh, wow, this is something you could be very invested in, of course, until you get to the specific projects. But even then, a lot of people were on board. And I think that a lot of his casting for this universe, if you will, would have been that he probably says, like, I know how to market this shit. Like, I know how to lie through my fucking teeth. I know what people like to see online. The amount of times he's tried to dispel rumors, like, that are just categorically true because he knows he can get away with it. And then all these promises, like, he knows what to say to make a lot of people... Like, who the fuck broadly is going to care? It's like, oh, is the next Batman game going to reflect blah blah blah? It's like, you'd have to be in a really good fucking condition for that to actually come up. Like, people don't need that to happen, but he's saying it. It's like, ooh, and it's like, that was never going to happen.
This is something he can do. This is something that he can do while having to be in charge of this universe, at least half and half with the producer, but at the same time also making fucking movies and TV shows himself. How the fuck are you going to do that? Dude, Kevin Feige can't even do that, and he doesn't make movies. He's a producer. Like he doesn't direct movies or write movies. Is what I'm saying. Like, this was always impossible and bullshit. But you can't disprove it. You can't disprove that this is, because who knows, right? Like, what conversations are being had. But like, it's absurd. But it sounds awesome in the best of all possible worlds. Though also alternatively, it might not be if you are particularly a fan of certain continuity that exists in like animation or elsewhere, but whatever.
That the characters are consistent, played by the same actors.
Yeah, like, could you imagine? Hey, so we got like this like crypto. It's just funny when they've got a crypto show coming out, like, I don't know where, on Cartoon Network or HBO Max or something, and I don't know, like, the longer it goes on, right, the more you got to pay Corin Sweat. It's like, hey, we need you to do this. I mean, you kind of see what happened with What If, right? You get a result that's not great when you have to force these actors to participate and probably get pay them a lot of money to make these things. Like, it's just, anyway. Yes, there is a crypto animated show that was announced recently.
Works within one.
By the way, that's another one. Yeah, Crypto is my dog. He's my dog personally. My dog gets to be Superman's dog, and I'm going to put him in all of the movies that are coming out in this universe. Especially, it's just like, yeah, okay, man.
That was annoying, and he sucks, and I don't like him.
No, I don't. It's really, he's done something incredible. He's made me like not like a dog.
Yeah,
I don't like Crypto. That's crazy that he was able to do that.
Yeah, the meme with dogs.
According to Millie Alcock, the way they tend to do it, or at least they've done it in the Supergirl film, is actually like a 4'11" actress who is playing the part of Crypto and is kind of flailing around madly like a dog. And then she has to perform against that. It's like a mime act, because, of course, they can't use a real dog, even when it's lying on a table unwell. That's not a real dog. That's an animatronic blended with CGI. So it's great. Crypto's wonderful.
There's a Harrison Ford movie that they did that with. There's behind the scenes of him having to deal with some guy in a grey suit, and it's funny as fuck.
That's he's telling the truth, by the way. Like, yeah, Crypto is like 100% like CGI, like every time, all the time, 100% of the time. There is no real dog. It's just that it's based on his dog.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to the point that, yeah, when even lying on the table, it's like, yeah, it's a fake dog, man. It's not real. And I'm sure that was cheap, animating all of that. Yeah, I'm sure this was a real cheap movie, Supergirl. Yeah, and go to all these planets with all of these big sets and blue screens. Yeah. No, super cheap. Yeah, it only cost $100 million. What are you talking about? That didn't last long, did it? That delusion.
And if something is outside of that, like Matt Reeves' Batman or
Nah.
Todd Phillips' Joker or Teen Titans Go that it is
Hey guys, remember Todd Phillips' Joker? Remember when that mattered?
That is really funny.
Mm.
But also, listen to what he says.
clearly labeled as DC Elseworlds.
They're not going to do that. That would be retarded. Could you imagine DC Elseworlds, the Batman 2? People are going to be like, what the fuck does
No.
that mean? They're not going to be called DC That's stupid.
The other problem
That's like
you have
terrible from a
is
marketing
that
standpoint.
by the time the Batman 2 comes out, it's like, so that's 2 Batman movies in a universe of DC versus Superman and Supergirl's 2 movies. And it's like, which DC universe do you want to consider Elseworlds?
Well, yeah, and then the Penguin as well, which was an actually acclaimed movie, acclaimed TV show that fucking got Emmy nominations.
Even if the Batman 2 is abysmal, if you got Penguin and the 2 Batmans together, it's like that universe is way more promising than what we have with Gunn.
Yeah, but hey, Matt, we're gonna call yours Elseworlds. You cool with that? It's like, oh.
The thing is, it will be to their benefit that actually most of the general audience has no clue what that word means and doesn't assume that there's a difference. Like for any hyper nerd, hyper like in the game audience member, they will hear someone say, "Oh, that's DC Elseworlds," and they'll assume, "Okay, so you weigh 300 pounds and you smell," but I don't really understand what that word means. And actually, this might redound to James Gunn's benefit in the end, because when the Batman Part 2 comes out, and it's probably going to be way better received, and it'll probably be a way better movie than anything James Gunn has put out, then there will be a huge move to say, well, hang on, why aren't we making this like the basis of our DCU? We want this to make money. And the advantage there is that nobody understands that they're different universes in the first place. So great, just roll them together.
No, I mean, that's true, but all I mean is, could you imagine if on the poster it says DC Elseworlds, the Batman 2? It's not going to happen. That would be insane. That you would be like, yeah, we're going to put a label on this that nobody understands that means that this isn't as canon as my canon. Like, you think any executive is going to say, yeah, do that? I feel like you just lose money from doing that. There is no benefit from that.
I just enjoy like in a press conference or something, James Gunn is like, just to be clear, Matt Reeves films are not in my universe. And then Matt Reeves is like, yes, I am not in his universe.
I'm glad we agree on that.
We agree.
Outside of the mainstream DCU continuity. Now, Peter and I have gotten pretty lucky in terms of the 4 projects that are.
Yeah, Peter Safran is super lucky, honestly. It's kind of crazy that he's like in a position that's akin to Kevin Feige when like pretty much every single DC movie that he produced failed except for Aquaman. And I'm pretty sure the only reason that he was involved in Aquaman is because he works with James Wan. That, like, I don't know, that's just like a crazy upward failing in his case to me, that he's like in the same position as Kevin Feige just because he produced Aquaman. And then he produced all of those other ones that
I'm not really sure what, if anything, David Safran actually does.
Peter Safran, right?
Peter Safran, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking of David Safran.
I think with all of these execs, I'm seeing double here.
I don't know what he actually does here, but who knows?
Well, I guess he handles because the thing is I guess whatever their agreement is in terms of how it goes, I guess he's comfortable with James Gunn being the guy who puts himself at the front and center of all of it. And he just sort of sits there quietly, sort of behind the
that
scenes.
makes sense.
I'm sure,
like, James Gunn will get all the blame, right?
That's true. And yeah, who knows? Maybe if it all comes crashing down, he'll somehow get to sort of persist in a sort of a good position.
He probably will.
Coming out over the next year. First, we have Shazam, Fury of the Gods.
Yeah.
Shazam has always been off kind of in his own part of the DCU.
This was all bullshit. Like, it's crazy, man. He was sort of off in his own corner. It's like, did Superman, a headless Superman, show up in his movie?
Yeah.
And
Like,
Wonder Woman
he's
shows
always
up at the end of Shazam Fury of the Gods.
That's true. Yeah, so in its own corner, it's like, I don't know, man, feels about as integrated as kind of any movie in your universe, but sure.
Well,
yeah, it kind of exists in its own corner.
What he's implying is true, which is that they were desperate to be mainline. They were like, can we join? Can we be in the big movie, please?
Yep.
So he's very well. That moves directly into the Flash.
Does that even make sense? He's been in his own corner of the DCU, so he connects really well. The fuck does that mean? Surely it's one or the other. And it leads directly into the Flash. So that's just a lie. No, it doesn't. It has no connection to the Flash directly in terms of continuity, like in terms of storyline. That's what I mean. I find it funny. It's like the inverse of that. It is actually pretty integrated in the DCEU, but at the same time, it doesn't have any direct story thread connection to the Flash. But it leads directly into the Flash.
A fantastic movie that
He didn't say that about Shazam, guys. Why did he say this? He didn't say we lead with Shazam, which is a fantastic movie. He decided to say it about the Flash. He probably liked it. That's the reality.
That's the thing, right? So I remember at the time, the best case scenario everybody mentioned is that he's just a lying piece of shit. That's the best case scenario. James Gunn says he really likes it. It's one of the best superhero movies he's ever seen. The cinematography was excellent. And so you say, well, you have to be mad, insane, or dishonest, or maybe all of those things. But then it turns out later on, he's not. He's telling the truth.
It is a falsehood that he said it's one of the best superhero movies he ever saw. The correct statement is it's one of the greatest films he's ever seen.
Oh, that's way better.
It's crazy that he's gotten away with a actually less crazy statement because what he actually said is weird.
Bear in mind some of the things that have come afterward. The same cinematographer, to be fair to him, he was working with him before The Flash came out, so I guess he just likes him. But same director is seemingly, tentatively, going to be directing the DC Universe Batman movie, and the writer of The Flash is going to write the DCU Batman movie. These are just so.
Occam's razor here is that James Gunn actually likes The Flash. He thinks
exactly.
It is the thing that accounts for the most threads being true, or easy and simple to understand. He really liked the Flash movie for some fucking reason.
But yeah, The Flash is a fantastic movie, and I decided that the two big creative voices for that movie should have the reins for Batman. Yeah. A Batman movie that is definitely coming out sometime soon, but not actually at all.
I really love that.
Sorry, we need to just hear that again.
That moves directly into The Flash, a fantastic movie that I really love that resets the entire DC universe.
That's a lie.
No, it doesn't.
No.
That's a total lie.
They just have George Clooney show up at the end for some reason.
Yep. Very much does not reset the universe, but okay.
And then to move into Blue Beetle, a fantastic film about...
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, see, he didn't say this about Shazam. Why didn't you say these things about Shazam? Sending it out to die. Which is funny, because, yeah, they're just terrible. But I mean, is it any more notably terrible than the movies that you made? In this DC universe?
A kid who's a marvelous part of the DCU, and then into Aquaman 2, which leads directly into our next few projects, which
No, it doesn't lead into it. That was the end. That was the embarrassing, pitiful, even though it made more money than all three of those movies, Aquaman 2 still had a bit of legs. It still failed, obviously, but that movie made like $450 million. Compared to all the other movies. It was actually their most successful movie of the year, despite basically being sent out just like, all right, we're done. It's over. Pretty funny. But yeah, leads right into our new DC universe. What are we starting with, James?
I'm going to tell you about now. So, Peter and I, along with a group of very talented writers, have started to
Oh yeah, some of those writers is Tom King, right? He's one of the people that was sort of involved because he's one of the executive producers on the Lanterns TV show, which is being showrun by the dude who made the Watchmen HBO series.
Isn't that extremely unpopular and bad?
It's terrible.
That's what I've heard.
It's awful. Awful.
You might have to check Lanterns out.
Very talented group of people coming together to make a cinematic universe.
map out an 8 to 10 year plan of what DC Studios will be in film, television, and gaming.
So they've gotten together in 2023 to come up with their 8 to 10 year plan. Hit us with the beginnings of this plan, James.
This first chapter is called Gods and Monsters.
Why is it called that? Why? It's pretty funny when Superman is very much intended to be about how he's not a god, that he's a person.
Yeah, this version for sure, yeah.
Is the name ironic? Because he's not? And it's funny because Supergirl has the same objective too. So why is it called that?
Yeah, there has to be meaning for this outside of just adaptation.
If you're gonna call it Gods and Monsters, like, yeah, where's Wonder Woman then? Where the fuck is she?
Hey, then she'll come later in the chapter. It's a whole chapter. She just hasn't arrived
yes, that's
yet.
right.
And as for
I guess
monsters, well, there's one
Creature
kaiju in
Commandos?
that Superman movie, so that
Creature
counts.
Commandos, I guess.
I guess
Be
that
them,
too.
yeah.
Are there any gods in Creature Commandos that I'm not aware of?
I don't know. I only watched one episode.
No.
Didn't like it.
Now, this, what I'm about to tell you, is a part of the first chapter. It's not the entire first chapter.
Uh-huh.
It's a pot.
What a
great
screenshot.
image to
Yeah.
start. What a great image to start.
It's such a
with.
like, wait,
The
what?
first project is Creature Commandos.
Creature Commandos is the beginning of the DC universe. Later on, he says that the true beginning is Superman, but the true beginning doesn't even make sense. There is only a beginning. The beginning of the DC universe, the original work, because all of these have, when you look on Wikipedia, right, the original work for the MCU, Iron Man, nice, strong,
Yeah.
great first installment. You look at the equivalent for DC, the original work is Creature Commandos. It is and forever will be the beginning of the DC universe.
And it
What a great
you're
decision.
already at the point where it's like, well, it doesn't matter if this thing is great. You're fucked if you begin with this.
Of
Like,
course
this
you
thing's got
are.
no chance.
I mean, number one, it's Creature Commandos, which is something that no normal person has heard of, which is a big uphill climb. Number two, this is more unfortunate and just reflects the reality of our climate. It's an animated show, which means a
Yeah.
lot of people don't care. A lot of people don't care if it's animated. And then of course you've got another thing as well of like, this is vaguely in continuity with your Suicide Squad movie that failed. Now, of course, there's elements of that film that are worthwhile. We've talked about that. But that was a failure, like, just categorically.
Well, I don't like. What's the hook? Was there ever a thing of like Creature Commandos is cool because, and then like a one-line thing? Of
No. I think it was literally just like, oh, it's like a James Gunn like animated show
about a
with some
misfit
like
group of
wacky
people.
characters, and that's what he does. So you'll
yeah.
like that, right?
He does that a lot.
mean-
He he's really lent into his fucking memes, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He knows one
Creature-
story. That's all he's got.
Mm-hmm.
Commandos is an animated series. I've written all the episodes. Something we're going to do that's
He's in the opening credits for it. It has all of
Right.
the characters with the cast, and then it has a sweeping shot of an animated version of him with written and directed by James Gunn.
But to me, that
I just,
feels
I just
like
felt
half,
like noting that.
half and half his ego, and also like I think he sold himself to DC as you need me as like a selling
Mhm.
point. I'm gonna really help the marketing. You need to put me in.
And they were so desperate that they believed it.
Well, but I would say it's kind of worked up to a point. A lot of people found him extremely insufferable, but a lot of people really liked him. I'm not sure how much longer that's got now. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know when you would say the moment was, but Filoni's reputation. Like,
Yeah,
it has
we hit an
changed.
inflection point.
Yeah.
We hit an inflection point, and the inflection point is on the horizon for James Gunn.
It's whenever
it's a little
Paramount
bit different
takes
at
over.
DC.
He's done.
Well, yeah. I'm
That's-
also
that-
talking
that's-
about like social
no,
media
what
sort
do
of
you-
Oh,
What
you
are you
mean
talking
it-
about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? There was that quote from, I don't even think it was from James Gunn. It was from some other producer. Like, yeah, we've had conversations with Ellison, whatever the fuck his name is, and he's like pretty positive about it. He's sort of vibing with it. It's like, and then you can't help but remember hey, Gal Gadot, we love you as Wonder Woman. We're gonna be making a Wonder Woman 3. Don't worry, you're safe with us. That was a real thing that she said, because I guess she realized that her time was coming up. So let me put a bit of public pressure. Or maybe they did say that to her, but nobody cares about her anymore.
But, like,
so it's all good.
The
Having-
funniest
Yeah, that
thing about that producer who said that, oh yeah, we met with David Ellison and he's really supportive of what we're doing, is that he immediately followed that up with, we got these projects. That horse has already left the station.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Clear
right.
implication being that he can't kill those. They're too far along. He's gonna act. I don't know exactly what their strategy will be. It'll be very interesting to see. But James Gunn is done.
Well,
As soon
and
as they take
he's.
over.
I'm curious if we'll see that reflected in the marketing for Man of Tomorrow, because if you remember Superman, it's like seeing David Cornsweet makes sense, Rachel Brosnahan makes sense, and Lex, why am I forgetting his name?
Nicholas Holt.
Yeah.
Nicholas Holt.
Nicholas Holt. Not even as often, but still like in and among, that all makes sense. But every once in a while, you'd get all these different videos of just like those three, and then it pans slightly. It's like, also James Gunn is here, and he's like, yay, and
Well,
hugs
yeah,
them. And just
there
like,
was-
what do you?
The tug of war, which you put in the thumbnail, where it's
Yes.
like That's weird, man. And it's so awkward. People are like, yeah, he's the writer director. It's like, when have you ever seen Steven Spielberg do this? And Steven Spielberg is Steven Spielberg.
No,
But
yeah,
how
yeah,
often
yeah,
do
yeah.
you see him
I remember
do
people
it?
saying like Tarantino's been, and it's just like fucking does Tarantino. These are names that are like associated. They are like the selling point. You saying they? I think James Gunn wanted to be that, right? And probably
Yeah,
told
but the
DC
problem
he
is-
was that, and DC were like, all right, sure. But I'm curious if we're going to see that reflected in the next round. I feel like we're going to see a
Yeah,
diminished
mhm.
James Gunn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Little
they
bit
rushed
different.
production of Superman 2 ahead by like a solid 6 months from when it was scheduled to
That's-
start, because clearly they're
Yeah.
trying to get as much made before
Before it's
all
over.
Before it's all over. Yeah, like it's funny because I think a lot of people would say, "What are you talking about? Isn't that indicative of success?" It's like, well, think about Superman, right? Superman gets announced in this video at the beginning of 2023. They spend the next year sort of doing all of the expected stuff. You got like your cast and everything, you're figuring everything out. It starts production like really early 2024, like January or February. Wraps like May, June, July, something like that. So you got a year post-production window. And look at what they churned out. It's a pretty bad looking film with a lot of its visual effects, but that was after a year. And then you have this movie that only just started shooting like a month ago, which means it's going to be finished. It's going to have the same sort of schedule that Fantastic Four did. A movie that was obviously, they were trying to get that one moving as quickly as they could. It's probably going to finish shooting this movie like September, October, maybe even November for a release in July, a considerably more condensed window. Is that like a sign that things were amazing? Especially when it was a film that tried to, to some extent get the benefit from the market, which is something we'll talk about of like, yeah, no, we got finished scripts, right? We're doing everything, the right way. We're not rushing into these things. Like,
we'll only greenlight a project if the script is excellent.
Yeah.
yes, that is one of his most devastating quotes now, and and it's funny because it was meant to be the one of like, yeah, we're way better than fucking Marvel.
Yeah.
What's annoying is that people seeing that quote, now they've seen Supergirl and they're like, well, he did say the Flash. It's like, yeah, he did. Where were you? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He's like,
And then people going, man,
Superman.
it's and also just people going, yeah, that is kind of crazy that a woman with literally one writing credit from 2018 for like an indie movie was made as the screenwriter for a tentpole summer blockbuster superhero movie. It's like, that was always crazy when it was announced, not when the film came out and it was bad.
It was also
What
crazy
happened,
to
guys?
pre-announce that same person would be in charge of Wonder Woman and
Wonder
Teen
Woman and
Titans.
Teen Titans.
So
Yeah.
that's going to go well. But then, I think we've baked in that most of these things are never going to happen. I think there's a real prospect that the first actual pitch Paramount receives from James Gunn is that Jimmy Olsen and Gorilla Grodd TV show
Grodd
that he's
show,
announced.
yeah. HBO Max.
So I just want to be in the room when he delivers this. I want to see little looks on the executives' faces
But that's the
before they
thing.
yeet him out the window.
The only way I could buy it is that a lot of them are just sitting there going, "Oh, is that like your super gorilla man? Do people like that?" And he's like, "Yes, people love it. You'll be surprised." And he's like, "Oh,
they love
okay."
him. And
Like
then
they
it's
have no
not
idea
like-
what's going on. And then they're like, "What's with these
You need
numbers,
one-
James?" And you'd be like, "No, that's actually good. Those numbers are actually really good because let me explain." And then he gets like a fucking whiteboard and he's like that meme with all these like lines and fucking wires and shit.
But then you need one person there who's like, Gorilla Grodd is a Flash villain. Right, James? It's like, yeah. So what's he doing with this Superman guy? What's going on? It's like, hey, look,
All
right, it all makes
connected.
sense.
Dude,
That's
I
right,
can,
yes,
I
it's
can totally
connected.
picture he likes being in the room with people who don't know anything about DC. So when that guy says that's a Flash villain, right? He can see him be like, why?
Oh shit.
Like,
Imagine David Ellison knew that. Wait, is that a Flash villain?
James Gunn's like, wait, you know who the Flash is? And they're like, yeah, that's the speedy one.
So who are you doing? Are you doing Barry Allen or Wally West?
He's like, who the fuck
Oh,
let
shit,
this
he's,
guy
like,
in here?
sweating. Yeah.
Is we're going to have characters move into animation, out of animation.
Do you think we're ever going to see any of these characters except
Nope.
for Rick Flag Sr. Moving in and out of animation? And he got in trouble for that recently. He put
Yeah.
out a tweet that was like celebrating, the anniversary of the introduction of Rick Flag Sr. And if you go to the comments, it's lots of people asking him where Wonder Woman is.
There's a lot of questions now. Where is all of the project stuff, but also just James, what the fuck was Supergirl, man? It's just like,
Mm-hmm.
Don't
You
worry about
approved
it.
that one. You said, yep, that one's good enough.
Usually having the same actor play their voice as who plays them in live action. The next project up is Waller.
Yeah, this one's dead. This one is
I
dead,
forgot
dead.
about Waller.
And it's
But,
worth
like-
remembering, he's saying next up is Waller because Waller was meant to be out before Superman.
No,
This
no,
was meant to be
just
number
what a
2.
horrible idea, and it didn't even make it. Fucking Waller,
Isn't
what are you doing?
Crazy. I know, a
Waller
lot of you
before
guys have forgotten
Superman.
this. This is why we need to watch this again. We need
Yeah,
to
I totally
remind you of
forgotten.
what was the pitch. This
I don't
was
even
the
know what a
pitch.
Waller is.
Waller was meant to be the second show. It was
Viola
meant to be the
Davis.
first live action property in this universe.
Is it Amanda Waller? Is that her name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Suicide Squad, Viola Davis.
They keep trying to make her
That's-
work. They are desperate for her to work for some
Mhm.
reason.
This is a story of Amanda Waller, played by Viola Davis. Viola Davis is going to team up with members of Team Peacemaker, and this is a story that's been created by Crystal Henry, who did Watchmen, and Jeremy Carver, who created the Doom Patrol. It is a fantastic story that's out of this world, and I can't wait for
Oh.
people to see it.
You'll have
Why
to
did you
wait
laugh
forever.
like that?
You have to wait for it.
Yeah, that was weird. That was a
He laughed.
fantastic story.
He thought that was very funny. Where's Waller, James? Where is she?
It's
Where's
dead,
the
dead.
Waller?
Which so you can mark that
Madsley.
one woman-led superhero, one woman-led property in this universe that is that was just unceremoniously has just died, and we're never going to see it. That's one for James that he let die.
Okay, next up is the big one, the true
Ooh.
beginning of the DCU.
Any man who must say it's the true beginning, it's no true beginning. I don't know what to say. Like the true beginning.
he
What do you mean?
said
It's
it.
Creature Commandos.
Also, just feels
That is-
disjointed to do those introductions and then to be like, and this one's the true. But it's like, why would you?
Well, it's because this is the order that they were meant to release in. It just doesn't make sense now because that Waller show never materialized.
But even still,
I mean, it's undermining.
No,
like, here's the beginning. Now
Of
here's
course
the
it
true
does.
beginning. It's like,
Yeah.
why would you describe
Yeah,
these
yeah.
this way?
Exactly. Yep. It's stupid.
This is called Superman Legacy.
We're off to a great start, by the way. This is the first movie that had its name changed from its announcement. It was meant to be called Superman Legacy, and then it got called Superman. Supergirl was meant to be called Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, and then they called it Supergirl. This next movie is meant to be Man of Tomorrow. I wonder if that name will survive.
Oh,
wonder
well,
if they'll
I
change the name of that
assume they
movie
might
as
change
well.
it to Superman 2.
Yeah, Superman 2, Man of Tomorrow or something. You know what I mean? It's
might
like
be
even
Superman
that.
Man of Tomorrow. I think that's what.
That's
they're
what I
gonna
mean.
go
It's
with.
like, which is a terrible name, but I hope they do it.
Superman,
Superman, Man of Tomorrow. Yeah.
Superman Man.
It's just-
Superman
it's-
Man.
It's. I'm just saying, doesn't this also communicate something about the stupid nature of this universe that you can't even settle on a name for these movies? It's like, yeah, that name might not even be the name. Anyway,
This is being written by me. I'm in the middle of it. I'm having a great
by the way, I think this is bullshit putting All-Star It's not All-Star Superman. It isn't. This is something that's emerging as a strange thing as well. It's particularly pronounced with the Supergirl versus Woman of Tomorrow, which is this feigning that these are actually going to be like direct or faithful adaptations of comic books, only for that not to be the case. In this case, it's not All-Star Superman. All you could say is that it's inspired by, and it's like, how so? Oh, because Superman does good, and that's like an acclaimed comic about Superman. But it's totally different. It's a story about Superman that is like dealing with his mortality, not a younger Superman dealing with how he finds out that Jor-El was actually evil. Like, it's just stupid. And then in the case of Woman of Tomorrow, you could say that it's more direct, but then that just creates new conversations about how faithful it was, which it really isn't very. But we'll get to that later, I guess.
great time doing it. And Superman will be released into theaters July 11th, 2025. Okay, the next thing is a big premiere HBO television series called Lanterns. This is a
Hey.
It sounded like he was about to call it Green Lanterns, but then he realized it wasn't called that.
Why
It's
would
like,
you
no,
call it
it's
Green
Lanterns.
Lantern? That's retarded.
No,
dude.
yeah. And how are we all feeling about this one, lads? Are we excited for it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
I
looking
agree.
great.
Green, James. Give me the green.
Well, and then you even see the green, his
Where's the
costume. It's like,
green,
wow, that's hideous. And also, it appears that, and this is another thing as well. So it looks like your first Green Lantern story in your rebooted DC universe is about sunsetting Hal Jordan. I wouldn't have done that. I don't, why would you not just have it be that you're introducing both of them, Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart? Why would you make it so that it's like, well, it's gonna have Hal Jordan in it, but it's like him at the end and he's done and we're getting rid of him? That seems to be what it's gonna be. I wouldn't have done that for my first Green Lantern story. I would give myself a little bit of room, you know, so that I could have multiple of these Green Lantern characters, but, you know, whatever. Also, why is he Cletus? Is Hal Jordan meant to be like Cletus? Is that what he's meant to sound like?
Why not?
I don't know. This is what I mean. Like, it's all, and it looks great. I'm sure it's going to be a great show. I'm sure it's going to get rave reviews. I'm sure that people are going to respond to it really well. And it's not going to be another thing that comes out that is received poorly, really close to Supergirl, that really starts to make people think, like, wait a minute, what is going on?
Story of a couple of Green Lanterns, John Stewart and Hal Jordan, and we have a few other lanterns peppered in there, but this is really a terrestrial-based TV show, which is almost...
I probably wouldn't have done that either, given that the Green Lanterns are like space cops. I'd probably have some stuff going on in space, but whatever.
like True Detective with a couple of Green Lanterns who are space...
Oh, and that's another thing as well. It's like True Detective, a show that at least some seasons people really, really like. That can just make people assume this is going to be great because you're like, oh, it's like True Detective.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that remains to be seen, doesn't it? But at
I'm
the
sure
time-
it'll be just as
True
good
Grit.
as season 1 of True Detective.
Oh, yeah, it'll be like True Grit. Yeah, that's right.
But True Grit
These
is
cops.
good.
Yeah, True Grit is really good, so it's kind of crazy that they would make that comparison. It's not doing you any favors, but all right.
watching over Precinct Earth. In it, they discover a terrifying mystery that ties into our larger story of the DCU.
We'll see. Ha! What a great thing to pause on. We'll see about that. But yes, this is a particularly notable one as well. The Authority. That was meant to be the second movie in the DC universe, The
What?
Authority, and he was setting it up because the engineer is part of this team.
Absolutely insane fucking decisions.
Yes, this is insane. The idea that you would,
literally know nothing about this.
Yep.
I would not consider myself to be like super familiar with DC, like, but I'm much more familiar with it than the average person. I had never heard of The Authority. If I haven't heard of it, like, what chance does a normie have, of having any idea who this is?
Next is a big movie called The Authority.
Listen to his voice. He's ecstatic about this one. He's really excited
Dude,
about
it's a
it.
misfit group. They're all working together to just do the best thing they can. Of course he's excited.
Authority is a passion project of mine. It's based on the marvelous Wildstorm characters we are now bringing into the DCU and will interact with all of our primary DCU characters. The Authority are a group of superheroes who think the world is broken and they want to fix it by any means necessary. I think it's a very different...
It makes you think, like, I think he got too gassed up when it was said as like, yeah, like a tree and a raccoon, and he turned that into a great IP. Everyone loves Guardians of the Galaxy. He's like, so do it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. This is like, please stop.
Yep. And
Look.
this was meant to be number 2. He said this is like a big movie. This is dead. This one is dead.
No, it's a passion project.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he outright said it, but he basically he more or less got there. This one is dead. This isn't happening. So that's 2 dead projects. We've been introduced to 6 right now at this point. Wait, no, 5. And 2 of them are dead. So that's a 40% failure rate already.
at superheroes. We're doing a television series called Paradise Lost.
No.
Paradise.
Yeah, so
Oh.
the
Is that
update
still-
is that I think finally now there's like 2 writers attached to it.
Oh.
And this was in like the last month or so. They've now
That
got
doesn't even
like
mean they've written it
writers,
yet.
executive producers or something. Yeah, that's right. This was, and which by the way, this already, it's like, so before you're even doing something with Wonder Woman, you're doing a Themyscira show that you then describe as being like Game of Thrones, which again, that's another thing. Oh, it's like True Detective. Oh, it's like Game of Thrones. You like those things, right?
It's almost guaranteed
This
to
is-
fail. They did it with that June TV series. June
Doing Prophecy.
Prophecy, that's the one. Oh, it's going to be like Game of Thrones in space. It's like, yeah, great. So it's going to be really shit and long-winded. And there's going to be lots and lots of talking by boring characters because nobody understands what makes Game of Thrones work.
So yeah, that's crazy. That it's like you're not doing a Wonder Woman movie right away. You're doing a Wonder Woman world sort of spin-off prequel series that is set well before like your current continuity. And yeah, 3 years later, there's like 2 writers attached to it now.
Ugh.
Really quick,
Lost is-
I know someone who's working on Superman 2, and so I messaged this person asking, "What's Superman 2 officially called again?" And she said, "I'm not actually sure." So that's fun. This is someone who works on the movie, so that's fun.
That's hilarious.
Story of Paradise Island, usually known as Themyscira, which is the birthplace of Wonder Woman. It's almost like Game of Thrones with Westeros, but with all of the inhabitants of Paradise Island. The introduction of the DCU's Batman is The Brave and the Bold. The Brave and the Bold is...
So I've talked about this before. It's crazy to me that you would decide, well, my favorite is Damian Wayne, so I'm going to make him Robin. It's like, oh, no, it's Dick Grayson. Sorry. If you're doing your Batman movie and you got Robin in it, it's Dick Grayson. I don't care who your favorite was. I don't care if it was Jason Todd or Tim Drake or Damian Wayne. Nope, sorry. Oh, but it's the one I like personally, so that's going to be the one. Let's not leave us any room to, you know, to essentially have just some runway. Let's not start with Dick Grayson as Robin so that we can then have him become Nightwing and then you can move into Jason Todd and do Red Hood. Let's not essentially lay down a roadmap that we can actually use for like the next 15 years. We're just going to do the one that I like because it's the one that I like personally, me, James Gunn. I thought everybody agreed that, yeah, Robin getting killed in Batman v Superman was the wrong choice. And then we're making an adjacent choice to that. But it's the one I like. And also, I'm going to call it The Brave and the Bold. It's like, well, that's a name that's not going to survive. You got to call it Batman. Or The Dark Knight or something.
But also
call
just...
it The Brave and the Bold.
What year are we into Batman's, like, fucking career, if you call it that, at this point, with his plan here? Like, we're starting with... What's the thing?
His son.
It's like, are you insane? You want to start this late with Batman?
Which means that you skip essentially how all of this came to be. It means you skip all of the League of Assassins stuff. You can only be doing flashbacks, I guess, but like, why would you even go about it this way?
Yeah, because this isn't
the origin of Superman too, didn't he? So,
well, this is more than skipping the origin. This is skipping your 1, 2, 3, 4, presumably a lot of shit, like, to get here. And it's like, why would you do that? That's just wasted juice, man.
It is funny because people are pointing out there is a Batman Brave and the Bold animated series that already exists. I remember that being a funny series. It was like, I think the idea was to essentially have it be like more of a Batman story that was like the 1960s sort of era of Batman, where you would just have a bunch of really wacky and obscure DC characters show up, and it would be Batman and I think Elastic Man as well. I remember watching that and thinking it was kind of fun. I'm sure it'll be a lot better than whatever this movie is, if it even comes to be at any point.
Well, we knew from the get-go that you've got the Batman is out and pretty well liked, and yeah, I don't know how else to put this, but it's got its identity that stands apart from a lot of DC shit and a lot of movies in general. It's a good-looking movie. So, like, it's favorable, and it's like, we're pushing for the Batman 2, but we've not yet locked that in. We've got loads of problems with Reeves and the script writing, apparently, and just other stuff going on. Also, James Gunn is here, and he's like, I would like to make a Batman. It's like, you guys can't have 2 Batmans coming out at the same time.
And now something that has emerged, which probably explains a lot, is that, as I understand it, any Batman project that gets made right now, Matt Reeves is a producer on it. Even if it's in the DC, he is a producer, I believe, on Clayface. So whatever he decides to do with Batman, if he wants to do it in his own, you know, DC universe rather than, you know, Matt Reeves thing, it's like, well, Matt Reeves has still got some influence and some say over that, which probably, I don't know, guys, doesn't that explain a lot? If that, you know, doesn't all of this start to make more sense when you realize that there must be a fight going on?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, there's no movement on the Batman 2 for ages, and then as soon as Superman comes out and it emerges that it hasn't done as well as it needed to, things start moving really quick.
Revving up, yeah.
Now everything's gone, we're getting the castings in, and now the movie's in production.
What a coincidence. And
Doesn't
also,
it make sense?
Among all of these, like, sort of announcements, it's kind of interesting because you'd think this would be the most reliable, a Batman movie, but at the same time, it was always the most tenuous to me in the sense of, like, what the fuck? Like, you can't possibly launch this right now. You're not in the position to be, like, why would you take away from each other's Batmans by releasing them both? Yeah, and then yours is going to be, what, further in the future than Reeves is, but not share continuity. And you're also, like, this is just suicidal. Like, why would you ever do this? What's interesting is, like, oh, is it so much more chaotic than a Wonder Woman TV show? You do take a step back, it's like, Wonder Woman TV show. She gets a movie. What are
But
you doing?
she's not even
TV
in it.
show.
She's not
Like,
even in the TV show. She's not a part of it. It's
that's what I'm
before her,
getting at.
so
Like
she's-
these decisions, so many people are so like, I don't know, just in the clouds. Like this is gonna be great. It's like this Batman was just never gonna fucking happen in this current state. And if the Batman 2 earns a cent more than Superman in the box office, which is very likely it will, oh boy, ooh Nelly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The story of Batman and his actual son, Damian Wayne. This is based on Grant Morrison's great comic book run. Damian Wayne is my favorite.
It won't be. It won't be based on the actual comic book.
They never are.
Well, no, because again, it's become an awkward. The thing is that when the comparison becomes too close, you get into the problem that I said before, I don't believe that Supergirl is actually very faithful. I've read the comic, Woman of Tomorrow. It's all right. It's not great. It's okay though. It's got great artwork though. It's obviously based on it, but it's worse, which presents you with a big problem. It's like, oh, you adapted something, and the connection is much closer, but still not very close because there's a lot of changes that are made, and you made something that's worse than the comic. That is a comparison you don't want to invite, because that's a really awkward one to get around. Even for the people who are defending this movie, I don't know that any of them are in a position to say that it's better than the comic, because it's not.
You can count on one hand the amount of adapted films from like comic sources that the comic is relevant, as in like clearly they were looking at it the whole time, if you know what I mean. It's very rare.
My favorite Robin. He's a little assassin who Batman tries to get in line. And so this is the story of the two of them and the beginning of sort of the Bat family in the DCU.
The beginning of the Bat family. Why'd you say it like that? Why can't you say it more confidently? Because nothing exists yet? Because you're announcing this, but nothing fucking exists?
And much of it never will.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and you can tell he wants to get
Next
straight up
up is a
to
TV
Batman with Batgirl, with Bat Grandpa, Bat Granddaughter, Bat. Just get them all. Get a big team, a misfit team that have to do everything they can to just do the best they can. God, that sounds great.
Mm-hmm. Here we
Next
go.
up is a TV series called Booster Gold.
Lol.
This is insane. This is insanity.
What are you
And yeah,
doing?
what's the new development? That some guy said, yeah, I turned in a script for a potential pilot for this. That's where we are 3.5 years later. Oh, some guy gave a go at a pilot for it. A pilot script. Isn't, like, what are you doing? Booster Gold. You're joking. This is like a character that you can try in Phase 4 of your universe.
Yeah, this is an experimental era where you're doing amazingly.
Mm-hmm.
Booster Gold.
And also, you don't want to invite this right because he's a time traveler. You don't need that right now. Not when you're doing
You don't
pocket
need that
universe
right now. On top of their
like
fucking pocket universe, it's cloning. Like they don't need that.
Is one of comics' really popular cult heroes. He is a
well, if you're a cult hero, you're not popular. It's kind of like baked into the name. Like something being a cult thing means it's not popular. But okay.
fascinating guy. He's a loser from the future who.
Oh wow, yeah. This is why he wants to do it. It's right up his alley. This kind of character.
Yep.
Uses future technology to come back to present day and become a superhero so that people will love him. It is basically the superhero story of imposter syndrome on an HBO Max series.
Wow.
Yes, like, that
Autobiographical.
sounds like totally, yeah, autobiographical, one thing. But like, in a totally disconnected thing, which is not part of any grander shared cinematic universe, fine. That's an interesting premise. I wonder what we can do with that. You can't really do time travel like that in a shared cinematic universe. Or never mind a shared cinematic TV and video game universe. As soon as you introduce that, the obvious question is just like, well, can we just go back and make Lex not a retard? Because then he might be happier and he won't be a villain. It's just, what even is the through line for any of this stuff? What unites these as a story?
Things
is
that he likes,
yeah. He likes them. That's it. He's personally into it, so who cares what the sensible choices are? Who cares what the necessary, maybe even the choices that you don't personally agree with, but the ones that are necessary for building a cinematic universe that already has an established fan base that, you know, likes what they like.
If you are put in charge and you're like, I fucking adore Batman, he's the best, you know, superhero ever. Superman's cool, I guess, and Wonder Woman sucks. If that were like your position, not saying that's James Gunn's, it's like you'd still have to concede no matter what that you got to get those three running. Like,
exactly.
Doesn't matter.
Those are your three priority. ones, and if it's just, yeah, but Booster Gold's my favorite. It's like, that's too bad. I don't know what to tell you.
That's too bad.
That's too bad.
One of my favorite comic book series from last year was Tom King's run on Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow.
Oh, here we
and so
go.
we're going to turn that into a big science fiction epic film. Now,
so think about the placement here, because what he is presenting, this is broadly the timeline for these projects. They are being presented more or less in order of when they were meant to come out. And you might notice Supergirl is showed up pretty late, all things considered, because it's now out all the way before Lanterns. And you will recall that the reason why that's the case is because the script was great, according to James Gunn. You need finished scripts. That's the priority for the DC universe. They need to be finished scripts. And this one was so great that we moved it up because it was done and ready and it was great. And now it's out. And it was so great that the woman who wrote it is now going to be writing Wonder Woman and Teen Titans. It's just all stuff to sort of bear in mind when it comes to this. Let me see if I can grab exactly the quote that he said, just to sort of color, the sort of conversation here as we progress. It's just it is just, man, it's just crazy. Like, this is like,
well,
this is how this universe has emerged.
With all this context and with what's coming in the future and everything that he said, it's like you'd have to call this death by 1,000 sledgehammers at this point. Like, these are all extremely stupid decisions. But the reason it took that many sledgehammers is because it was it's hard to kill something with this much potential, I guess, but he's done it pretty fast. Good job.
Yep. And I do enjoy that because it is, because I've seen a lot of conversation around the film almost having to remind people that maybe genuinely believe that it was made by James Gunn, like that he's the writer-director. But the problem that James Gunn has is that he chose to make himself the face of this universe. He chooses to put himself in like the marketing material even for this movie. He is the lead creative voice for the cinematic universe that has the final say on what is and isn't made. So with that in mind, even if it's not your script, you said it was great. You stamped it. You said, yep, that's good to go. This will be our second movie because that's how good it is.
I mean, what's he going to do? I say this in the sense of this is why he screwed himself. Like, what's he going to do? Relinquish control and responsibility? Be like, well, that was a dud. It's like, no. But he's also not going to be able to say it's not his ultimate decision, right? He put this in place. He's enthusiastic about it. So it's like, yeah, so this should affect the stability of the DCU.
Well, to the point that he decided that that it would be based on this comic, and he casted Millie Alcock, not Craig Gillespie. He inherited that choice. Now, obviously, we can talk about it essentially in the movie and the performance and everything like that, but this is kind of the point, right? Like, he's making a lot of like important creative choices for the movies that aren't even like his movie. That's how involved he is.
Superman is a guy who was sent to Earth and raised by loving parents, whereas Supergirl in this story, she is a character who was raised on a chunk of Krypton. She watched everybody around her perish in some terrible way, so she's a much more jaded character.
Remember how they actually forgot to include the raised by loving parents bit in the Superman movie? Remember how that was kind of like not even really there, which makes it really hard to draw a contrast in your Supergirl movie because your actual mainline Superman film treated it as an afterthought. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea in hindsight.
Well, on rewatching Superman, something that struck me was like that opening scene with the Kents. Like, is that reshoots? Did they realize like they need to get at least one scene in there because they're so irrelevant to the film when that's like a catastrophe, considering the story where at the end they're like the most important thing in the montage.
Yeah.
Which I do find it crazy. That is the second movie that came out, but this is all he had to say right then. That's how good the script was that it got things moving along so quick when he clearly didn't even have much to say for it yet. Which then brings us to, this is meant to be James Mangold's Swamp Thing movie. Is this happening? Is this ever going to happen? Probably not. I assume that this is as likely to happen as his prequel Jedi Star Wars movie.
It's just, do we talk first about likelihood of happening, or what an insane fucking idea again?
Yeah,
like, what are you doing?
One of the movies we're going to be doing, one of the movies that we're doing is a Swamp Thing movie. It's like, you're You've lost your mind. You've lost your fucking mind.
The Swamp Thing, the last thing we're going to talk about, a very dark horror story in the origins of the monster who is Swamp Thing. And although it's totally outside of the rest of the DCU, it will still feed into the rest of the stories.
What the fuck does that even mean? Why did you say that? Why didn't you just say it'll be darker than
It's
the
disconnected
typical
and
DCU
connected.
film? Yeah, like, holy shit, man. You know, for a creative guy, you sure do talk in a lot of corporate jargon.
Anyway, those are the stories that I can tell you about right now. I've loved the DC.
And what's hilarious is what we later found out, because obviously your thing is like, so these are all greenlit, and then he's later like, no, they're not greenlit. That's not what this means. It's like, oh, but you sure benefited from people thinking that's what this meant. Because it sounds like, oh shit, we're like moving super quick. We don't even have to wait that long for this shit to really kick off.
Characters since I was a child. They're incredibly important to me. I knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something very different. One of the things that's very important for me in all of these movies and TV series is that the director's vision and the vision of the writers and all of the creators is unique and something special. Storytelling.
To a great start, where 3 out of the 4 technically canon DCU things were literally written and directed by him. And then one of them was one that he clearly had some significant involvement in. But I want them all to have a unique director-driven vision. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess that might change a little bit with the fact that there's, 2 more projects that are coming out that he's not involved in, but then we're right back to his stuff. Also, this doesn't mean anything to me. It means less to me than the idea that everybody is forced to adhere to canon for something like this. They each get a distinctive identity. Sure, that's cool, but you have to follow canon, and when you breach it, you are forced to correct it, basically. But hey, look, it's a distinctive creative voice. We're not like Marvel that crushes that or something by implication.
King is always king. That's all that matters to us. And I want to be true to those stories. I want to be true to you guys. And
marketing.
That's not the same thing.
Marketing. This is not genuine.
It's not genuine, but it's also not the same thing. You can't. Storytelling is king or the audience is king. They're actually not the same thing. You can't say we want to be true to storytelling and true to you guys because you are storytelling. That makes no sense. You have to actually commit. That almost seems to be what he's done anyways. It's like, oh, well, actually, the audience is kind of... If we just scattergun, like load a whole bunch of comic book covers into a blunderbuss and shoot them in the face of the audience, then enough of them will catch one thing they like in the face at some point. And that's why he goes for that huge spread of totally disconnected things. Is because, hey, you cast a wide enough net and you catch enough fish. That's not what you do if you're first priority is storytelling. If your first priority is storytelling, then you look at the ones that connect properly and build a story. I think he may have just come undone because he's tried to be a bit populist about what he's picked, and that never fucking works.
It's funny. I'm populist about what I picked. Anyway, we're not doing a Wonder Woman thing yet, but we are doing a Batman interpretation with one of the least popular versions of Robin, but he's my favorite. So we're doing that one. It's like, yeah.
He's not even consistently bad. He's so inconsistently bad, or bad in inconsistent ways. Yep. It's like, it will be storytelling is king unless I think the audience wants to see something, and then the audience is king unless I personally like a property, and then neither audience nor storytelling matters because I've picked it. This guy's he's not qualified for his position.
Nope.
Really give you something different than you've ever seen before. Anyway, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you watching. I hope this was exciting for you because it's really exciting for me, and I can't wait to start to dive in.
Is it still exciting, James?
Well, I mean, it's just aged like milk, hasn't it?
It is funny, though, isn't it? To jump back and then jump forward again and be like, this is where we are, everyone.
Stories with you guys on this grand adventure. Thank you so much.
Actually, it's not exciting. Wow. It's annoying, right? Because, I like trying to be at least a little bit prepared when I know there's a movie coming down the line, and it might be based on a book, or it might be based on a comic, or it might be based on a game, or it might be based on whatever it happens to be, but it's been announced. And so, to try and be prepared, or at least try and check out or read around the subject. James Gunn's made that futile. Like, I remember a couple of those projects he just listed that we're never going to see, and I do remember thinking, "Oh, I wonder what that is. I should probably go and find out." All that work is pointless. The thing isn't releasing. He's just making work for me, and I'm never going to turn that into anything. It's very, very annoying, James.
Yeah, it's super annoying. But I mean, it's because when he says it's happening, that doesn't actually mean it's happening. It means it's something I want to see if we can start figuring out or something. But the thing is that this video is meant to be akin to when Kevin Feige gets up on the stage at Comic-Con and then announces the slate, right, for a particular universe. And of course, say what you will about him, but like, it's rare that a Marvel project actually dies. It's notable when it happens, like Armor Wars or Blade. These are like notable sort of spectacular things that they didn't come to fruition because Marvel reliably at least gets them done. It gets them out. Which
is that like the ultimate condemnation? Also, James Gunn has made Kevin Feige seem competent.
Yeah, I'd say that. I think it's an obvious difference. Obviously, the MCU over the last several years has been terrible, but at the very least, stuff is happening, right?
Yeah.
Like things are churning, things are moving. To the point that it is kind of noteworthy that we're in an era now for Marvel where they don't actually have that many movies or even TV shows coming out at the moment. Because everything is sort of in flux, clearly. You know, this year, they've only technically got one movie because Spider-Man is Sony. That is Sony, that's Columbia, that's their movie. You know, all they have is Doomsday, and then next year, all they have is Secret Wars. And then I guess, you know, and I think there are a couple other shows that have, you know, but that's like what it looks like slowed down. But I imagine that they actually have real plans for that to pick up immediately. And when I say real plans, I mean like actual like projects that will be sort of moving, ready to go, ready to start getting shot. Which again, it's hilarious because I really hate the MCU at this point in terms of like what it's sort of become. But even like the MCU at its most incompetent is still like in a sense more competently run than the DC universe has been so far. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. It's a universe in collapse, and it's doing better than a universe that's just started with a very specific and clear creative voice in charge of it.
What is it like? What happens if Clayface is an excellent movie? What does that even mean? You know,
I think that's got to be a complication. It's like, so the one that was great was the one that was written by a dude who doesn't really have like any involvement with your universe.
Yeah.
Mike Flanagan made a movie, gave it to you, gave you the script, and it was a great movie. And he's out. He's not making anything more, obviously, right? Like he's gone back to doing his own stuff. I don't think that helps. And whatever success it finds is going to be limited. Of course it is. Because it's Clayface. It's a Batman villain movie before you even have a Batman in your universe. It doesn't mean anything. And of course, we got the Lantern Show, which is probably going to be bad. It's probably going to be bad. And then you got Man of Tomorrow, which will, no matter what, it makes less money than Superman. That's a guarantee. That's guaranteed. And it also looks like it's going to be pretty overstuffed. Which is funny. I mean, Batman v Superman is a terrible movie. Don't let anybody convince you that it isn't. That movie is dog shit. But the criticism that it was overstuffed is pretty hard to say at this point with a straight face compared to even Superman, like last year's Superman. But I mean, it looks like this next one's going to have basically all of the characters that were in that plus more. That's insane. It's like. But anyway, that's we're jumping ahead of ourselves because we're here to talk about Supergirl, which I suppose now.
Yeah,
is
did
the
anyone
time
hear
to,
that movie that just came out with the lady who can fly and shoot lasers?
Yeah, that's right. Supergirl.
Sometimes she can sometimes shoot lasers.
Mm-hmm. Wow, look at that! It's Supergirl. What do we think of Supergirl? Let's go left to right. Let's get our impressions of this movie.
Oh, it was very, very bad, and I didn't like it one bit.
Whoa!
All right.
I found very little redeeming in it whatsoever. There are a couple tiny little pieces that I'm like, you know what, that's something. But it was just mostly, it's very boring. It's just very difficult to actually watch.
Here's the thing.
You know, it will come up whether this is actually worse than it already did come up whether this is better or worse than Superman. I think Superman is more of a disaster, but this is more worthless. I think there's very little of value to be found in this movie whatsoever, and I'm not surprised it's flopping hard. It's not good, and you shouldn't watch it.
Oh, floppy, like a big old floppy thing.
Like something.
Yeah, so Supergirl's bad. It's just another bad modern comic book movie, like superhero movie. It's the plot is nonsense, filled with contrivances and stupid shit. It is, from a world building standpoint, it certainly don't help some of the problems that Superman had, which we could talk about. Thematically, I think it's a very confused movie. And you know, it's just in terms of the character writing, it's like, could it be said that there are fleeting moments where there's maybe a worthwhile idea or concept or sort of angle that you can go for with the characters? Like, okay, yeah, I guess, but film doesn't help itself in that regard. I would say that this movie is pretty much should convey, you know, something that could be said about Superman is it ain't like what you would consider a slop Marvel movie, right? It sort of exists in its own realm of problems, in the sense that, you know, what would be said for a Marvel movie is that it's slop that doesn't have a distinctive creative voice, sort of oppressed by the very corporate nature of the MCU, and then it means that you get kind of this sludge that is of the same consistency as everything else. This is different than certain things where they're bad in a way that has a distinct creator that's to blame for that. Like, The Boys isn't sludge, right? Like, it's not. It doesn't qualify as that. It's its own thing. And Superman is kind of like that in its own very catastrophic way. This movie is better than that movie, because that movie is, like, completely botched through and through. But this one feels more like a sludge movie. This one feels much more like a sort of sludge modern superhero film. Which is not a good sign for what was even mentioned before of like, yeah, no, we're gonna have a sort of distinctive creative voice. Like, no, DC is fully capable of making just slop, which is what this movie is. It's a bad movie. You don't need to watch it. Those are my notes. But I mean, I've got a lot more notes than that, actually. We'll talk about it.
Wait, is that me then?
Yes.
I described it to Cap as being summarized by this particular emoji. And there's a lot of interesting aspects to that. Okay, let me get it up on screen. Actually, this guy, he's been through a lot. This one, look at him. He's seen a lot. He's done a lot. But like I'm saying, the movie is this. It's like watching this guy. It's like you already know it's so fucked. Everything at every moment is just like really pathetically put together. The fact that his DNA is drawn in any way from True Grit is so embarrassing to me. Like like how could you be inspired or you know, taking from something like that without following any of the key elements that could make it worthwhile? There's you know, we describe a lot of things as and then, and it's just like this is a top tier and then movie, to the point where I was just like, oh great, now this is happening. Why? It was like, well, because fuck it, we got to get things moving, and so suddenly an event happens. Like there's just not much effort to make it smooth from the writers at all as a series of events, and no, it was kind of a slog, like the whole thing, because I was more so watching it with the intent of just being like, all right, can I at least figure out what they were going for? And by the time you reach the end, you know, because we'll get there, the arc is pretty explicit and laid out, and you're just like, wow, I you know how badly achieved that was, and how many different pieces of like broken elements they've managed to clearly take from other things and not know how they work. Like I'll say the whole, you know, it's not spoiling anything or anything, getting ahead, but just the whole like you can't kill a person because it'll change you. That borderline came out of fucking nowhere for me. I was just like, what? Like I thought we were killing people throughout this whole thing. I didn't realize that it felt like The Last of Us, where it's like we must not be as bad as them or some shit. And you're like, did we kill a whole load of people already? But you know, don't worry about it. That's the meaning, which is what we're getting out of the film. But no, no offense to Millie Alcock either, or Alcock, whatever talk. I don't really know what I'm supposed to take from much of it. Like the performance, her and the girl. Lobo is probably vaguely a highlight in the sense of just watching someone having fun.
An agent of chaos.
Yeah, like he bursts into the scenes in the same way I feel he does for the movie. Like he's just sort of like, I love the idea of cosplaying as Lobo. I'm gonna come in and go "Rawr, la, 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 la," and then leave, and I'm like, cool. Like you do that, buddy. So that gave my heart a slight little beat, but other than that, very sludgy, very much this emoji.
I want to just because I gotta say I'm a little bit tired of like a lot of reviews will be like the lead performance is great but the film sucks. I don't even know why we keep doing this. Like this keeps happening over and over and over again for these superhero movies. It clearly doesn't matter. It clearly is irrelevant when you say that like the lead performance is good because it's like, dude, look at the dwindling audience response. That's not helping. There are so many superhero movies that have failed over the last like few years where they'll be like, the lead performance was great, but let down. It's like, yeah, let down enough that it doesn't matter. So why do we keep bringing it up? like as if it means anything. If the script sucks, it kind of doesn't matter how good the lead performance is.
It is rare for the main performance to be absolute shit, but I guess if it happens, it needs to be pointed out as well. Yeah.
Gal Gadot is unusual. Usually these superhero movies cast people who can act. That's not a problem that these movies have.
Yeah.
They have problems with the scripts.
So you say, like, why even bring it up when that's just the case? That's always the case anyway. But, you know, I mean, props where they do if people feel like she deserves credit for the performance. I felt like she was just doing fine. She was, you know, kind of just
You say most superhero movies cast people who can act. Wonder Woman, Ant-Man 3, even there's bits of Fantastic Four that are pretty... It's not actually that guaranteed a thing, I think. There's an increasing number of extremely bad performers across superhero media.
Did you know, in my head, I was like, Michael Douglas can act, Paul Rudd can act, so I'm pretty sure, there's a Michelle Pfeiffer can act.
Yeah,
and then I read through the list,
good actors,
and I even, in my head, I was like, MODOK could act. Oh, you mean him.
Yes. That's who I was getting at, the one that they kind of made the lead of the movie, even though it's called Ant-Man. Obviously, Gal Gadot is quite famous for having a peculiar understanding of her craft. And there have been more and more of those, I think, as time goes on. I actually thought Millie Alcott was actually not good in the sense of just like to be expected because she's paid to do the job. I thought she was good in that I was trying to imagine, say, I don't know who Cassie Lang's actress is, but swap them.
Oh, right, and
then
Newton,
see how, right? I can't, whatever the fucking name is. And swap those in your mind and have her delivering particularly the wordless scenes, or the scenes with very few words, the more meditative ones in the middle of this movie, all related to the backstory, and see how well those would work without that. Because I actually think she's doing quite a lot of work in this movie to elevate an extremely poor script. And the reason it doesn't seem almost more remarkably poor as a script, though it is remarkably poor, is precisely because the performance kind of makes you think, no, there is something here. There's some meaning trying to be conveyed. This character clearly is reacting to her circumstances, and she's doing it in quite a compelling way. I think a lot of people have been rather mean and nasty about her in a way that's not really justified for this. Where the hell were you when it was Superman, which is a worse movie? But overall, this one is really bad. Obviously, it's really bad. There's one core crux of an idea which I like. The way it's delivered makes absolutely no sense, and it's almost kind of funny the way they do it. But it is the bit I was talking about, like that middle part of the movie, the backstory element, and it just kind of makes me think, this probably should have been an origin story. Because the only part of the movie that is kind of semi-interested in telling a story is the backstory part, is the flashback. This is a new character to most people. Most people are not at all familiar with Supergirl. We don't know who she is and where she's come from. So actually, if you're going to do an origin story for anybody, this is kind of the character you should do it for. And the emotional core of the film is contained within the part that would have been the backstory. Sorry, that would have been the front story if it were an origin story. So I think if they'd done that and actually focused it on the fall of Krypton and then the survival after the fact, and then if they'd made that make sense, which this movie doesn't, because what do you mean they didn't? Well, we'll get there. Then you could have had something that was at least semi-interesting and potentially more than that, something which had the potential to get people who are not attached to this franchise at all to be, familiar with one of its least known characters. This is the kind of thing that you can build things off of. I don't think even Iron Man was all that well known outside of comic book circles when that movie debuted. It's not just a case that you have to find A-tier characters to launch your cinematic franchise. You can do it with some smaller-ish characters, not that they're directly comparable, but as it is, the movie has a kind of interesting backstory, and then its front story just barely doesn't exist. It is almost reluctant to even be present in its own film. I don't think it really understands what it's trying to do. It has remarkably got this kind of buddy cop vibe to it, and then the two buddies have no relationship whatsoever. Which is funny because, as I say, I think Millie Alcock does a pretty good job. The other actress is a plank of wood, and she's given terrible lines, but mostly it's just because they don't relate to each other. They have nothing to say to each other. They just repeat the premise over and over again. None of the interstitial beats work. All the mechanics are broken. There is some janky as hell random, I guess, theme or world building / theme. We'll get to the race of all male pirates who are bad, because we're told that by the race of all female pirates who are good. Yeah, it's just shit. But I mean, compared to Superman is one of the most remarkably dumb, stupid, broken movies to have released in the last 10 years. This isn't like that. This is kind of just the exhaust fumes from that. Not as bad, but still quite bad in its own right.
I would echo that, and it's probably something that we can that sort of, you know, by comparison to Superman point, because it's it'll probably be something we can focus in on more towards the end. But yes, I would say that this is more of a normal kind of bad, which is not really in its favor, because it's still a really, that makes it terrible, because that's what normal bad has become with these movies. But yes, Superman is a worse movie. There's more wrong with it. This is yeah. I was gonna say which one I think is like an uglier movie in terms of visuals. I know they're both pretty ugly looking movies actually as well.
Different
So.
kinds of ugly, but yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah. This film has some pretty shocking CGI at times. It's kind of stunning. Kind of mind blowing, honestly, that it could be in a movie that cost this much money, but. We'll get to that. I suppose
I feel like it's more common to find it in these cost movies than like mid-budget.
It is now, but I mean more so like as if you've got Millie Alcock like on wires in front of a green screen, and then you just sort of plop it in on like footage of, you know, of the background in a way where there's like no effort to make it look like she's actually flying at all. It's just like, yeah, it's clearly you've just got her on some wires in front of a green screen, and then you just plop it in. Like as if it's like a PNG or something over your background. But I suppose we should start, as we always do, with the beginning. And the film opens with Crypto pissing on a photograph of Superman.
Yeah.
Do not do this. Bad idea.
Bad idea.
Read the room.
Yeah. No. Yeah. What a loser he is, getting pissed on by James Gunn's dog.
I'd be happy to be pissing on the picture of James Gunn directing Superman. That would be fine. But the problem is, like, people are already very, very soured on what they perceive is going to be a kind of cynical, deconstructive superhero show. I actually don't think that's what this is. I think that's what the trailers told you it was, which is terrible marketing. But it's also what the first scene tells you it's going to be. So like you're basically giving people in the first shot of your film the one thing everyone says they don't want from superhero movies now. It's going to be very difficult then to change their minds about what's coming next. And to put it in your trailers is just an act of suicide. It's ridiculous.
That is a. I agree. I was surprised that the film wasn't more of a deconstruction in that sense. And it's like, yeah, the marketing doesn't do it any favors.
And I think that it's the more references we get, because there's conversations with Clark in the film. Which is funny, by the way, because I choose Clark because I guess this is a conversation going on right now of the David Corn Sweat's only ever played one character, and it seems to be Clark if you're going to pick, because it's more of the faux sort of front rather than Superman. Like he's yet to play Superman seemingly, and that's becoming more and more of a problem. Like pissing on his image or having him be sort of pouty and whiny in certain scenes, or then be like, I gosh darn wish everybody was just so nice. A lot of people, when the first movie came out, thought there you go, they nailed it. That is Superman, as opposed to the more commanding, but still kind and caring and supportive Superman that we are probably not going to get ever in this version.
No.
And once you realize that, instead of sort of imagining what the fullness of this character is rather than taking what we get, it starts to get really fucking annoying in all of his scenes where he's kind of a moron, kind of a naive idiot baby.
He's always bumbling, particularly in the first meeting that he has with Kara. He's very he is the bumbling version of the character that is the front, rather than
Yeah.
like actually sort of a quietly confident person. But yeah, good stuff. So yeah, Kara's in her bed. She's hungover. She awakes to a voicemail from Clark, who's wishing her a happy birthday and wondering when she'll be coming to Earth. But she don't really want to listen to this, so she turns it off.
She quotes
Enters
Solo.
the cockpit. She
Or was that
what?
later? I couldn't get over the fact that she actually said the line from Solo. Eventually when she talks
She
to
didn't
Clark.
say that yet. That's later. We got
You all right?
we got yeah, no, we're all right. We got punk rock playing or something, right? Because this is a punk rock kind of character in a punk rock kind of movie. I don't know what the song was, but this is the first of many instances of using pop music in the soundtrack, which that's a conversation we can have later. So yeah, gets in the cockpit, flies into space to partake in various shenanigans, including drinking and partying and playing fetch with the dog in space.
Yay.
Wow.
She's a punk rocker.
What a-
Yes, she is.
Yeah, sure
Not
is.
like other girls.
Yeah.
Other super girls.
So yeah, that's great, and that's like the intro with all of the the credits and everything. But now the plot begins. Straight away, it's kind of a bit jarring. It's like, yep, off we go. This is a short movie. All things, kind of doesn't feel that short sometimes, but
Yeah, sometimes
yeah,
it drags, but it's because they don't really join these things together because it's that the writers are severely disabled, and so like, they have this idea where like, one scene conveys one thing, next scene conveys other thing. You don't really have any obligation to segue between those two. So opening
what
for
are you
this
talking
movie is
about?
like, what do you mean? Well,
What are you talking about? They show that her ship is in orbit, and then they show the other ship fly past it. That's how they connect the scenes.
yeah, that's not quite what I had in mind, but it's more a case of so all of this is supposed to tell you like the state of affairs in which she finds herself. She seems to be slobby, messy, and it's supposed to be jarring because it's like, aren't you supposed to be Supergirl? The problem is that we're so used to seeing characters being messy who have no particular reason to be messy that everyone just says, yeah, I've seen this before. And you're going to have to wait until the midpoint of the movie before you understand that there is supposed to be meaning behind this behavior. It's not just party girl
You
aesthetic.
need to actually view it as self-destructive.
Yes,
But the problem
which
is
is
that it's not presented as self-destructive. It's presented as like she's having fun,
yeah,
especially with
you
the
would
music.
you'd have because the music is one of the more damaging things to the overall tone. Like you'd probably have to show it even just within the opening montage of her doing it, her getting worse and worse and worse, as opposed to just kind of happier with happy music playing at the same time. Like the hangovers get way more painful, or she actually causes injury, or she breaks her own ship. Like, something has to show it more clearly than it does that this is self-destructive. That's what they want to convey, but they haven't done it with the pieces that they've actually laid out.
Well, they want to convey that, but they also want her to be cool. They want it to be
Yeah.
both.
Mm-hmm. Which
She's
you
literally
can't do.
way too. She's like too cool for school in the first act of this movie. It's
Yeah.
very annoying.
Tell us how you really feel.
It's just such a
But, no,
familiar
I mean,
archetype.
it's
You're almost
insufferable.
like boring. Move on, you know.
Especially,
Yeah, no,
we'll get to it.
I get you. We got the plot beginning. So there's an evil ship, and it's carrying the evil brigands to Planet 1. I'm not going to call them what they are. I'm just going to call them Planet 1, 2, 3, 4. Because they are basically interchangeable. The only thing that matters is what sun they have, which the film tells you. They need to tell you this because all of the planets look like they have yellow suns, or they feel like they.
Yeah.
Even this sun that's got a red sun, everything is like yellow. So, but this one orbits a red sun, and if you don't know, the way it works with them Kryptonians is that the yellow sun is what gives them powers, but the red sun like sort of dilutes it so that they're like normal. And then there's another kind of sun that I don't know if this is actually like canon or not. It's in the comic, but I don't know if it's actually canon, and it does something different. But this is a red sun, so here, no powers. But doesn't matter because she's not here yet. But the evil ship with the evil brigands, it's led by a guy called Krem. He is very evil and ugly. And the ship lands in front of a house. It's a house that's sitting in a field, and inside there are two humble swordsmiths watching as all of these evil pirates get out of the ship. And the man says, "Brigands, they've come for my swords. I guess it was only a matter of time," which prompts the lady to say, "We give them what they want, and then they'll leave."
I compared this to Rogue One on Twitter because it is essentially the same opening act, an opening scene. But that movie doesn't do anything really, really well. But at least when Krennic arrives and he's sort of chatting to Galen, like Galen doesn't first tell his wife, it's Director Krennic. He has come here to recruit me back for the Death Star. And she says, I know, we must hope that he goes away. And then when Krennic first has a conversation with them, it's kind of, they speak around the subject a little bit more than they speak directly to the subject. It's about, what you've been doing while I've been away. It's actually kind of vaguely resembles dialogue. This is what is happening in plot. I know, we must react to it because plot.
It's clearly ADR. When he says they've come for my swords, I guess it was only a matter of time. They do a wide shot outside because clearly he probably just said brigands and she said, we give them what they want and then they'll leave. And then you do find out what they want and that they try to give them and they leave. But they were like, nah, it's a bit too confusing. Have him say, they've come for my swords. I guess it was only a matter of time.
It's the thing though, because I remember thinking, that's the opposite thing. Like, the better approach is just to say, brigands, give them what they want, and then we'll find out later that they want the swords. But the swords are so kind of not a thing for the rest of the film.
No, they're not actually really relevant.
Yeah, the kind of almost the inciting event of the movie is based on something which just doesn't recur. There's one sword that gets carried around a bit, but it's not actually an object of desire. The villains don't really use it to effectuate their plans in any way. So they kind of needed the ADR because there was no other way to let the viewer know what they're actually doing.
The player.
Yeah, sorry.
Too much Bond for you.
It's like the first real dialogue in the movie, and it's terrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Again, I really wish parodies were more, on the ball and being made, but you just switch the line slightly and it becomes like super funny if he was just like, as a humble sword maker, they shall be attacking me for my sword as sword hunters do for humble sword maker. You're just like, what the fuck is happening? And you're just like, well, the people need to know what the fuck's going on, right? You couldn't just have them walk in. I am the sword maker, they are the sword hunters. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So, Krem enters the house, he sits at the dinner table. And there's a little girl called Ruthie. That's their daughter, and she's watching from down the hall. And for some reason, that will be revealed, they weirdly show that her brother is like sitting in the bedroom listening to music, and you kind of there like, is this relevant? Like, why are you showing this? This is very relevant. So Krem, you gotta understand what kind of villain he is. He asks for some pie. They give him pie, and he munches on it in a disgusting way.
Well, there was a notable edit for me. So with these sorts of like for everyone, but also want to be sometimes violent. Take for example, because this actually I think happens in the scene. When you go, a character's going to execute someone else, they'll like do the swipe, and it cuts to someone else, and you'll hear the swipe, and some dramatic sound will be had, and someone goes, oh, like, oh gosh, the horror, but they'll never show like the actual head coming off usually. They did this with him eating the pie. He puts his knife in the pie and it like cuts away to someone else to react to it. And I was like, it's a pie. I think we can handle seeing him stab a pie. Like, I don't think it's okay. No,
that's too graphic for a PG-13 rating.
Rip pie.
While he's munching on the pie, the guy, the dad exposits, I know who you are, Krem of the Yellow Hills. He then places a key on the table and tells Krem they'll find a whole bunch of cool swords in the shed. And in exchange for them, he's going to leave them alone. And it seems like he's going to do this. He as he stands up, though, Ruthie's brother that was listening to music, he saw that she was in the hallway. And so he decided to leap into the hallway to, like, scare her. And then Krem throws an axe into his back.
So he jumps out and goes, and then he gets the thing thrown in his back and he dies.
Axe in his back. So if he didn't do that, presumably everything would have been fine.
He would still be alive. Yeah. But then there's another thing that if someone had done, then everyone would still be alive as well. Because you get so the wife gets mad, right? So she attacks Krem. I can't believe this is the villain, but fuck it. She attacks him. Meanwhile, husband presses a button which launches like a magnet bomb which blows up the ship. If you had done this when they were landing, your family would be alive. What? We're 2 minutes into the movie.
Again, For me,
Mhm.
with the pie, I was still thinking about it, and then the kid jumps out, and then he gets killed, and they explode. I was very much like, "Oh, good God, everything's happening. I can't." What? Like, what's
But yeah,
okay?
it sort of sets a tone because it's all very rapid and choppy, and it's like, damn, you cut stuff from this movie, didn't you? Like this is
Oh yeah.
this was meant to be a much because this scene is basically over in a minute and a half. But this is the inciting incident of the movie, and it's almost like a blink and you'll miss what happened. Because yeah, the events are here's the key to the shed. Take your swords, get out. Cool. Blah. Oh, I'm throwing an axe at him. Dead. Rah! We're gonna detonate the bombs. Oh, blow up the ship. Oh, now both the parents are dead. Oh, and now the house is on fire.
And they leave the
That's
one
it.
girl alive because the movie needs
Yeah.
her for later, but there's no real reason,
Mhm.
especially when you find out later what their race of people does with girls.
Yeah.
Like, there is absolutely no reason she should have been left there, but she was.
But she was.
And
so
I'd
she
also
can
just like
initiate
to
the revenge.
highlight that, okay, if you have like evil space pirates who are coming to shake you down, do you want to tell your teenage son, like, hey, by the way,
Nah.
they're coming?
Nah.
No, leave him in there to listen to
Yeah,
his iPod.
Yet
So-
another a point to Rogue One by comparison. Somehow, it's like, okay, that's not the expectation, but
That's how
fine.
far we've fallen. Yeah, but yeah, that's it. They're all dead except for the girl Ruthie, and then the next morning, while she's standing in front of a green screen, which is crazy because I'm pretty sure they bragged that they shot on location, but they must not have for this scene. She's standing in front of a green screen, looking at her family's in the ground. They're all dead,
Sad.
and then she walks away. The quest is about to begin. But then we're back with Kara. She's in a nearby bar, very nearby on this planet. She just happens to be pretty close by. And she's very drunk, and she declares to Crypto that 23 will be the best year of her life. And while she's saying this, the dog is either trying to drink some spilled alcohol on the table or alternatively munch on a bottle cap, and she doesn't stop him, even though they're on a red sun planet, so I assume that would be bad for the dog.
That
It's
actually
one or
makes
the
you
other.
wonder in terms of his overall health. It's kind of because like there's an angle that she's completely self-destructive, right? But like you kind of dragging the dog into your little, therapy sessions because he should be left on Earth, right, where he can thrive.
And I mean, he's a shitty dog, and it's because you're not training him.
Was it, yeah, I was
properly.
almost putting that to one side just for a moment of like the dog's biology by being on a yellow sun planet is just everything's better, right? Like everything, every element of him.
Seemingly.
So
Yeah,
taking
like
him
he
to a
gets all
red
the
sun
benefits.
planet is kind of like mean.
Yeah, because
Very
he
selfish.
can hurt himself and get in trouble. But
Wait,
no, we
doesn't
don't really
she
talk
leave
about
the
that.
dog? Doesn't she leave the dog with Superman in the previous movie? What was that for?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
she came. Yeah,
She
she
came
came
back and then
back and
left
picked it
again.
up.
Because but she left him there so that she could go and get drunk, and then come back to do the same thing with the dog.
And you know what, Fringy?
Jesus
It's a great little set in stone rule that it would take a very long time for the effects of the yellow sun to actually help her out because she's still
Well, no,
drunk
it's-
when she walks in.
Well, the thing is that she's still drunk, but she's also slamming into the ground super hard that she's breaking the ground. So it's simultaneously the yellow sun means that her metabolism is not good enough that she can process the alcohol, but strong enough that she can break like concrete with her back.
And that's a Superman issue.
I love-
that's not
a
even.
Superman issue.
Yeah.
That's not this movie has its own issues on that front. But yeah, so she's sitting there and she sort of wonders if they should settle on a red planet where they can feel things, but it's clearly an ill-conceived thought. It's not really.
She's
that's
like
not really what's
Boulder.
going to happen. Yeah, I feel nothing. And then she just gets up and turns on the Duke box and starts dancing. This is another scene that feels like there was stuff cut out of it. Feels like it's very rapid.
Yeah,
with
let's
all of
talk
this.
about that really quick. One of the things I know about the behind the scenes making of Supergirl is that, Craig, is it Gillespie? Is that his name?
Yeah. Yep.
He comes in with his cut of the movie. They show it to test audiences, and they hate it. They think it's really bad. And so James Gunn takes a break from making Superman for a little bit, Superman 2, that is, to go recut the movie himself. That's a real thing he did. So he went and recut the movie, changed some things, and then they tested that, and it performed even worse. That is
That is a
the real
beautiful
thing that
story.
happened.
It is so fun.
And so ultimately, I don't know whose cut or amalgamation of all of them they ended up going with, but they knew that this was not going to do well for a while and tried to fix it and only made it worse. So my assumption here is that ultimately they decided, well, we can mitigate it by cutting a lot out of it, making it move at like breakneck speed. Every scene feels very choppy.
Hmm.
Jokes.
Yep.
The poor excuses for jokes that this movie has are not even given enough time to breathe anyway.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is incredibly rushed. And I think it's a result of just trying to mitigate how poorly received the movie was going to be regardless.
It's an interesting little thing to think about with runtime. We often hear on EFAP complain that a lot of these like superhero movies are too long. Yet, a lot of the time when a superhero movie comes out and it's notably short, that says a lot more about how the studio seems to feel about it a lot of the time than the audience would. A clear example of this is The Marvels. The Marvels is short. That is a short movie, and it was clearly cut down, along with reshoots. And of course, as I understand it, the logic typically is that it means you can get it on more screens to hopefully like sort of you can recover that way. That it's like shorter, it can get run more times in cinemas. Hopefully, more screenings helps. But like, yeah, a lot of the time when these movies are like notably kind of under 2 hours, it almost does say something. Which is funny when you compare it to, in the case of, I'm pretty sure Eternals is one of the longest Marvel movies, but they were confident about that movie. Clearly they were confident. They were marketing who the director was. That's how confident they were in that movie. And yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. It's just funny to think about because yeah, this movie is shortish by superhero movie standards. It's well under 2 hours. And it's notably choppy when you're watching it. Because, yeah, that's happened. You know, that's us planting the seeds for theme, I think. And then Ruthie, she enters the bar and Crypto helpfully, albeit unwillingly, unplugs the Duke box, which lets her speak. And she announces her intention to seek revenge against Krem for killing her family. She's come to recruit the aid of a tracker. And while she's saying this, Crypto seems to look at Kara, but she quietly says it's not, this problem is not hers to deal with. But the girl continues explaining that in exchange for help, she's going to offer up her father's sword, which draws a lot of attention. And Kara already seems to suspect, like, oh, things are going to go sideways. And so there's a big and very evil-looking alien who approaches Ruthie and just steals the sword and leaves. And then Kara decides she wants to go outside to speak with the evil alien fella. There are a lot of evil aliens. Why do people not know what a Duke box is?
I thought it was
I
a
have never heard
jukebox.
that before in my life.
Is it not a jukebox?
Yeah, juke.
Did I say that? Jukebox? What'd I say?
You said
You said
juke.
Duke, as in
did I
the
say
noble
Duke?
title.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a jukebox. A jukebox. I am the fool. I am the fool. Yes. Anyway, continuing on. That's stupid. So, yeah, Kara drunkenly explains, it's wrong to steal from a kid whose family just died, which is a weird way to put it. It's like, it's wrong to steal under all circumstances, but sure. That probably is a notably bad thing to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, the alien doesn't care, and he mounts his alien horse. And so Kara runs out of patience, and she does like a big spin and kicks him from his horse, which makes me wonder, like, okay, so on a Red Sun, how depowered are you? Because this is a big alien, and you were able to like swing yourself around and like swing up and then kick the dude off of the horse, and he's big. So how powerful or not powerful does a Red Sun make a Kryptonian?
She's just strong and powerful enough that she doesn't have to take any fights seriously. So it's the worst of all possible worlds, as far as I'm concerned.
Because like she bleeds in this scene and she notes it, and she almost like notes it in an approving way because it's just not something she generally does. But it's like, wait, so you are taking severe and serious damage, and yet you're like 3 foot tall and the alien's 12. So how is this? You probably should be dead, actually.
Yeah. Probably.
I I want Fring to be
Weird.
aware that someone said British accent moment for you, by the way.
Okay.
How
now
does
you're
that
the
work?
fool. Everybody laugh at him. Ha ha. Stop laughing at me and laugh at him. Yeah, so they have a big fight, and Crypto runs out and bites the alien's balls, which disables him for long enough for Kara to smack him with an alien mace. I don't know if he's dead or not, because I was wondering in the movie, it's like, so what's the deal? Does Supergirl, like, kill people or what? I assume he's dead.
Yeah, she
She
kills
hit
a
him
lot
with a
of people in
mace.
this
She
movie.
kills a lot of people,
So-
yeah.
Yeah. So he's dead. And yeah, she returns the sword to Ruthie before heading back to her ship. And the next morning comes, and she finds that she's got a big spike in her leg. This is the reason why she can't run later, just a bit later. Which is kind of funny to me as a solution. Yeah, your leg hurts. So there you go. And so there's a call that comes in from Clark, and he says, "When do you think you might be coming back? I'm worried that if you keep going off world like this, you're never going to find your stride in Metropolis. I'm worried you're not going to find your people." Which then prompts the solo line, "Well, that's the thing, Clark. I have no people."
I love it. I thought it was great. It's been so long since we've heard that line. It's iconic. Good for them, of course. I'm
You
a
are
fan of that
Kara
movie too.
Solo.
But just so bold to be like, yeah, we'll use that line. Fuck it. She has no people.
Well, they crib from all sorts of things for this movie. We've mentioned True Grit, we've mentioned Rogue One, but there's a lot of Mad Max in here for reasons that aren't clear to me. There's tons of stuff that we're just pulling from. It's really quite ridiculous when you pile them
The
all
Mad
up.
Max thing is an interesting one to me because, again, I've read the comic. The artwork's really cool, and a lot of like the places and planets that they go to are not like shithole like Mad Max world stuff. But that's something that they've decided to consistently be the case in this movie, is that pretty much every planet is like grimy and gross, and all of the aliens are like evil looking. That's a choice. It helps that all the planets have like the same general color palette as well. That's great. Makes it
You know what,
really
I don't-
easy to sort of distinguish between them.
I really don't understand this choice for this movie of all movies. Like, okay, so this is Supergirl. Ostensibly, this movie is meant to appeal to women, right?
In
And
theory.
this is
was-
easily
was
the
an uphill climb.
grossest superhero movie I've seen in quite a while. All the aliens are gross. She's like eating like a sort of alien popcorn from an
Poo,
alien
yeah.
that's pooping
Oh
it out.
no! Oh no! You've spoiled it.
I'm so sorry to do
looking
that, but it's relevant. How is this supposed to appeal to women?
Well, it's an uphill
Other than the
climb
fact that
anyway,
she's a
because-
woman, I don't know.
Yeah,
Which,
like
which
she's
doesn't
messy.
even matter because with Marvel, again, the stat was for the Marvels, wasn't it like 65% of people who saw the Marvels opening weekend was men?
yeah.
They are
I mean, that's
the
gonna
primary
be the
demographic
case.
even for these movies, even for the female-led superhero movies.
Absolutely, but ostensibly you're trying to get women also. This is not the way to do it. Have you ever met a woman? Have you
Also,
ever
The
met
writer,
one?
but
And
the
if we're
writer
clear,
is
right,
a woman.
if a woman takes a chance on this on average, I just don't even like if they, let's say this woman enjoys the shit out of Superman. I don't even know that this one, like, does this feel more women friendly than Superman?
No,
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 it doesn't.
no. I'd say almost objectively no.
But it does
I don't even know
only
how
in
you
the
can
sense that
quantify it.
Hollywood understands the term. Like Hollywood believes to be women friendly, you can have like, you just have to have characters say generic pro women things or pro anti men things. You have to have a race of pirates who kidnaps girls to propagate their all male race, whatever the fuck that means. You have to have, well, if he's Superman, why aren't you Superwoman? You have to have those really vague sort of genuflections, and it's not actually what most women want to see in media. It's just what Hollywood types like writing in media because they are not representative of the whole.
So, in response to that, I have no people thing. Clark reiterates, you should probably spend more time on Earth. You might feel differently. But, yeah, she's not really interested, Kara. And there's someone knocking on, I guess, the front door of her ship. So she ends the call and answers the door. And it's Ruthie, again, who has followed her to the ship. And she repeats the same speech. She talks, like, in a very formal way.
Yes,
with a
it
lot-
sounds
which is-
extremely unnatural and stilted and forced. And it's why I said like she is a plank of wood, but I don't know how much of that is the actress being shit and how much of it is that she's just asked to deliver basically variants of this speech for the entire
Yeah.
film in formal language.
Yeah, this is a case where clearly the writer felt locked into this choice because in the comic book she also speaks in a very but the difference is in the comic book she is the POV character and there is a lot of narration from her perspective. Like it's like her POV is the POV for the story. Whereas in this movie, they've changed their mind on that. They're just doing normal movie thing where the POV jumps around, but it's mainly Supergirl.
Still feels
Yeah,
to me
she
like
is-
this is a misalignment from their inspiration being, in this case, True Grit or the specific interest.
Yes.
Like you have like, because I'm with Platoon on the fact that I was trying to figure out, I was like, that didn't sound good, but then I was like, but she keeps doing this, she keeps and they're doing this arc, aren't they, where she's like consumed almost by this one idea and it'll destroy her ultimately if she's not careful. So we got to have her like portray it that way. When Matty, right, from True Grit, a lot more
Yes.
well-rounded, a lot more layered, and borderline impressive writing-wise in terms of like what you learn about her as a person and how she's trying so hard to get what she wants in a world that's not quite used to someone like her doing that. This
Yes,
character
she's
feels
a
like
genuinely
it's,
excellent character.
this character feels like it's missing loads of layers to the point where I'm just sort of like distracted by, as Platoon said, it's just like, is that bad acting, or are you just not helping her out writing wise here? What's going on?
I mean, it's like a photocopy of a of a thing that was itself sort of it's inspired by, I suppose would be the better way of putting it. Like that story. And so this is kind of where you end up, and it's like it doesn't even really understand why she's acting the way that she is, but that's how she talks in a very stilted and very formal way. But yeah, she keeps doing the speech, and Kara interrupts, like, to seek revenge on some guy named Cream, right? So I'm gonna call, just so that you're not confused, she said it, so henceforth, Krem is now Cream. That's what we're gonna be calling him for the rest of the movie, because it's funny. So, Kara's not going to help her get revenge on Cream. She tells her to, she's not going to help before sitting down on the toilet and taking a piss. And
that was a bit weird.
You hear the sound of the piss hitting the toilet.
This is we've talked about this before. Near enough every character in fiction will poo. There's a reason why we don't see it very often. I don't know if they know about this. I don't know if anyone explained it to them. And I know that there's going to be people, creatives, who will say, like, yeah, but she's real. And it's like, why are you...
Real doesn't mean that
you
you
left
need
the door open.
Left the door open.
I don't need to see a pee, dude. I'm all right.
To the point that, like, she's startled that, because Ruthie is still in the ship while she's there taking a pee and wants to keep talking to her about it. And,
I mean, it might be worth saying, so often what you'll hear is some variant of, men are allowed to be messy all the time. And women should be allowed to be messy too. And so that's why it's okay. I mean, hey, doesn't Tony Stark take a piss in his suit in Iron Man 2? He does. That's technically true. But we also had all of Iron Man 1 and half of Iron Man 2 before he did that. You can earn moments where characters are degrading for a reason and messy for a reason. But if A, you've seen them before they were that, B, you've seen them why they're becoming that, and then C, you see them come out the other side of it much more clearly than you're going to in this movie. The problem is when you introduce a character in this way, who we're already not really predisposed to like, then it's not really directly comparable. Yes, loads of male heroes have been messy, but it's not really delivered like this.
To be clear, though, like, there's layers on that, right? Like, he's in that scene getting drunk as fuck because he's dying and he's going to lose everything. But also, he's doing it to try and impress the people there because he's enjoying his last moments being, like, seen as awesome. So he's like, how do you pee in the suit? Just like that. And you also don't see anything, like a toilet or him sitting down going, he's just being, It's just, that's an interesting comparison because it's like, I never thought about why that scene works in a film that I don't even really like that much versus this. But yeah, there's a big difference, It's like, I don't even...
There's another thing here is that, in the True Grit comparison, which my understanding is the comic is a bit more loyal to that, even if I think it's kind of a stupid idea to try to do True Grit with Supergirl. In this, Supergirl is the Rooster... Is it Cockburn character?
Cockburn, yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Jeff Bridges character in the
Coen
Brothers movie. At one point, there's a scene where Maddie in the Coen Brothers True Grit is trying to talk to him while he's like in an outhouse, but like you don't hear it. Like the door isn't open.
Like
They've made it
plop
more
sound.
messy. They've made it more messy in this movie than it is when it's like a drunk fat old man. So like the whole like, oh, men are allowed to be messy. It's like you made it more messy. You made it
I
worse.
just I don't think they intend for the audience to see her the way you see Cogburn when you first meet him.
I mean, kind of, but not really. They don't.
I don't think
not
they're
fully.
committing to that. Like, you know, even both portrayals, right? Like, this is a kind of a ruthless guy who's pretty selfish, in it for the money, doesn't believe in a lot of things fundamentally. He's gonna change his mind on a couple of things by being with this girl. It's like, yeah, that's Supergirl. It's like, yeah, but you want us to think she's awesome, like, pretty obviously. The whole, like, you know,
Yeah.
girls can be messy thing is supposed to be in favor of her, not that she might need some help and she's kind of gross.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's while all that's happening, which again it is funny, right? The Ruthie sees the super suit, the costume there, and that's also accompanied by piss, just like with Superman. It's kind of a funny connection, but that's relevant because that'll explain something later that isn't even that important really. But yeah, while leading Crypto out in the field to take a shit, Kara explains to Ruthie that she's not interested in helping her become a murderer. That's like the reason why she doesn't want to do it. You know, you don't need to be doing revenge. Revenge is bad. That's and it's like, okay, I guess we're establishing that as a thing that we're going to be running with.
How
And
about
then
justice?
well, we'll get to that.
We'll get to it.
So suddenly, Cream and his evil buddies, they're here. They're just here. It's like they've spawned here, and they effortlessly enter Kara's ship, and they're gonna steal it because their ship was destroyed. So they need a ship to get off world. And Crypto notices this and charges towards them. And Kara notices, but she can't run after because she got that spike in her leg, even though she wouldn't be able to outrun a dog anyway. So it's not even really that relevant. But yeah, Cream shoots Crypto with a dart, and he falls to the ground. And then they fly off in the ship as Kara desperately reassures the wounded dog that he will be okay. But all is not okay.
Several actual physical double takes while watching this part of the movie. It doesn't happen very often. The first
Again,
one was just like, wait, they're just fucking here? What?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
did it come from? Then the second
just
one
want
was,
to
oh, we're actually doing the shoot the dog trope, literally, not even figuratively. Shoot the dog, we're just going to do that, are we? It's fine, though, because we could just take him to a planet with the yellow sun, so I'm sure this isn't going to be a big part of the film.
Well, so
What a thought.
yeah. So they take Crypto to an alien nurse lady who exposits the stakes of the narrative for us. So Crypto has been poisoned and will succumb to said poison in 3 days unless Kara can retrieve the antidote, which Cream, my mistake, keeps on his person in a necklace. He has a little necklace where he carries the antidote. And
That's so
you see what we're
stupid.
doing here, see? She initially rejected the call to adventure, but now she accepts the call to adventure.
Right, John
all
Wick,
of this,
that's the other one. I almost forgot it earlier. But
yeah.
that's the other
Well,
one
yeah.
that
They stole her car effectively and killed her fucking dog. It is so Wick. That is pretty funny. But
Also,
yeah,
she says repeatedly, so 3 days, 72 hours. You're not on Earth. I don't know what that means in the context of this planet.
I think that's a funny thing to point out because I think Ruthie says something like
Moons, right?
three like
Races or something?
sunrises or 3 raises, and then it cuts away from Kara and she says 3 days. I think that was ADR.
I think she even says 72 hours at one point as well. So it is like
she
quite
might have said that, which
explicitly.
is stupid. Yeah, that means that planet just so happens to have the exact same, which it probably wouldn't. Not to get, I mean, just it probably wouldn't, of course. But yeah, but I also consider this to be. This feels like, as mentioned, the screenwriter for this has never written like a film like this before. I see this very much as something that would be written by the kind of person who puts a lot of stock in screenwriting advice books. Having it be a 3-day countdown sounds like something that somebody would get from one of those books. You need to have like a clear sort of, time frame for how long the characters have, like a ticking clock, that kind of thing. By comparison,
you can describe it as by way of trope, and the entire thing is constructed of cliche. You have a 3-day ticking clock to save the dog. That is the plot of Supergirl.
Yep.
It's one of the most tried and tested and ultimately boring things you can do.
Well, it's funny because again, when you compare it to the comic book takes place over like months. It's a while. There is no ticking clock for the dog because a ticking clock 3 days explicitly is just kind of a bit silly, isn't it? Really. And it presents problems because you mentioned it before, Platoon, but there is a line that says that moving crypto would accelerate the effects of the toxin, but you got a problem, movie, which is okay. So if you took crypto to a planet with a yellow sun, that would presumably fix this problem, right? Or at the very least, significantly delay it. It would give you a lot of time to work with. That, surely, even if moving is a risk, is a better prospect than having 3 days to track down a guy that you have no idea where he is. There's no leads. It's worth noting that. Like, Kara has 0 leads. She literally has no idea where they are or where they would have gone. So, what is your plan?
Is there a reason why she can't call Clark for help as well?
Yeah, I mean, he can fly. Well, I guess if he flew there and got to the yellow, I guess he'd die in space or something. But I mean, there must be Mr. Terrific's ship probably can go into space, right?
Well, I guess she would
Or
just need
Green
to
Lantern?
like. How long does it take her to get to Earth from here with her abilities,
Well, the problem is
capabilities?
that she can't fly from this planet. So
No,
that's
but I
the
mean-
problem is-
luckily the Yellow Sun planet is a short bus drive away, so it's not
Yeah.
even as
Well,
though
yes,
moving
that is something
crypto is
that's
going to be that dangerous.
probably worth talking about, which is that the film doesn't really put much stock in the idea that moving from planet to planet takes that much time at all. It seems
Yeah.
to be not instantaneous, but like pretty close to it. It's really quick. You figure that would be her port of call, or yeah, call Superman and say, hey, you call Hal Jordan an established figure in the DC universe if the trailers for Lanterns are to be believed. Can you call in a favor and help me out with this dog? I feel like it's worth it because the dog was somewhat instrumental in saving the world last time, right? I can call in
even
that favor, but no.
Nathan Fillion, right?
Yeah, Guy Gardner. Can you get him to help me out? I mean, that's got to be good PR. He
Element
saved the
Man,
dog that
just-
saved Metropolis.
Get someone to fly Element Man over, and he can create the sun again. It's
Yeah,
that
that's
easy.
right. Yeah, but no, we're not going to do that. She is going to track down Pirates and Cream in 3 days with 0 leads. That's her plan. Like, I want to reiterate, she has no idea where they are. No clue. No clue where they are, where they could have gone in all of space. Her plan is basically to hop on a bus and just kind of go someplace to see if she can, I don't even know, talk to anybody who is she going to talk to that has any information for her? You'll sort of see the film's solution of this problem soon enough. But yeah, she accepts the call to adventure and tearfully tells Crypto to cling to life as best as he can before saying, home is wherever you are, buddy. And it's like, well, if you believe that, then surely your arc is already kind of completed, right?
Well, like I said, if you want me to, because there's going to be many pieces to this, you want me to believe she's on a self-destruction path. She's desperate to go to a red sun just to feel more pain because of guilt and survivor's guilt, whatever the fuck. Like, okay, she's dragged her dog through all of it. It's kind of mean. And then, of course, and now it's had major repercussions. And it's making her be like, oh my god, yeah, I can't live without you. It's just like, I feel like you're not committing to this apparent journey that you are telling me she's on.
Oh, and I mean, the film will essentially rebuke this. Home is not wherever the dog is. There is a specific place that she should call home.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're meant to make of that, but yeah. I do find it amusing though. I am still thinking about it. It's like, yeah, 3 days. What happens if Krem decides he wants to go chill on a planet with a red sun for 4 days?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Like,
What
assuming
happens if
you even
he-
know exactly where he is, which you
What if he
don't.
just
You have
goes
no idea
home?
where he is.
To a planet with a green sun, then you're fucked.
Oh, no, that's, well... So, yeah, Ruthie insists, like, hey, we can help each other. You get the antidote and I'll get revenge. But Kara, again, refuses to help her and just tells her to stay with the dog. Even though she can't really do anything about that. She doesn't even really know who she is. So I don't know why you would trust her with your dog. But also, obviously, she's not going to stay with the dog, obviously. And so, while she's waiting at a space bus stop, Kara sets a 3-day countdown on a fancy Kryptonian watch. 3 days. She's got it in there just so that you can know. You got a visual reference. You need a visual reference. I'm sure that was in a screenwriting book that's terrible. And then she has a flashback to first finding Crypto on Argo City during a funeral procession. But we're not doing the flashback yet. We're just going to give you a tease of the flashback. But there's the dog. There's the fake dog. And so yeah, Kara boards a wacky space bus, which is filled with an assortment of mostly ugly and gross aliens.
I will say, there are
and
way more aliens in this than there have been in all of Disney Star Wars. And so
Yes,
it's
that
kind
is
of
pretty
wrong
funny.
and backwards. I don't mind that
Mhm.
they're including so many aliens in it. It would be nice if they were a bit more like different, I guess. But
And one of them
the
was like a good guy instead
yeah,
of them all
then
being
there's
bad
one
guys.
on the bus who's okay, right? It's the James
Yeah,
Gunn alien who has no
Yeah.
balls.
that's true. But yeah, I mean, it is funny that because yeah, I normally like my wacky aliens, but in this case, it's like, yep, there's a whole bunch of wacky aliens. None of them are important characters, and they're all gross. But yeah, there they are. They're all on the bus, and it's en route to Planet 2, I guess. And Kara sees that Ruthie has managed to get aboard the bus. I'm not really sure how exactly she wasn't aware that she was on the bus because it must have been traveling for some amount of time, I assume. But yeah, she managed to get on the bus and got herself in trouble with an alien that communicates via guttural screams. And so Kara gets out of her seat and screams at the screaming alien, which de-escalates the situation. Wow, look at that. Yeah. Good stuff. And then yeah, Ruthie sits down next to Kara and insists that they're friends, and then 2 seconds later the ship is attacked by space pirates.
It's just the camera just pans up and it's like,
Yep.
and now the aliens are
And
here.
now pirates. Yeah, now
Fuck's
space
sake.
pirates.
That was one of the most stand
But
out
what-
moments for me. I was just like,
Yeah.
why the
Yeah.
fuck is this happening now?
Again, it's worth noting, like, yeah, oh, Ruthie's on the bus. Okay, I'll help you out. Okay, and she's gonna sit down next to Kara, and then suddenly space pirates. Suddenly
And
space
wouldn't it
pirates
be
appear.
shockingly, almost unforgivably convenient if these space pirates happen to be the ones who can give them the information they need to go to the next place?
Yeah, no, that would be crazy. That
I don't
would
even
be
think they've
crazy.
ever
Wouldn't it
considered
al-
something like that when writing something like that. They would be like, well, yeah, of course, Act 1 is going to feed into Act 2. And you're like, what? No, that's not.
Would you believe it if this wasn't the only insane convenience that happens in this sequence? This is just the
Hey,
first one. Suddenly, space pirates appear that have specifically the information that the protagonist needs. But no, it's worth noting these are not the cool space pirates from like Metroid. These ones are cringy tech pirates, as Kara exposits to us. They teleport onto ships, and they use a spider robot to scan for valuable items among the passengers, and the passengers who don't hand over the stuff get zapped to death.
Well,
they steal the
zapped
petrol and
to a status that is not confirmed to be death, but might be. I don't think that they say it's death. The reason I was watching this thinking, I know these are not really the bad guys there, and I know that because they're all three of them are women, and it's really annoying when you can tell that in media because that takes a lot of the drama out of everything. That's why I assume it's not actually killing them when they use the zap thing, because these people are not actually antagonists. Or rather, no, sorry, they're antagonists. They're not villains.
Yeah, they're like sort of temporary, inconsequential inconsequential, except they make the whole plot happen basically by doing this. But yeah, that's them, and they're getting all this stuff, and they get to Kara and tell her to give them the Kryptonian watch. She obliges, but then the pirates want the sword, Ruthie's sword, the important family sword, and she refuses to let go of it. But Kara basically tells her like, no, let it go, just get rid of it. But in the process of handing it over, she steals a teleportation device from the pirate's belt. So that means we get to have an action scene now. And it's all just rather embarrassing, really. She stands up and she's like, "Oh, I'm pretty sure you're looking for this," and then she flips them off. And I assumed that they were expecting a laugh out of that, like, you, how cheeky you are."
She's so cool.
She's messy.
She sure is. But then, yeah, she reveals that she's actually stolen the teleportation device, and then there's a teleportation fight with punk rock music playing to accompany it.
Well,
Yeah.
Because she's a punk rocker. Yes, she is.
It's so like every other fight scene that I've ever seen. It's weird because it's got teleportation in it, and yet it still seems like every other fight scene that I've seen in the last 5 years. It's just,
Yeah.
I think the teleportation even makes it worse because there's maybe one or two moments where you can say like she is using it deliberately with some strategic thought in her head. So I'm sort of learning something about how she fights, but then she spends most of her time not really knowing how it works, and so the whole thing is
Yeah,
supposed to be
which,
chaotic. So you don't really learn anything about her except that she's really lucky.
Which, yeah, incredibly lucky, because it does seem like she doesn't know how to use it, which is like, oh, damn, lucky you're not teleporting yourself into space where you would presently die, because you don't have any powers right now. So, like, if you teleported yourself to space accidentally, which seems entirely possible, it's not very big bus, you'd be dead. Also, again, teleportation makes, it's like, so is this killing you, or what's the deal? Or how does this teleportation works? Is it deleting you and then placing a copy of you somewhere else, or any thought given to this? Nah, it's all good. You're just teleporting. And yeah, they have like a one take where they keep teleporting around the bus, and they think it's cool. And all I can help thinking is, so what? Can you teleport yourself through like a chair or a person? Because she does teleport herself like behind a fat alien, and does make you wonder. Like, surely it would be entirely possible to teleport yourself like through a physical object.
Yeah, you
But
think so?
nah, doesn't work like that. But look at her go. She eventually loses though, and
Damn it.
and then she gets put in a she gets like put in the airlock. The bus the airlock. She gets chucked in there, and the pirates keep doing their stuff. But Kara asks the bus driver how close they are to a yellow sun, and very fortunately for her, the yellow sun is super close.
Yep.
Super close.
But
So
not close
but
enough.
but not, which doesn't
Temporarily.
even really make sense to me, because
Yep.
like, how would it work, right? Like, if you're in the solar system, even if you're in Neptune, like, there's a yellow sun there, and that's the closest sun to you. Would it power you up there? Do you get more powerful if you get like on Mercury versus Venus versus Earth? Like,
Well,
if the
there's a
yellow
potentially
sun
more
is
there is a potentially more damaging implication because of what happens, like the way she actually the sun is basically just across the horizon in this planet.
Yeah.
So it's in they're not even like the other end of a solar system. It is just behind a
It is.
planet, but it's not affecting her. So she thinks they're not close enough. Now, one thing everybody basically understands about most planets is that the sun kind of day is a thing. The sun will naturally bridge the horizon of its own accord in due course. You just have to wait for it. You getting like 5 centimeters closer isn't going to speed up that process. So the entire thing of her trying to manufacture a way to get closer to it makes no sense. She doesn't need to. But the potentially damaging implication is that if we're now establishing that her powers require direct line of sight to the sun, then does that mean that she loses powers at nighttime?
night, exactly, which that's not the way it works. That can't be the way it works. You don't want that to be the way that it works,
No.
but the film kind of consistently reinforces the direct sunlight angle in a certain sense, that like every time the direct sunlight is the thing that super helps, which is funny to, because in Superman, the big thing that helps is like concentrating it significantly, right at the beginning when he needs to get a big blast of it. But no, we're not dealing with that here. It doesn't really make sense. On the one hand, it's insanely convenient that you're close enough that the film says you are going to get superpowered, like fully ready to go from this, but at the same time, it's inaccessible to you somehow, even though you're in space and there's light in the bus. And some of that light seems to be like coming from outside, but it's not having any effect on you because you're behind the planet. Pretty stupid, but very convenient. And so she gets into a spacesuit, but the pirates notice what she's doing, and she's prematurely ejected into space without a helmet. And she's dying. But mere moments before it looks like she's about to die, the yellow sun comes into view.
That's
And
crazy.
she's
Who'd
all
have
good
thought?
now.
I just want to
She's
say
all
that
good.
they, of all the things to like spend a lot of time on, I mean, and it's not a lot of time, but they chop and edit so many things into oblivion in this movie, but they really milk the like, oh, is she going to be dead here? It's like, it's 20 minutes into the movie.
Yeah,
Like, you can't do this yet.
it's
I mean,
pretty
you
silly.
can barely do it later in the movie, but this early in the movie, it's like, oh my God, is she going to die out in space? It's like, just hurry it up, please.
No, it's all good. Yeah, and nope, she gets super powered up, and then I don't really understand exactly what's happening, but like there's a bunch of the spider things on the ship, like on the outside of the ship. I assume it's like about to sabotage that bus significantly, or maybe even destroy it. But she gets there just in time. She starts ripping off them spiders. She's saving the bus full of people. But the pirates, they blast her with a laser. They see that she's flying towards the yellow sun. She got to get closer to it to get even more powers. And then she gets there, and then she moves super fucking quick out of the path of like 2 lasers, which is not something that you should show. Like she's moving super fast, like ridiculously fast, kind of like Flash level fast. Which again, you don't want to show that because there are lots of other times in the movies where she is a lot slower than this.
Yep.
So I don't really know like how that works, but yep, dodges out of the way and destroys the ship. Look at that. Wow, she did it. She stopped them cringy tech pirates.
Yay.
What a
I'm
riveting
invested in her.
sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was so cool. Look at that. Look at how cool she was destroying that ship. But yeah, that's it. Beat the tech pirates and captures them. And so the bus lands on planet 2, or on planet 2, which has a yellow sun. And they go into a shop where there's a little goober that's shitting out popcorn. And she decides that she wants to
Sorry
have
to
that.
spoil that so early,
Yeah.
Fringy. I know you were going to build up to that.
It's a highlight of the film.
Like
I just
again,
wanna-
to be clear, there's a little critter that shits out like popcorn, and she gets a bucket full of that. She decides she wants to have that.
Well, she's a messy
And at
girl,
one point,
man.
she takes a bite and says, "This tastes like shit."
Yeah,
It's so funny. It's
Mhm.
so witty. I love it.
Well, because
Yeah,
it's like
very
an
funny.
alien sort of place, so you'd expect there's gonna be alien things. Like you'd eat shit. Like that's an alien sort of concept. I don't know if you guys get it. It's like weird and different because it's alien. Like eating shit.
Mhm.
It's funny because it's gross. I think it's a real missed opportunity that this movie basically does nothing with the time that she spends without powers, in that like she's not vulnerable even during those times, really.
No,
Like
not really.
what an insane missed opportunity there to tell a story. You know,
Yeah.
because she's like Superman in many ways, and that she's close to invincible, all things considered. And the only times we see her without any powers specifically because of the red sun, where she's becomes a normal person again. She's just really cool and not really concerned about her life or vulnerability anyway. So that's awesome. We're not
I
going
mean,
to do
Which is
anything
kind of
with
funny
that.
compared to in Superman, where Superman is like getting his ass kicked constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other
Getting
side of the
really
problem.
hurt. Yeah, like he's not very invincible at all. He gets really fucked
Well,
up.
and,
throughout
compare the
movie.
inspiration again too. Rooster Cogburn is questioned throughout the film: is he the man that he's purported to be by several people who would have recommended him? Does he have one, like the spine and integrity to complete the job, but two, the skill? And of course,
Yeah,
by the end of the
'cause he's
movie, it's
old and
like
fat
he
now.
absolutely
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
does. He's still got it.
Whereas in
This
case,
film, I mean,
she's in her
like,
prime.
well, yeah, this is the thing. It's like, oh, is she the girl of supers? Can she do this? And you're like, well, yeah, she's got the yellow sun. That's all
Yeah,
she needs.
she's actually like one of the most powerful
Yeah.
agents in this universe. There's no question. It's even a point that Ruthie points out that she's insanely competent. You know, for helping on this revenge quest. So yeah, strange choice that. But
Now we're
yeah,
gonna go
then
to a planet with the yellow sun, so we get to see what she's like when she's even more invincible. It's like great, thanks.
mhm. Even though you
Can't wait.
showed her in the vacuum of space defeating a giant spaceship
Yeah,
and moving incredibly fast and being super strong, her laser was strong enough to overpower a spaceship laser. Yeah. But and then this prompts Kara to exposit how her powers work: red sun, yellow sun, all that shit. Even though we've already heard that in Superman and we've already seen it in this movie, so you don't need to explain it again. But it's not even that complicated. But yeah, she's gonna help her on this quest. And then Kara asks the bus driver if he knows where Cream is, and the bus driver says the cringy tech pirates probably do. And as mentioned before, they do. This is incredibly lucky. She had nothing. She had no leads. She had no idea where to go before this. So them showing up, which is meant to be an inconvenience, is basically the only reason the rest of the movie can even happen, because they do have the information that she needs. So that's crazy, man. In all of space. Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, she eats popcorn, tastes like shit, spits it out, and then she threatens to cripple the pirates, turn them into Joe Swanson from Family Guy unless they talk. And then the pirates tell Kara that Cream is on planet 3 before expositing the planet is dying, not dead. The atomic wars brought destruction. half the population is gone and the remaining resources have drawn thin. This is dialogue from the movie.
It's like,
I thought he said,
okay.
I thought the line was more confusing. I thought the line was the remaining resources have drawn people in, the worst sorts of people, the brigands.
Oh,
I may have misheard that, but
no, you might be right. Yeah, that.
I mean, your version's better because your version makes way more sense. The remaining resources
Well-
are drawn thin and kind of explains the planet you go on to see. The reason it stuck out to me is like, oh, so wait, the planet's been basically annihilated in an atomic war, and it
that's
has
what
loads
makes
of
the brigands
resources
up
that
there.
make it heavily populated. Therefore, it's dying.
Yeah, no, that's it's kind of a good point because yes, the point is that the pirates, you know, the brigands and Cream, they do want to go there. There is something that they want there. And the space pirate explains. Well, yeah, so this is what the evil guys are up to basically. Cream and the brigands are on Planet 3 scavenging for girls, which he intends to use to help brood and perpetuate an all-male brigand race. I think it's worth sticking on this for a bit. Kara's reaction to this information is bizarrely understated, given that it is incredibly grim. You know, they're using words that kind of almost obfuscate what's happening here. It's like Cream is a sex trafficker. That's what he is.
Well,
Yeah, he's
and
And a rapist.
presumably he disposes of them once done if it's all male. So he's like
Well,
rape
if it's going to
Hitler.
be an all-male race, and also that means that if the babies are born and they're boys or they're girls, they die. So the point being made here is Cream is like insanely evil, and what he's doing is horrendous. This should completely change the stakes of the story. In the sense that any personal vendetta that Kara or Ruthie have, it kind of doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
Now
he's an
you
existential
transition
threat.
to a different thing, which is you need to stop him before he keeps doing more insanely evil things like what he's doing. The reason why I want you to keep this in mind as we progress is that I don't think that the film like treats it like he is what he is. And like his plan is what he is. They're like, yeah, no, he's kidnapping girls to make them brides. It's like, yeah, okay, change the words around so that, you know, the characters and everybody is realizing like what he's doing. He's Space Epstein, like is what Cream is, and it's not. I don't
And
think
it
that the
doesn't
film
change the
treats
tone
it.
of the movie.
It,
No.
yeah, it doesn't change it. This is still we're doing the punk rocker, haha, we're having fun, isn't she cool movie, rather than like what it actually is. Just keep that in mind as we progress, because this as a revelation, it should change things. Before you had the personal motive for revenge with the dog and the family, but now it's changed to like, well, the brigands need to be stopped in and of it, like in and of itself, they need to be stopped.
Just
keep
to
it in
be
mind
clear,
as we
I
progress.
don't even think it captures it fully as Space Epstein. Like that he does a little bit
Considerably
more
worse.
than that, even
A
more like
lot
evil.
more than
Well,
that,
that's why I was
even.
calling him Rape Hitler. That's like closer, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I think
because
it is.
that's
I think it is.
Jor-El is rape Hitler, so you know we have to be careful about reusing that title.
You need to be sure of like the specific one. But
Rape
yeah,
Ava
like
Braun? I don't know.
For me,
Rape
So-
Hitler.
comic, like
Yeah.
is Cream rape Hitler in the comic?
In the comic, like the way that it works is that he's like not really part of the brigands, but he becomes a part of them because they are like a sadistic pirate group, and they'll go on like genocide planets and stuff. They're like super evil. But the thing is that he's kind of like, I'd almost say that the character, he's somewhat hapless in the comic book. Like he's a terrible person. He's a piece of shit. But like it's almost like he's sort of a roaming bastard, basically, who will sort of just link in with a group that as evil just so that he can like survive and continue. You know, like a sadist, kind of. But
Dude.
yeah, this
Or like
this
True Grit,
plot with
actually.
the abduction. Well, yeah, I'd say that the influence of True Grit is more apparent in the comic book, even for whatever problems can be had with like power scaling and all that sort of stuff and changes, than in this movie. But yeah, the kidnapping, the brides and the rape and stuff, that's not. I think understandably that they decided they didn't want to do that in the comic. Because it kind of changes the tone in a way that means that you can't really present as like a fun summer blockbuster,
Yeah.
you know?
What people in chat have to say Ray Pitler because there's no way YouTube's gonna let them type out.
So yeah, they've learned that. And so Kara returns to the shop to grab a spacesuit for Ruthie so they can fly through space safely. Which, by the way, I would say surely at this point it's like, oh, you can't come anymore along on this adventure, Ruthie. Like already it was pretty dangerous, but like you're specifically in peril, uniquely in peril. You probably shouldn't be a part of this anymore. But no, she's actually finding a way to make sure that she can remain a part of it, getting a spacesuit so that they can fly through space and she'll be fine. So that's what they do. Get a spacesuit, and they go to Planet 3, which orbits a yellow sun. And they're in a city that's a big old wasteland, because this is the planet that's been destroyed. And this is the conversation that's had that was mentioned before, where Ruthie asks Kara, you know, anybody on Earth, they have powers? And she says it's just her and Clark, who's known as Superman. But because Kara isn't much younger than Clark, Ruthie wonders aloud why he's called Superman and she's called Supergirl. Ha ha ha. Ooh, haha.
Well,
It's just
very
tired.
what's your answer, movie? Huh? You give him a little nudge. You're like, go
Yeah.
on, answer the question then.
It's
Do it.
funny
See what you got.
the movie, it cuts away even before the joke finishes because it has nowhere to go with it. So it's like, why aren't you called Super? Anyway, next scene. So what were you? If you're making a point, have the courage to make a point. If you're telling a joke, let the joke land. But don't introduce it halfway. You're just giving the audience blue balls one way or another.
Yeah, and also don't use it as your marketing for the movie then. Don't have your movie called Supergirl. Call it Kara Zor-El and see how well you do. You probably won't do that much worse than you're doing right now.
Call it Woman of Tomorrow. Go on, do it.
That's right, yeah. Do it. Do it! Anyway, so the two of them enter the first bar they come across. It's filled with evil aliens, and they all stop what they're doing to look at them. And an evil, bug-eyed alien sits down at the table and tells Kara to surrender Ruthie to him in exchange for her life. And in response, Kara asks the bug-eyed guy if he knows anything about the brigands. And he does. He does know stuff, but it's got to cost her. And so it's wagered on an arm wrestle, you know? If Alien Man wins, then he can take both of them. But if she wins, she can get the information. And he agrees, but he's shoved aside by a much bigger alien guy. And so Kara breaks his arm, which prompts all of them to aim their guns at her.
It's the Fly.
Breaks his arm. That's right. Well, yeah.
And it's extremely stupid because it doesn't the justification for this is like, well, she's in a rush, she's impatient, she overstepped there. I'm just sort of like, this to me is as stupid as you got 3 keys to put into a door and turn them slowly. Just make sure you turn. And she broke off the key and was like, "Sorry, and it's like, dude, what are you doing?"
Yeah,
this was the easy win.
Well, I mean, again, you could have won and then get the information that you wagered for, but instead you draw all this attention and they all point guns at her, and then she does kind of like a discount before we get started. Does anybody want to get out moment?
Yeah,
it's really lame. Like, anybody want to leave?
It's what Cap was saying, right? It's like, if the scene, we know she auto wins, it's like, why am I even here?
Yep. And
it's like, no, it's a red zone. There's a limited power. You're like, no, not really, is it?
No,
the way to inject the drama into the scene is that obviously Ruthie is still there as well. And so before the fight starts, she tells Ruthie to go and basically sit in a corner. Now, having seen the rest of the movie up until this point, I know she's the most valuable resource to everybody on this entire planet. So you can inject some kind of small drama into the fight scene, I suppose, if you have Supergirl has to fight these people off generally, but also fight to stop one of them like grabbing Ruthie and making off with her. Making out with her is not the word I was looking for there, but never mind. That you can do that, and then that would actually give you some kind of tension. But she just sits in the corner and everybody ignores her.
No, we haven't done that yet. We haven't done that reveal yet, so we can't do that yet. That'd be too early. That'd be like a spoiler for the thing that we're going to do for the Act 2 low point.
But we have done that thing because they've told us already exactly what the stakes are.
I know they have, but the characters don't almost recognize it yet, even though the bug-eyed alien basically said, like, that's kind of what he wants to do is kidnap her, basically, and trade her to the brigands. But no, I mean, it's exactly what was said. She's basically irrelevant. She gets told to sit in the corner, and then Kara flips a table that, like, shields her while in the background she's completely decimating all of these aliens while jazz music plays because this movie's boring and
It
makes
is,
boring
like,
creative choices.
when it started, I did have like a flashback of, I remember when I first saw Guardians of the Galaxy and some of those scenes with music playing and there's this wacky fun with these crazy characters, and it's just like, we need to move on, man. Someone else needs to do something else.
I know that in a super chat catch up, there was a question that was along the lines of what one thing would you change to, like, you know, sort of try and improve the quality of like anime almost across the board. And I think I said something like ban them from having an internal monologue for exposition as sort of a shorthand. Now, you know, it'd be like, oh wow, that's a bit. And it's like, you know, well, here's what I would say for Western movies. I think we need to ban the use across the board of weirdly upbeat music for action scenes. I'm tired of it. So many things do this where they're like, there's crazy action happening, but we're playing like an upbeat song or we're playing like jazz music. You wouldn't exactly expect that because that doesn't really match the tone of what's happening here. I'm so over it.
Yeah, like the whole idea that it was had once upon a time being this almost intuitively doesn't fit, but have a look, it kind of does. And now it's like, that's all that fits. Why don't you try something that conventionally fits? Yeah. Maybe that'll surprise people at this point.
Well, you know, and I mean, part of it is, you know, I don't really like punk rock as a genre, and I think it's lame when people say that they're punk rock or say that something is punk rock. I think that's embarrassing. It's like when what's his name, like, conservatism is the new punk rock. It's like, that's embarrassing. You shouldn't say that. And in the same vein, like with Superman, right? Of like, oh, you know, maybe that's the new punk rock. It's lame. Calling yourself punk rock is incredibly lame. And what makes it even lamer is, again, it's not a genre that I'm even that interested in, like, as a thing. So maybe we need to be sort of getting rid of that as well as like a this weird fixation. Yeah, man, punk rock's so cool, and we're gonna have punk rock in our movie, and it means that we're super cool. It's like, dude, it's just. I'm pretty tired of it. I mean, it's all like to ban a lot of
an aesthetic of rebellion, despite being, you know, this studio with this amount of money.
And again, I don't know. It feels again appropriate with Mr. Gillespie and James Gunn. They are both Gen X again, which punk rock is very much a Gen X thing. This aesthetic that at this point is very lame. It's become lame now because of all of this in these movies. It's just embarrassing. And yeah, I think that maybe a good shortcut to fixing a lot of these movies is to essentially prevent people. No. Is to prevent them from using pop music.
Listen, Cap, that's the long-term plan.
You have to use you're only allowed to use score music. You're not allowed to use pop music or any of this. You're not allowed to use 70s music or 90s music or anything like that. You have to use a score. Don't rely on songs.
Something else
that you know,
the hits with certainly I noticed it with this film, but also like it popped up in Stranger Things and just loads of high budget modern stuff. If you've got your action scene on the way, it's like a oneer is now just guaranteed. Like you have to.
Yeah, exactly. This movie has a couple of oneers. Yeah,
it's just like those choices with music. Yeah. It's actually mind numbing because it's never for a creative reason. It is because that is what you do. That is what you do when
everybody
you make these
said
scenes.
That it was impressive in Children of Men when it had those incredibly complicated one take scenes that were actually shot in one take rather than terribly stitched together. That had a shit ton of moving parts that were trying to ground you in a certain perspective.
In Stranger Things, the behind the scenes where they were like, yeah, don't worry, there'll be a thing there, and we'll just put stuff there. It's like, oh, did that work? It's like, it's just it's all one take.
A lot of the time. Send something running in front of the camera so that you can stitch it together, as opposed to actually doing it in one take, because that would be too hard. And it's like, yeah, but the whole point of praising it is that it's complicated and tough.
DNA of what you were talking about, right? It's like, I am absolutely not anti-oneers. They are awesome, but you know,
I'm not anti-pop music or discordant, you know, like music that doesn't actually match
like CG
the tone,
versus practical. It's like, it's not none of these things are problems. It's when they are executed well or
I think the
shitty.
way that I put it is almost like you need to earn director points before you're allowed to use it. You need to earn writer points before this is something that you're allowed to do.
Use any of these things because you had the idea to use it in that moment, not because it's in the fucking book of things you do.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the best expression of what you're trying to do, and are you capable of pulling it off? It's just, isn't there? There's a one in Echo, right? It's when she fights Daredevil, and they led with that. They were so proud of it. They released it on social media to say, "Hey, this show is definitely worth watching. Look, it's got a Wanna in it." It's like, yeah, but that fight scene's incredibly flat and boring. It actually wasn't the best use of the device. Like, that technique ensured that you were limited in what you could do in that fight scene. You made the fight scene worse. So just doing things because it's difficult or it has a reputation is not what any technique's supposed to be for. Is it the best way of conveying your idea or not? That's what you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing to consider and keep in mind is if things become really oversaturated, if certain techniques and stylistic devices become really oversaturated, even if it is the perfect thing for your movie, just know that you have to like climb an uphill battle against a general sort of distaste for, or, you know, the fact that people are sick of them. You know, you just have to keep that in mind.
Exactly. It's kind of like it's almost like now, like if you want to do, it feels like adjacent to that, if you want to do a deconstruction of a hero, that's going to be a tough prospect at this point because a lot of people are just sick of that. Of course, you could do an excellent job, but you do have that uphill battle that people aren't in the mood for it. Conversely, you don't even need to do a particularly good job of just having like a normal archetypal good guy. I mean, case in point, fucking Superman is a terrible movie, but like because he's an archetypal good guy hero man, that in and of itself earned the film massive points just because that is what he is in that movie. Regardless of the fact that it's written poorly. You know, you got to be aware of your time and place as a bit of media. I mean, you have to. I mean, that's something that's relevant to art. But no jazz music for a fight that's happening in the background. Wow, amazing, good stuff.
It's worth saying that the use of music in this movie is like really incoherent in terms of like having a consistent style. You know, Guardians of the Galaxy had a very consistent musical style across. It pulled from a specific era and a specific genre or two of music. And this, man, we have some choices that just don't even fit together. Could you imagine someone buying the soundtrack to this movie?
Well, I look forward when we get to the iconic one, but
I mean, that's a funny story in and of itself, because I'm pretty sure that the person who did the music for this was the third hire, and was very recently brought on, which I think explains a lot about the actual score music itself. That it leaves no impression or impact at all.
Oh, I didn't even mean the score. I just mean like imagine someone buying like, a vinyl of like all the pop songs used in this movie, like you might for like Reservoir Dogs or Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like no one would ever do that.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean,
you think there are no super fans of Supergirl out there? Not one? What about that guy, Joe Russo? He's a super fan.
I apologize on behalf of all men.
I'm just reminded. So Ramin, oh my god, why am I pronouncing
Ramin
it? Game of Thrones guy. Yeah, he was going to be composing it, but then he got replaced by Junkie XL, and then he got replaced by Claudius San, who doesn't have a Wikipedia article.
He should never be replaced. If you get him for a project, commit. What the fuck are you doing? Like, why would you replace him?
Yeah, and that was in March is when she came on. So 3 months turnaround for the soundtrack. Probably explains a bit.
That's why it was so impactful.
Yeah. So the fighting ends, and Ruthie points out that breaking the guy's arm was stupid. And Kara half-heartedly apologizes, like she's not got much patience because of the dying dog. So, which, like I said, it doesn't get out of control.
Doesn't really work for me. It's like that. So you've made it so that you're less likely to get the dog. So what does that? That doesn't make any sense.
And she didn't seem impatient. She seemed like she was having fun.
Yeah, she wanted to have fun beating these guys up.
It's just a bullshit intuitive thing for a writer, right? It's like, how does she screw this up? It's like, well, she actually goes too far because she's so into getting the dog. And it's like, to get the dog here, she has to put in minimal effort. If she puts in more, she will not get the dog. It doesn't make any sense to have her, like, break his fucking arm. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
All you do is just have them fucking embarrassed, right? The alien from losing, and then he goes to swing at her or something.
They wanted that for the trailer. They wanted it's not going to end well for you guys. Haha. They put that in the trailer. They thought that was a great joke. I don't know why. It's funny. Once all of this is done, we'll have to recap like what happens throughout all this sequence, because it's kind of insane when you actually think of it. Because that's done. We've done that part. So now we move into the next part. There's these two barkeepers. They introduce themselves to Kara, and she asks if they know anything about the brigands. And this prompts Lobo's here. He's just been here this whole time.
Hey, Lobo.
And he loudly reveals his presence with this. And he passes the table with Kara and Ruthie. And while that's happening, Kara exposits that Lobo is an immortal with a god complex who killed off his entire planet. Thank you for
There
that
you go.
information. Very helpful.
Well, because you wouldn't get that from anything else in the film. He's barely a character. He's Jason Momoa doing a variation on himself again. There's nothing in the movie that would otherwise tell you that this is his backstory or what he's done. He's not even especially... You're putting him in a movie up against a guy who's played like a clown, but whose whole motive is to go and kidnap girls and use them as sex slaves. He's not going to out-villain them or even, like, he's just not significant. He just is there.
Yep.
He doesn't really belong in this movie. He doesn't belong anywhere. He's just...
Well, I mean, this feels like a clear example because, like, in this scene, he accomplishes nothing. He reveals himself. He goes to the bartenders. He's looking for some other brigand. And then Ruthie goes up to talk to him to ask, gives the same speech. And then Lobo picks her up, prepares to disembowel her with his knife. And then Kara jumps in, pretending to be like a ditzy, just regular person from Earth. And then Lobo's like, okay, I'm going to leave. I'm not really interested in this. I'm going to leave. What was the point of that? Lobo shows up. Hey, you know where the guy is that I'm looking for? Okay, I'm leaving. Like that's
actually,
it.
It's kind of weird too when you consider the archetypes. Like, wait, should Lobo be Cogburn at this point? Like, why are we made Supergirl?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think as I understand it in the comic book, initially the plan was that he was going to be in it, and I presume the point would be that he would be Cogburn. But yeah, no, I'm not. But he isn't in the comic, so it's like it's almost backwards. Like, well, he wasn't in it, but he was maybe going to be in it. But we can put him in this movie. Here he is. Hey, do you know where the guy is I'm looking for? Oh, you don't even get to answer me because this girl interrupts, and then this other girl interrupts, and then I'm just going to leave. And that's him gone for a little bit. He'll show up later.
Because they never actually become a trio. That never happens in this movie.
No.
Which, again, with the influence, you're like, what are you doing? Which I don't know why they didn't. Why not? It would have...
I mean, you might as well. And then it gives you more justification to include him even more in the marketing. Because here... his presence in all of the press tour and everything, it's a bit weird because he's not actually in it. He's in it enough, but he's not in it that much. Like 15 minutes.
I definitely wanted more just because my eyes weren't glazing over when he was on screen slightly. I guess there's that.
I guess this is a noteworthy difference because things do happen in a certain way when he does show up in other instances. He creates chaos for the whole sort of for like the stakes to actually get a little bit more real in every scene that he gets involved in from an action scene, which is very funny to me for a character that is in a sense also completely pointless. So yeah, Lobo leaves, and then the bartenders they immediately invite Kara and Ruthie to wait at their house while they go find their friend who knows about the brigands. And of course you're like, well, that's very suspicious, just on its face. But this is not something that Kara seems to notice or care about. And so to recap, this is the bar, okay? So they land on this planet. They go to the first bar that they find in this planet. They go there. Do you know where the brigands are? I'll arm wrestle you. Cool. Oh, broke your arm. We'll have a fight. The bartenders, do you know where the brigands are? Lobo shows up. Do you know where the brigands are? Okay, I'm gonna leave now. And then the bartenders, yeah, we know a guy who knows where the brigands are. Come to our house. What is this as a sequence?
It's this longer, slower, and less efficient version of Mando showing up on Shikari and meeting Martin Scorsese and saying, "Do you know where Rose of the Hutt is?" And he says, "Yeah, he's on that picture." It's like it accomplishes much the same thing. Just takes longer to do it. It's slightly more objectionable, and then of course it adds the additional element, which is it shouldn't fucking work because, as you say, this should be extremely suspicious. And hey, remember when she said the reason she did the arm wrestle and broke the guy's arm is because she's impatient and trying to save her dog? That obviously means that if the bartender people say, you should have a rest because you look tired, she's going to say no. She's not going to agree to that because she's in a rush. We've been told this already. So, oh no, she's taking a rest. Okay, we have to have some backstory now.
Well, yeah, that is what it is. This we have entered backstory portion of the movie. They're sitting there waiting in this incredibly suspicious circumstance, and Ruthie asks Kara about Clark, whom she describes as a nerd who is very much unlike her. She says, "He sees the good in everybody, and I see the truth."
Here
A
we
line
go.
that a lot of people on Twitter have praised, even though it is incompatible with that other movie that they praised for its morals.
Yeah, if Clark's got the top tier clear view that everyone loves and aspires to, then enjoying her commentary, which is that he's wrong, doesn't really
Doesn't
match
make
up very
sense.
well.
Yeah,
And
she
her
does
basic
continue.
point. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I think you're about to elaborate, so you go first.
Oh, well, yeah. So she says, Clark's not naive, but he does have a strong heart, despite being older than her. She says there are just some things that he never had to go through, so his heart is light, unlike mine or yours. Though she stops
Yeah.
herself too late on that one, which is pretty funny.
Basically, her point is he's too privileged to
100%. I got
Yeah.
flashbacks to She-Hulk. It's like, yeah, we've both been through pain, but mine's more than yours. It's like, okay, I don't even know
it's
why
not-
you needed to bring this up, though.
No, it's not as egregious as that in the sense that obviously
No, it's
we've
not as
seen.
egregious, no.
You could just do all of the clips of Bruce say, "I put the bullet in my mouth," and the other guy spat it out. This one, that you can still make an argument that she is correct in that one, and the movie is going to try and do that. Yeah, I think it's also not helped by the fact that the Superman movie kind of the biggest worst thing that really happens to Clark is he realizes that his true dad was Rape Hitler, and that's kind of bad.
I'm not
I
one
don't
to
know
go
if
to
I
bat
agree
for
with that.
Superman, but he does have like a best friend, quote unquote, executed in front of him. He gets brutalized throughout the whole film.
I just refuse to accept
No,
that
I
A happened,
know.
or B that is his
What
best
I'm-
friend. It's just a random guy.
Okay, the guy clearly said, you ate some of my food
I suppose
at
the
some
point
point.
that
So
Noel is making is that in the best of all interpretations of these worlds, you're not meant to conclude that Clark didn't suffer anything in that movie. You're meant to conclude he actually went through a lot.
You don't need this in the script. Why even bring up this conversation? Why make it a fucking competition? It's like, but Clark
for who has the most trauma.
Clark sees the better things because his heart is just so big and young because he hasn't experienced the troubles that I have. He hasn't gone through what I just like. You had to go there. Why
Yeah,
did you go
because I
there?
mean, what if Clark decided? Couldn't I make a case for myself? You at least got to experience like the Kryptonian world. I got nothing. I have no idea. That is the only link I have to that is through an evil dad. That is like all he has. Jor-El and is his connection, and Jor-El is a piece of shit.
She also just
So he could make a case that way.
Very much at this point, because I assume it's about to change, but she at this point barely knows anything about him. Like she doesn't care about him.
What we will learn is that she has only known him at maximum 3 years, presumably a lot less than that. When she meets him, he's already Superman, which remember that was 3 years before that movie set. He's got the Fortress of Solitude. Like it seems like she's probably not actually spent that much time like on Earth with Clark at all. Like she probably doesn't even really know him.
But
Not really.
and it just follows this theme of it's annoying for me because I don't even like this Superman, but I just don't like him getting pissed on, literally and figuratively, all the time. It's annoying.
Yeah. No, it's a bit awkward because but that's what we're doing.
It's what you'd almost need. And again, go back to the idea that this would have been way better as an actual origin story, I think, than as the movie we got. If you had the origin story in which you showed her experiences, and it was way better than the version we actually get, and longer than the section that's coming up in this film, then in a subsequent movie, it's not her movie or his movie. It's a movie where they are both kind of central billing. Then you have the time for that argument to come out. Like, how much of this from her is jealousy? How much of it is her, like, she doesn't understand his own particular life? How much of it is, as you say, like, at least she got a chance to know her family that he never did? You have a chance for them to have the argument and to find that sort of compromise position at the end. The problem is that it does feel a bit like bitching about him in a way that he can't defend himself when it's separated out so much. I mean, I think this next bit is the strongest bit in this entire film, and I like it as an idea for her character that does differentiate her and her worldview from him. She needs more of that. But the problem, as you say, is that it is pissing on Superman again, and it's pissing on it in a way that can't actually really be redressed by this film. You need them to have a conversation about it in order for this thing to really work.
Well, I think fundamentally she doesn't behave in any way like she would given her backstory and her situation and everything that's happened to her. This is basically not really commentary from a character who's gone through what she's gone through. This is just sort of like a kind of annoying feminist impulse on the part of the writers. Like that's what it really comes across as. Same with the like, oh well, why does he get to be called Superman and you're Supergirl? Like none of those things really feel like what the characters ought to say given who they are as people. It's just kind of it's a meta comment.
I see
really
what like
seems
because
to
it combine the rape Hitler with her backstory. This film doesn't feel representative of that at all. Like what we're dealing with all the time. It's like there should be way more in depth. It's how I felt about the character by the time we hit the end of the film. I was like, I'm supposed to believe she's like barely even sees a reason to live. Like she's lost everything, the survivor's guilt shit. But simultaneously, the tone just doesn't match that. Not just for the film, but for her. Like the way she behaves and the attitude, commentary. It's just what Cap said. I didn't feel it.
Does she feel like she was raised in an alien civilization,
No.
or does she feel like a generic, like kind of brooding, depressed Earth?
Well, I mean, she seems like she comes from Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so this is the general problem I have with the entire movie is that she doesn't feel like the person she would actually be given what
think of,
happens to her in this movie and her backstory.
How Jor-El like comports himself in the Reeves movies, right? Like any sense that there's a Kryptonian identity for her that we get more than we get with Clark is like no. In fact, it feels like there's less, if anything.
I agree.
Yeah. But hey, we're going to Krypton now because Ruthie asks what Earth is like, and Kara admits she's from Krypton and says Krypton didn't die in a day. The gods are not that kind. So it's flashback time.
Yay.
We're jumping like 30 years into the past. So Kara exposits that her father, Zor-El, and his brother, Jor-El, Bradley Cooper, warned the council that Krypton's core was unstable, but they didn't listen. We didn't listen. And so,
yeah. How much of this is literally because I was immediately not having that. There's a few bits about this backstory that are just like, no, I don't believe you. So you're telling me that a super hyper advanced, and as we find out, spacefaring civilization has no ability just to scan the center of its own planet, doesn't know that kryptonite's under there, has never even found it before, but then they can turn a city into a spaceship. I don't buy it.
There's all kinds of iteration problems with this. I don't know how much of it comes from the comics or not, but if you remember in Man of Steel where it was like, we have outposts throughout the galaxy and they all just withered and died. And it's like, I'm sorry, what? What are you saying? Why?
The big problem is if you go into space and then you go to planets with yellow, you go to systems with yellow suns, it's like, right, that change. So you are the overlords of the universe then, because of course you are, because you go to these planets and get insane abilities that make you basically unstoppable. These are again, it is one of these things of like, I don't know how much of this is essentially to be blamed on the comics versus different iterations in movies and stuff, but yeah, are they spacefaring or are they not? Are they in a position to be able to essentially recognize this problem with their planet and save themselves, or are they not? I don't know. But that is the situation. The core is unstable. They didn't listen. And the ground begins to shake. Zor-El returns home and he tells his wife Allura that they have minutes before the planet collapses, and then the planet starts to collapse. Which brings us to something that we got to talk about a bit. So
do you think
they're
all
running,
that's happening so quickly because the slower it happens, the way more questions there would be? As in, since he's so aware of all of this, but it sort of is like, oh no, here comes in minutes now, as opposed to if he knew really far ahead and he's got this amazing technology, would there not be a few things like, one, it's like, so what stops you from, a more permanent solution or a better solution than that? And then two is like, did you tell everybody? I get that the leadership are apparently too arrogant for it, but you're like science man. Did you go around telling communities on Krypton like, hey, we're all gonna die, so this is the date, this is the time? come on over to the cool place. But then again, is there a story there? Like, I'm not going to tell everybody
yeah,
because we do not
that's
have
the
the
thing.
food to feed all these people. Like, I don't know.
There is
I thought
a
they were going to do
plan.
something there.
There is
I thought
a
they were going to
plan in
do
place.
something. Sorry, I thought they were going to do something with the fact that they only saved like a certain section of
Yeah.
the city and left everyone else to die. I thought that would matter to the story. It didn't.
But it doesn't. No.
It never comes up.
And they're all good. And they got enough food, even though it's a planet. It doesn't look like they got any farmland.
No.
That's all good. But yeah, so they're running along with a bunch of Kryptonians towards, like, I don't know what to describe it other than like a big shelter temple, which is going to be used to carve out a portion of this city, Argo City, and preserve it. And while they're running, they see a pod fly into space. Now I don't speak because this is all in Kryptonian, so I'll have to paraphrase. But the pair basically say, "Kal-El is in that ship. Your brother declared him a conqueror of worlds." This is all the film is going to contribute on this subject. This is all that's to be said for this. This is a big problem because we you know, it was sort of a lingering question in Superman was
To be clear,
was
you're
Kara
fucked
know-
as Supergirl as a movie because of Superman. There's nothing you can do because
Yes.
whatever you write
Well-
as an explanation, it won't work.
Well, yeah, because maybe it's worth noting now. Zor-El is like a paragon, basically. He is super duper good. But Jor-El is hyper evil, and he knows this, but did nothing about it.
Yeah,
really?
just to
Like,
really
there wasn't any.
strain it, right? You're spending how long between the separation and the launch of her pod?
Like 20 years, something like that.
So in 20 years, he didn't want to be as clear as possible. You're going to encounter the only other Kryptonian who was sent by a father that, listen, I hate to disparage the family, but he's kind of insane. He wants to send him to this other planet that I'm sending you to. He's had 20 plus years to do his, well, it would be, wait, does that timeline work? Or I guess, does it take...
Yes, because she was born like, they're not doing the thing where she gets frozen or whatever. Like, she is younger than him. She was born some years after.
I just mean because if Superman left at 0 and
Superman
he is 30,
he is like 30 or something like that by the time that Kara is going to be arriving on Earth.
Yeah, because that's the 3 shit, right? But anyway, so it would be like, my crazy brother sent a Kryptonian with the sole instruction to basically take over the planet and make a bunch of Kryptonians. He might be a tad psychotic. You might have some trouble dealing with him because that's bad. I don't like that. I think that's a bad thing, and I'm not raising you to do that. So fair warning, when you go there, he's going to be way more powerful than you two, because they know about the Yellow Sun shit, right? I assume
They know, and they tell her about it. So
where your brain should necessarily take you is, actually, I might not send you to that planet because there's a chance you could be in peril.
I mean, he's trouble. Yeah,
because he could be a psycho at this point.
Well, is there any reason why maybe he doesn't want another Kryptonian, like a pure Kryptonian there who can challenge him? Maybe he wants.
Better you are sent to a safer yellow planet first to and then go to Earth to meet your blood.
Send you one of these other yellow planets that you've
exactly.
Know, especially because you don't have the problem of you need to blend in. You're an adult. You don't need to be raised. You're good to go. So really, yeah, we could send you anywhere and you'll be fine. As opposed to with Clark, where he needs to essentially be perceived as a human being. On a planet where he can sort of blend in, because the reason why we're saying this is the film leaves us to conclude that Kara does not know this, and I think their answer is that happened before she was born, so she didn't know.
Yeah,
as if that's an answer
to help out, right? For example, someone just said you're making up a theory that he could be a psycho. It doesn't have any relevance to the plot. So to say again, her father knows all of this. He would have to tell her as a warning about the potential, because Clark could be knee-deep in horrors on Earth. He could be. She needs to know what he was instructed to do so that she has the capacity to account for it. To the point, like I said, I would consider not sending her to Earth. I would tell her about it, but I'd be like, there's a chance things could have gone wrong there. It's better you go there once you're familiar with your new powers and that you've got the capacity to potentially stop him, because we don't know what he's done. But no, we're supposed to believe he told her nothing, right, about the context?
I think we are to conclude she doesn't know. That's James Gunn's answer. She didn't know. That's why it never came up.
Except
doesn't
in the
make any sense.
broadest terms of like, yeah, like he said, it's Jor-El wanted his son to be the conqueror of worlds. You have to be good, and that's kind of it. That's the difference they want to impart to her and to the audience. I don't think there's anything more specific than that. So, yeah, it doesn't really work.
No,
And
it's
like I said, it never was gonna, because she would have had to have known one way or another. And if she knew, then she can't. It doesn't work in the story because she would have told Clark, and then Superman doesn't work anymore.
So that's great. This is the film addressing it, and it just creates more problems, really. So, wow, good job. Nice.
Again,
And
it was
also,
inevitable. At least we have our answer now.
And my favorite part as well is because it's all in Kryptonian and this is subtitles, it's entirely possible that they actually intended for them to say something different. That's entirely possible that they said something different about the pod that he was sent on. But yeah, no, that is it. We're committed. We're locked in on that. Good job. That was a good decision. Remember when people were clinging to the hope that it wasn't real? It's very real. If Superman didn't make it clear that it was real with the fact that several characters said that the tape was real multiple times.
Oh yeah,
And
that is
James
kind of
Gunn said
funny.
it was real multiple
Th-
times.
And
this
James Gunn
one
said it was real. Yep.
now they're gonna have to switch it to, okay, so Brainiac faked it. Brainiac faked the people verifying it, and he also faked some stuff on Krypton as well. He faked a Jor-El. It was an android. It wasn't really Jor-El. Okay, like yeah, this is fucked. And I'm sorry, fellas. James Gunn was very serious about it. You should have known the moment they had Mr. Terrific say, "I know those guys. They're never wrong." It's like,
They're not going to say it's legit unless they are sure. It's like, yep, that's it.
There you
Good
go.
job. So, yeah, a bunch of Kryptonians get in this building, the doors close, and the people outside scream, even though they'll be shown to be safe, because the bubble extends well beyond this building. Isn't that weird? Like, they're screaming as if, like, no, let us in, don't lock us out. And it's like, you'll be fine. That bubble, like, extends a few kilometers, like, in the other, you'll be good. It's the people who are 3 or 4 kilometers away that have things to worry about, but it's okay. So, yeah, inside of this building, there's, like, a massive machine that encases a portion of the city in a shield. So it is safe. They have saved this portion of Krypton. It rises into the sky as the planet collapses. So, yeah, this raises the thing of, like, so you can create a dome to protect an entire city from the destruction of a planet, but you can't build spaceships except for like tiny little pods that can only fit one person.
That seems a little hard to buy. Especially between them, they built 2 pods, I guess, but no more, no less. You're like,
I don't know
This
about
isn't
that.
ancient history either. This is 30 years ago. Like in that time, Lex was recreating the Big Bang. So
That's
he's
right, yeah.
better than Kryptonians are.
Well,
He
I
is
mean,
better
people
than
have said before, isn't it worth jumping in the penis pods and going to the Phantom Zone at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I will find him. That's great. So, yeah, 8 years pass, and then Kara's born. And life is good for her and the Kryptonians for some time. But her mom, Allura, falls ill along with a bunch of other Kryptonians because, as it turned out, when Krypton collapsed and the city was thrust from the surface, kryptonite from in the ground got released. And it's now poisoning everybody. Except for her, she's okay. It takes them all at different rates, but yeah.
Yes.
Kryptonite got unearthed.
Few problems there. I mean, I assume they mean it's unearthed, and so it's because there's a whole chunk of land, ground, the planet at the bottom of the city. So what is it? Is it there? And if it's there, why didn't you just go and get rid of it? That's part one. Part two is, okay, but Yellow Sun's fix it. Everybody here knows that. I mean, Jor-El certainly knew that. It can't be arcane knowledge, so just fly your city to one of those. And if you can't fly your city to one of those, fly your people to one of those. Problem solved again.
And it's just fucking hard to deal with when it's like, so you just need to pod one of you to somewhere that has a spaceport and grab like a fucking double-decker bus equivalent of a ship, fly it back, And then you save all of them. It just feels so
Yep.
weird, and so arbitrary. It's like, oh, I guess you're all dead. Whoops. That doesn't feel right at all.
Which is bad because this is the backstory inciting event, but like the entirety of Kara's being. This is who she is, why she thinks the way she thinks. Everything about her is traceable back to this moment. And again, like I actually say this is probably the best part of the movie still. It's fundamentally broken. The best part of the movie is fundamentally broken. There's not really a way around this. There are so many ways that they don't all have to die, but they all just basically say, well, guess we're going to have to die then. Nothing we can possibly do. Anyway, we're going to send you away in an escape pod. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How about you just mass produce those?
No, just you. I can only make this one. I can make it a little bit bigger so that you can fit in there. And the dog.
The dog,
It's like, dude, you should probably look, all right.
Were there no other kids? In the 20 years?
Of course there are other kids. Of course
And it's
there
like,
were.
were there no
die.
babies? Did you? Yeah, I'm just
You
saying.
sacrifice them for a dog. You got to,
Krypton
which
had
again,
its chance.
Apparently.
I don't like this dog, but I like dogs. But you got to prioritize people, man. Like, you got to be saving, especially if there are little babies that can be saved that can fit in the pod. But instead, no.
And then,
her
just
her
to be
dog.
clear, the kryptonite affecting her not at all. It's just they're just saying it's like, well, that's just how it goes. Some people get
Just
it hit with
lucky.
it faster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lucky, yeah, because it's at different rates.
It is
Um,
insane
but yeah,
that if they had
embarrassing.
the fact that if Lex or Metamorpho were there, they could save all of the Kryptonians is insane.
Yeah, with the sun. Yeah, just create a sun. It's all good.
And then you have then to like it becomes really tricky when the scenes with her dad, for example, which is supposed to be really sad. So like her mom gets sick first, and like fair enough, I guess you've only just noticed that this thing has happened, and it's not been long enough that you've developed a cure or you found like a solution to any of these problems. So she dies, and that's I guess one or two people would have done in the early days of that. Then she walks into his office later on. And he's like, I'm dying of kryptonite. I say, yeah, but it's been fucking ages. How is this still happening? And why am I not dying? No, it's just, I'm just dying. So can you fly away to a yellow sun temporarily even and get better? No, I've got to die. You're forcing the drama here. It's so, and I want to like it and I can't.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward because this is kind of essentially like the core of the movie because you've got all of the emotional stuff, right? He's built the pod. It's going to send Kara to Earth to live with Clark, but she refuses to leave, says her life is insignificant and that she's willing to essentially die with everybody else. But Zor-El insists that she can and must, go on, because even though everybody's going to die, she can carry on their memory. Off you go. And then on her deathbed, Allura urges Kara to be good. She says that Kara doesn't always have to be nice, but she must be good. This is an interesting choice because in the comic it is just be good. Whereas screenwriter lady decided to add in you don't always have to be nice, but you must be good. So that was a deliberate choice. And I wonder if there's anything to be said about that.
If you think you're being good, you have an excuse to not be nice. That's essentially.
I find it just funny as a change because just be good. It's like that's like pretty straight to the point in a way that can be kind of very poignant and effective. But then when you add on these caveats that you chose to add on, it's like okay.
By the way,
feels like you're looking at the camera when you're saying this now rather than talking to your daughter.
That's a lot of the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a meteor shower that tore through all of the protections that her dad had built in the comic version.
It's there are differences. I would not describe this as a faithful adaptation of the comic.
Well, but that to me just seems like not even that difficult to have put in this movie that helps a couple things, doesn't it? Like an unfortunate.
That's what I mean.
Event of the universe that they didn't necessarily, or they couldn't account for as much as other things, and it damages a whole bunch of technology and, protective stations. Even you could argue it hit their, like, supplies and a bunch of other stuff, so I don't know why they wouldn't just use that.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of these sort of perplexing choices where it's like you were in a position where, but then you decided to make these changes, and it's just like, Okay, I don't know that these changes are working to your benefit there, but I don't know. I find this one particularly interesting though because like changing it with this caveat is just like funny. That's just amusing to me. You changed it to make it worse and give people more outs for not being nice. Like, okay, sure. She dies, along with a bunch of other Kryptonians, and then you get the funeral procession from before, and then we have the ending of this sequence that Kara gets put in the pod with Krypto and that Kryptonian watch. They share a tearful and quiet goodbye before she is launched out of the city and into space.
With nothing but the dog and the watch and the words "be good."
Yeah,
so
be good.
I think Clark was sent with more than that.
He was sent with a message.
Yeah, he had a message, and granted, the message broke inconveniently, but he was sent with. Would you not send another message to say, "Hey, don't do that. Whatever Jor-El told you to do, don't. It's bad." Or just send like a data disk with the entire history of Krypton, or send like some recorded messages from your parents that they want to leave to their kid. It just seems perfunctory, and be good isn't good enough in that situation.
As pointed out, sent with the Fortress of Solitude as well. Yeah. No, but she's got nothing. But that's it. And then the present.
How did that happen? Because that doesn't get covered in the Superman movie, does it? The Fortress is just there.
Got it. Yeah, he's just got it.
They had little
Superman
seed.
robots as well. Where did he get the robots from?
And if you can send something as big as a fortress, then
robots,
it feels like you might be able to fit some people on that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No. So
it was already there.
The point.
It's one of Earth's fortresses.
What we learn is the whole point of this story is, hey, you probably don't want to get revenge. And it's like, I don't feel like that's relevant to what you were just talking about, really. What does your tragic backstory have to do with revenge? You can't get revenge on anybody in your backstory, really, because we're all dead, the people who are responsible.
You know what I mean? Like, congruent, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. The movie thinks that there's like a direct parallel, but there isn't one. You'd have had to have her going around and quite violently murdering people she doesn't need to murder, in a bid to, make herself feel better about her own past in order for revenge to come anywhere close to what her actual origin motive is. But as it is, we don't have that. Like, she's really sad because Mystery Virus killed her people, but that doesn't tell you anything about whether or not revenge is going to help you. And we haven't really seen her try and get revenge, so we don't know that she's learned that lesson herself.
Yep. Who could she even learn it against? The people who destroyed Krypton are dead. Unless you had, like, I don't know, there was Zod was a big part of that, and she found Zod and snapped his neck.
It feels weird to do this much Krypton history and no mention of Zod.
Yeah, and also no mention of Brainiac either.
Like,
even though he's
they're so fucked. They're not planning anything.
Yeah, because if you know that you have a roadmap, how are you not setting up Zod? How are you not setting up sort of your other Krypton elements? Especially if we are in this era where we're getting Superman stories back to back to back.
You know what it would be?
But
it would be like you have just this one scene where it's like, hey, Clark, obviously Supergirl would be like, there was actually this one guy my dad told me about from way before Krypton went to shit. He was a very scary guy, really scary. He's called Zod, and he actually went into the Phantom Zone well before any of this stuff happened, just to be clear, okay? That's why it makes sense. He went in there ages ago, and you'd be like, okay, all right. Like, no mention, nothing, just as soon as they get there, but they're not gonna get there. Like, that's the truth. They'll get Brainiac, but...
It's just funny. But hey, yeah, who needs to plan for these things? It's all good. So, Kara looks at her watch, discovers that one day has now passed. So she's getting impatient now, and she leaves the bedroom to head downstairs to speak with the barkeepers, and she finds them whispering amongst themselves in the shadows. And when she asks them where their friend is, they're startled. It's like, dude, they're evil. Like, well, not evil, but they're gonna betray you. Like, can you not see this coming? But they're like, no, he's coming. Sit down and have a drink.
You drink first, by the way.
Yeah, and then she very stupidly consumes this unknown liquid, and then realizes too late, oh, I've been poisoned. Like,
Again, every time
and
this happens, I just have Obi-Wan saying, "How did this happen? We're smarter than this." It's such a
Mhm.
fucking archetype. It's in everything that's shit. It's like,
Well, funnily, there's even more of a problem. She drinks the poison, but the barkeepers aren't surprised that she isn't paralyzed by it, even though they saw her with super strength in their bar.
ugh.
Yeah, they did,
Not that
didn't
they
they?
necessarily
They
know who
did.
Kryptonians are exactly, but
Yeah,
I
I
don't know. Why would you
can.
assume that this would work?
I mean, that's always going to be the problem with anything with a bunch of aliens in it anyway. Like, how do you know that the poison works with any other alien's physiology? It just seems like a
Yeah.
wildly unlikely thing to have happen.
Well, then, equally, how do you know that what's neutral to them won't be a poison to you? Like with the aliens everywhere.
So yeah, but and then Kara opens the fridge and she drinks some alien milk, which will apparently like coat her stomach and protect her from the poison. Is this a thing? Like, if you drink milk, it protects you from poison after you've consumed it?
If
I
you're
mean, it helps
Kryptonian.
with a really, really hot curry, but I don't know if that's the same.
She is
But yeah.
already feeling the effects, which means the poison is already
Too
in
late,
her
yeah.
bloodstream.
In
It
the
is
blood?
Too late for that. It
Coating
is
your
too late
organs
to
with
simply
alien
coat
milk.
her stomach with milk. Yes,
Yeah,
it's too late for that.
but this does appear to help. And then the barkeepers explain that they're trading her and Ruthie for their daughter who got taken by the brigands. And then the brigands, they arrive and they burst through the wall with a tank and Cream emerges. And so Kara locks herself in the toilet and starts vomiting up the poison a lot. There's a lot of vomiting.
So why was
Like, and
their
it's
grand
green.
entrance plan to drive a tank in through the wall of the house?
That's a
They're
good question.
evil.
I was wondering the same thing.
And
They need to
why would
announce
they
it.
actually voluntarily go through with this deal? Why wouldn't they just say, yeah, sure, we'll give your daughter back, arrive, take the two girls, and not give the daughter back? But it's
mean,
quite
they're
important
already
that they've
evil.
actually
Yeah, I
brought
mean,
her
they're-
back.
They're super evil. Why would they honor like any of these sorts of agreements? But it looks like he was going to. That's the point that's being
Yeah.
made here. That Cream was going to honor this agreement and give them their daughter back. So
Maybe
Yeah.
Ray Hitler wasn't the worst guy after all. He's got his own principles, his own code.
You like dogs?
so
We don't like dogs.
yeah, Kara starts vomiting up more of the poison. Cream grabs her, slams her against the wall repeatedly. And amidst all of this, Cream realizes that Kara is actually going for his necklace because of the antidote there. Like he realizes, oh, that's what you're after, which is just funny. It's like, yeah, man, imagine if he like left it at home or something, or just didn't wear a necklace with an antidote to this poison.
It's so
But
goofy.
yeah, it sure is. But yeah, no, Kara hears that Ruthie is in danger, so she jumps through the ceiling, fights some brigands, grabs her, flies her onto the roof, and tells her to stay there while she deals with the rest of the brigands. And of course, it's like, right, so she's going to ignore you and chase after Cream. Obviously, that's what we're doing here. And then, man, like, so Lobo, he's now here. He flies in on his flying motorcycle. And he slices these wires that are attached to the big brigand ship that are holding a bunch of tanks, which in turn are holding a bunch of the kidnapped girls. And the tanks fall to the ground really hard, and they fall at different angles, like not on the treads, like, top down. But all of them are fine. All of the girls inside of the tanks that fall to the ground really, really hard, they're okay.
I mean, that's
Yeah, I
just,
remember
it's
thinking
just
that
it's
was
good
bullshit.
shockproof, shockproof.
I'm also not even really sure why, like, Lobo, because this creates chaos that could get these girls killed amidst it all. Now, obviously, making an effort to save them, even though he's not really interested in doing that, Lobo, like, he don't really give a shit, unless that's what we're to conclude, that he, like, cut them down so that they could run free, that it would create chaos that might even get them killed to make it easier for him to get his target. But I don't know if that's what we're meant to conclude.
Yeah, I got
I don't
no
know.
evidence of that.
I was just so excited to have anyone who seemed like they were trying to make the movie fun join.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, look
Yeah,
at him
well,
go.
Yeah, look at him go. He's driving his popcorn bucket.
Also, it's worth noting, Cream is super strong. He catches the tank with one hand effortlessly.
Yeah.
He is ultra strong. I don't know why. I'm not sure why he's this strong.
I mean, when that happened, obviously it was very surprising. It didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me, but I thought at least, okay, maybe he's actually going to be, evenly matched with Supergirl ultimately.
No, not
No.
really. Like, he's super strong, but she kicks his ass.
Yeah.
He is very strong, but she is much stronger.
What was
So
the
I don't
point of
really
doing
know.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really get it either. Because then it sort of ties in. We'll get to how it becomes a bit more relevant later. So, yeah, we got a big fight scene happening. There was a lot of bad CGI. I wonder, Mauler, if you want to bring up that clip that they released. There's a particular shot that looks really, really bad. You remember the one I'm talking about for this fight scene?
Is it in the trailers or is it released separately?
No. I can see if I can find the clip for you. But this fight scene happens. There's a lot of bad CGI. It has a one take that hasn't been released, but there's a.
Oh no, I know. I remember. Yeah.
You remember the part at the end where it's.
Well,
it's
Can I get it in the form of a
flying?
YouTube video? Is the question?
Yeah, probably. Hold on. Let's see. Probably, but yes, we have another fight, and they play more punk rock music. Yeah, because she's a punk rocker. Which, again, the tone feels awkward when you've got a bunch of kidnapped girls running around trying to get free so that they don't get captured and have horrible things happen to them. To play like rock, punk rock music while all that's happening.
Especially given what we now know about Cream, it's too lightweight. We're supposed to understand that he's one of the worst people in the universe, probably. And we understand what's at stake, and we know that there are innocent prisoners who we also know are going to be young girls who've just been put into grave danger. It should be a moment where we are like at heightened investment and really, really care about what's going on. Any stray shot could take out an innocent civilian girl, but because we have the nice, cheerful kind of music over it, it's like it's just another music video, really. And every fight scene in the movie kind of is that. There are almost times when it's safer to sit back and not pay attention, which is the opposite of the effect you want.
It is very funny to introduce the fact that Cream and all his buddies are like, sex trafficking space pirates, and then also bring in Lobo to go, yeah, and like,
yeah,
ride around on his motorcycle and make James Hetfield noises. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's true. I can't find it.
I can't find it either.
Yeah, I don't know why. But it looks really bad. Whenever Kara's flying, it looks horrible. There's like a shot where it's like she's flying towards a bunch of guys and she's clearly like not real. And then she's there on the ground and then she does like a punch and it's like cutting 2 takes of her doing that together in a way that looks really awkward and the dude gets sent flying. It looks terrible.
Yeah.
And of course it's all on top of the fact that this planet is just this grimy shithole, where it's really hard to see what's going on because it's nighttime and the color palette is consistently brown, and she's wearing a brown jacket. It looks pretty terrible, and it's noteworthy because again, the comic's got really great art, but the comic is very colorful and vibrant. It's very weird to me that they made the choice to not have it be colorful and vibrant and have it be all so grimy and terrible. But anyway, yeah, punk. Yeah, there's punk rock. Wow, more music. Great.
Sorry, it's funny you say that because Superman is an ugly movie in a very different way, but at least it was colorful. So you would think maybe this movie would be like that, but it's really not.
No, looks terrible, really. And so while all of this is happening, Cream is very mad with the barkeepers for how it's all gone wrong. And now his personal quest is to find their daughter and kill her. That's like what he's going to be doing in this fight. And while that's happening, Ruthie has ignored Kara and is pursuing Cream. And Lobo like gets into the fight. And even though he's kind of really just going for the one target, but he also, I guess, wants to fight a whole bunch of the other guys. And then, it becomes a one take where the stitching is really obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no like sort of grounding in the perspective, and there's nothing really cool happening. It's just mainly throwing people and punching people.
The camera always spins, and there's always someone going, "Whoa, my god!" Like rewatching that Superman one, I was just like, "God, so done with this. Get me out of here."
Did you love the director's commentary where James Gunn's like, "So actually, if you didn't know this is not actually one take; it's multiple takes stitched together."
Crazy.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, man. I didn't know that. Nobody knows that. Anyway, Lobo's target steals his motorcycle, and he throws like his axe at the motorcycle, and so the target goes flying. He falls into like a building, and Lobo goes inside to find him, and he's not there. I don't really know how he got away. But that means that, you know, he's not got his target yet, and that will persist as a problem for him that keeps him in the story. And so then we've got
his
like
target's a different guy, right? His target
he's a
isn't,
different guy.
which is a strange decision as well, because you'd think you want to give your main proximate bad guy like as much of a leg up as you possibly can. So having him be the sole target of Lobo as well might have done something to help, you know, embolden his reputation. And then if you give a good reason for that, then it kind of you make him seem more threatening by him being the threat to the guy who's the most threatening guy in the movie. That's just a basic, simple little writing trick. Having him go after some nameless guy just as an excuse to be in a couple of scenes as a cameo doesn't like serve the movie narratively. It's just, it makes the fight scene a little bit more varied, and that's kind of it. But then whenever you try and pause and think, well, hold on, why is he here and why is he after this one specific guy? What did he do? The movie doesn't really have any answers for you, or at least nothing very convincing. So it's a bit of a waste, I think.
It would be so much simpler to just have him after Cream, right? Because if you think about True Grit again, you know, LaBeef is also after this same guy, but
killing
for
the
different
senator,
reasons
right?
and different crimes. Yeah, exactly.
Which
It's
would
just the
easily
different
work with Rape Hitler. He's going to have done loads of things that would piss off all kinds of people.
Yeah.
But instead it's just rando Lieutenant Man, kind of, but also he's indistinguishable from anybody else. He's not really a character anyway, so
Yeah.
What's even the point? And then we're rapidly approaching the second act low point. So Ruthie follows Cream to a rooftop. He's chased after the barkeeper's daughter while doing the like come out and play thing. That he's doing that. It's embarrassing. This is a terrible villain, by the way. Like, I'm talking from a writing stamp, like in terms of I don't know why they thought that this was worthwhile to have this be the bad guy in the movie. He's so shit. He's just terrible. He's embarrassing and cringy. And so Ruthie draws her sword and approaches Cream from behind. Kara sees this, and swoops in and grabs her before she can land the killing blow, and Ruthie is livid. And then Kara returns to the roof, Cream is gone, and in a nearby alleyway, Cream finds the girl, kills her and the barkeepers. And Kara finds the bodies, wants to go after Cream, but before she can, his ship teleports away. And so all of that happens, and you're like, okay, so we're doing like the boring payoff. You didn't listen to me, you were so interested in revenge that essentially this bad outcome is your fault. I thought that's what we were doing. That is not what we were doing. That is not the second act low point. Instead of a boring choice, it's a weirdly incongruent thing. And so I might as well just run through the scene so that we can talk about it. So, Ruthie finds Kara and chastises her for preventing her from killing Cream. The implication being that maybe she would have been successful in doing this, rather than it would have been a botched thing that would have gotten her killed. And Kara tells Ruthie to calm down. This doesn't work, obviously. And so Kara says, revenge will mess you up. You think it'll make you feel better? It won't. It'll mess you up for the rest of your life. Is that what you want? And Ruthie retorts, if the alternative is to be like you, constantly leaving your planet to drink yourself into a stupor, drunk all the time so you never have to feel anything, well, guess what? I want to be free of this pain too, and I do not want to be like you. And so then Kara tells Ruthie basically to get lost before walking away and looking upon the devastation that the brigands wrought, and then flying up into space and screaming in silence while thinking about all her trauma.
Cringe.
So
I like when Ruthie said, "Oh, what's the alternative to be like you?" I almost cheered in the cinema.
Oh my god!
I was just confused the whole thing. I didn't realize this is what we were doing. I didn't know that they were planning on having the story be like what happened with her when she was younger with Krypton and everything has led her to a position where she wants nothing but to take some form of revenge, but that it's impotent because there's no target, I guess, and that she's drinking and survivor's guilt, blah, blah, blah. Because I felt like, whoa, that's a weird connection. This girl had her family killed by the Rape Hitler. We should probably take him out. Irrelevant of that even. Like, he is a pure horror on the universe. So being like, you can't kill Rape Hitler, it would haunt you. Like, me personally, I'd be chill with it. I'm fine with that.
It's like I said, I figured initially that they were going to do the boring thing, which is you were so focused on revenge that you couldn't see the bigger picture. You compromised yourself you put yourself in a situation where not only were you gonna die, but you were gonna jeopardize the situation such that innocent people were gonna die, and I had to stop you from doing that. This is like why revenge is bad, because it means that you're losing sight of what actually matters, which is saving these girls. I thought that's what they were gonna do, which obviously would be the very boring choice, but there's a reason why it's a boring choice. It's relatively effective most of the time. It makes sense. It's coherent. But for it to instead be, no, Ruthie was actually seemingly going to win. She was going to land a killing blow. That would have ended him. She would have gotten revenge. And Kara denied her that. Like, denied her the win. So that her soul would be saved rather than physically saving her from a threat that she wasn't in a position to successfully kill. To then have the conflict be, yeah, I'm denying you your revenge because it will it'll ruin your life, and that's all that matters at this point. It's like that's retarded. That's stupid.
Yeah.
That doesn't even make any sense.
I'm so done with these horrible executions of revenge bad. It's like you got to stop doing this. You cannot create a character like Cream and say you can't kill him for revenge. It would ruin you. It's like,
Well,
no, I don't think it would actually.
Again, this is the reason why I highlighted the thing earlier. We are past revenge. It's not about revenge at this point. He needs to be stopped. Like,
what I'm getting at is,
especially-
fuck it, throw in some revenge too is fine. You gotta kill him.
If that overlaps, that's fine. But and especially when you add on that he's super strong, it's like, right, so no prison can probably hold him. He's like, even just for who he is, he's got to go. But when you add on top of that he's super strong, which means he's difficult to deal with, it's like, dude, you just got to take the chance. Whenever the chance arises to kill him, he's got to go. And the idea that, like, Supergirl's like, no, you can't do that, Ruthie, not you. It's like, dude, what? That's stupid.
This is probably the most insufferable part when you think about the movie as being very loosely inspired by True Grit, because the whole point of True Grit is that Maddie is an idealist who yearns for justice, and they all agree that we should get justice and we should take care of this guy, but you're too young and innocent to be involved. You stay home. But she's very strong-willed. She's very independent and stubborn.
Well, because
and
she's got True
on...
Grit.
Huh?
She's got True Grit.
Yeah,
She
exactly.
might
So
have the
she
most grit
tags
of all.
along and inserts herself to see it done herself because she's just that committed to justice. They don't even really call it revenge very much in True Grit. It's about justice. And this movie doesn't even understand the concept that Cream should just be killed.
Yes.
The universe calls for his death.
Exactly. Like, the idea of, like, yeah, but what about your soul personally? It's like, number one, I don't think it's going to be very compromised by killing one of the most evil people that there could possibly be. But number two, it's not even that relevant, that part anymore. You just need to stop him before he hurts more innocent people. That's it.
What I don't get is that they currently aren't the same people, and they wouldn't be the same people in terms of what they've experienced, whether or not she kills Rape Hitler, because they don't match. Like Kara's issue, like we said, is she's got like no target for her pain other than herself. And she's like saying, it's like, she's trying to say, right, like, I'm saving you from becoming me, essentially. It's like, well, I mean, no, she has a target. The guy who literally got her family killed, killing him wouldn't be the same.
Evil.
Like, that's just, you haven't experienced this, Kara. You don't even know what it's like. What you're talking about, what you're worried about, actually it's a different thing. For all we know, she could kill him, feel really sad about losing her family, but feel pretty fucking good that she's saved the universe from a hell of a lot of pain, and she got some revenge on a particularly evil piece of shit. Like, everything Kara's saying is just like, can you shut up? You actually, like, if anything now, for the next however long the fucking film lasts, it's on you. Like, how do you know that stopping her from killing him doesn't cause her more guilt for having failed to stop this monster?
And then more people get hurt. There are more Ruthies are created by her, being stopped.
You're right. The film backs Kara's perspective here completely to the point of feeling a little edgy by the end of it, in terms of, like, what gets added on.
I think one of the problems is that you have the DCU, like, endorses essentially that there are many instances, like, this is not a no-kill rule, like, universe. Superman is kind of an anomaly in this world. Like, all of the Justice Gang kill people, and the movie treats that as the correct decision that they made. Or like, it certainly doesn't condemn, right? Like, Hawkgirl dropping fucking whatever Goober Man to his death.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Whereas if you were dealing with like the question of killing in a universe that is predominantly filled with heroes that adhere to like some sort of no-kill rule as a point of principle, then a conflict like that makes sense. But again, Kara's already killed people in this movie. She is not knocking a lot of these guys are dead that she's fighting. So it's like, right, so we're chill with killing these guys who they're evil and what, like, and you're fighting them or something, but not the main guy who is responsible for doing it. And it's specifically, well, she can't do it. It's like, that's like, it's like you've got all of your wires crossed.
Yeah. Well,
in a really bizarre and stupid way.
Felt very Last of Us 2 to me. It's like, you're going to kill all the cronies, but you're going to protect the fucking main guy?
And again, to draw it to the comic that it's adapting from, this is a part of the comic is like the whole thing of getting revenge. But the difference is, Krem in that is he is super evil, but he's also like way easier to stop and contain. He like as a prospect, he can get put in the Phantom Zone piss easy. Like there are other options available. Whereas in the case of this, it's like the reality is like you kind of can't chance it with this dude. Like in terms of trying to be like, well, we'll just put him in prison or something. It's like, dude, he's super strong. Like he could probably get out and he'll just get back to it again. Like, he's got to go. And of course that there needs to be that conversation about, is this revenge or is it justice or is it both? But it's all just botched in this movie. It's a big problem.
The one thing I know about the comic, or that I remember about it, you correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it that in the comic he kind of kills Ruthie's dad kind of impulsively when they have an argument?
Yeah.
That
he's
makes
not,
it a
he's
lot
not like
more,
he's not a big schemer. He's kind of just like this piece of shit who sort of like floats around in this world looking for his own like sort of advantage. Whereas in this case, he is like the ringleader. He is in charge of this and he has a big scheme that he's, orchestrating, which, it changes things in terms of like how it needs to be approached and dealt with. But the writer of this script is an amateur, so we have these amateur writing problems that sort of emerge because of it. So, there's that. And this is the second act low point, and it's pretty compromised. And the best part is it gets dumber because now we're moving on to plot. So Kara comes back to the surface and she approaches an alien that she calls Squidward because I guess the whatever who wrote this movie didn't realize that joke's already been done before in another superhero movie, and threatens to kill him unless he tells her what.
And
yeah, it was.
We wouldn't know who Squidward is.
Why would she know who? Yeah, she watched SpongeBob SquarePants.
You think she'd have more important things to do in her limited time on Earth?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Doesn't even make sense. There's actually a fair point. She's almost certainly not even watched SpongeBob. That's a good.
Not
that's
even
a good
real
cat.
fan. Big fan.
So she says, "You gotta tell me where the brigands are," and he will, but she's got to put a burlap sack on her head because I guess he doesn't know that she's a Kryptonian that has X-ray vision. Oh, and by the way, I enjoy this because people's cope for how Superman couldn't tell the Ultraman was him is because, if you use X-ray vision, you would just see a skeleton. That's not how X-ray vision works in the DCU. You can see shit like in a way that's not like you can just see through things basically.
It's like Homelander's.
Because she sees through the mask to look at her watch, and she can read her watch. It's like nope, and I'm pretty sure her hand is like highlighted. It's not a skeleton. So sorry, he should have known that Ultraman was him. That's how the X-ray vision works. I mean, that's how it even works in the movie, but in Superman anyway. But yeah, so she only one day left. Oh no! And so Squidward drops her off within walking distance of the brigand ship. He says this is as close as he's willing to get.
And I don't even believe that. If the brigands are as terrifying and powerful as we're told that they are, I don't believe anyone would risk their ire by dropping off an enemy even anywhere close to their main location. I don't believe they'd take her to the planet at all.
But they do, and they take her real close. She can see it. It's in walking distance, and she starts walking, but she collapses to the ground because a green sun emerges from behind the mountains. Planet 4 orbits a yellow and green sun. Wow.
Oh no. It's so funny how this is not really going to be used for anything except a really forced emotional beat. Because you see the setup and you think, okay, there are some mechanical uses for this. The sun seems to rise pretty quickly, right? That means next time when it sets, next time she's going to have really limited time on this planet in which to take any action, and that's going to have to factor into her decision making because she's at a race against the next rise of the green sun that takes her powers away. That doesn't happen. Like it's going to be used to keep her in a cave for a bit, and then it's going to fuck off, and then it'll never be mentioned again. It's like you had a kind of conceptually interesting idea there that not many movies have even the option to include because no other movie has a character who's weak to a green sun, but they just didn't see any fun to have with that.
Yeah. And I suppose another thing though that just feels sort of awkward. So this apparently they did this on purpose. But the reality is going to a planet with a green sun and a yellow sun is a worse option than just going to a planet with a red sun. On a red sun, she can't do shit. On this planet, she's got a 50-50 chance of dying or being unstoppable. Go to a planet with a red sun. Green sun ain't that useful if a yellow sun is also there. But that was their plan. Oh, and also Ruthie was here because she used, I guess, her suit to grab onto the ship and held onto it as it went at ultra super duper speed. Or somehow managed to get in.
She says she snuck into the cargo hold.
How'd she do that?
I don't know.
she just keeps managing to do that. But yeah, she grabs her, drags her away, but she passes out because we got another flashback. So it's when she first arrived on Earth. Clark opens the pod. He greets her. She begins speaking Kryptonian, and Clark aloofly explains that he doesn't understand the language, but it doesn't stop him from continuing to speak in English.
Yeah, so this is like there's a fine line that you have to sort of. It's really he wants to be charming and affable and friendly, but he really needs not to be a total retard.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this scene really strays over the line because he knows very quickly that she can't understand a word he's saying, and he just carries on speaking. Constantly. And then at one point he even says, yeah, it took me a while to get used to it as well, having been brought up in Kansas. Do you know Kansas? Oh no, of course you don't know Kansas. Why would you know Kansas? Fuck me. You're a journalist. Oh no, actually no, you are a journalist. That might explain it.
What bothers me, right? So he's been tracking this ship. He knew she was going to arrive, and it's like, so see, Superman to me would be like, okay, I might not, though, even though, does he not have the capacity to try and learn the language at the Fortress of Solitude at this point?
Well, I mean, surely he brings one of the Superman robots to help translate for him.
I was going to get there. So, like, of all the different, like, if you want to portray him in the way that they fucking refuse to, like, you'd have him having learned the language specifically because he was anticipating her arrival. But if we're not doing that, you bring a robot for translation. If we're not doing that, you get her to the fortress as soon as possible. Obviously, it's like, if we're not doing that, like, can you at least have him try to communicate in some non-verbal way that's actually helpful instead of bumbling? He's always bumbling. The fucking kid, he's like a 10-year-old being like, oh, geez, I just want to talk to you. He said, oh, whoops, you don't speak this language. I should remember that.
Yeah, why am I yelling louder? That wouldn't help you understand English. Like, sure wouldn't, buddy. So why are you doing that? And then, also, Crypto, when he goes to help Kara up, Crypto growls at him because he's always been I see people like, oh, he's always had beef with him. That's fun. It's like, so he's always just been a dick.
Yep.
Like, he's just such a jerk of a dog. Like, I don't get the appeal. And I mean, I think it's safe to say most people don't get the appeal because Crypto ain't working. He ain't having the intended effect. I wonder how many people who say that they like Crypto are going to watch the animated show about him.
Probably not many. The best use of Crypto so far has been when South Park had Kristi Noem shoot him. That was funny.
And then the ending of the episode where she just goes into a dog shelter and just starts shooting dogs. That's crazy that she put that in a book as like an endorsement of her character. Anyway, so Clark presents the Fortress of Solitude to Kara before saying that, there's a lot more to Earth than just this place, big city, lots to do. You'll learn to love this place. He does a Kansas thing and says, you'll learn to love this place like I have. He also says, like, oh, you'll pick up the language. It's like, how? It's a language.
Well,
like,
she just doesn't seem to give a shit. I don't buy it, that she perfectly learns it. It just doesn't, she doesn't come across, there's no effort.
It goes back to the earlier conversation we were having, based on what she should know about him. Like, her first thought on seeing him shouldn't be, why is he wearing underpants? It should be, oh my god, is this guy Hitler? Like, that should probably be her thought, or at least her concern.
I hope he's not as evil as I've been sort of led to expect, but it's okay, because her dad didn't say anything. Didn't tell her shit.
I like it when David Cornsweet is on screen because I'm like, oh, I like him.
Yeah,
That's
I
about it,
understand.
really. I don't think he's well characterized Superman in this movie, but when he's on screen, I'm like, oh, I like him as an actor. I would like to see
no,
him in good movies. That would be cool.
I think that helps a lot. Is that he's kind of just like sort of likable as a sort of actor, but I mean the dialogue and everything, it's not, and the direction that he's being given, it's not. It's just not. It's not
Not good.
right.
It's not good.
It's not right. Yeah. And then Clark says, "Oh yeah, one more thing. Your powers should start kicking in now." And then we see sometime later she's in Metropolis, looking out her apartment window, listening to the sounds of the busy city, and she doubts, this place can ever be her home. But she starts listening to music while Crypto destroys her bed and pillows, and so she uses a Polaroid camera to take a picture of Crypto. I don't know why she would be using a Polaroid camera
She's a messy girl.
as opposed to her phone, because she's a Zoomer. Like it's like she's not Gen X like the director of the movie. She is a Zoomer, but yeah, no, Polaroid camera. And also shitty headphones that nobody would use. Like they're the shitty old like 90s headphones. Why did I do find it funny when it's like, sorry guys, you need to accept that the things that people would use today do not match the aesthetic that you want, and that's too bad. But whatever, no, she uses old sort of archaic technology because she's cool. And yeah, no, she's Crypto's, she sits there on the bed with Crypto. It's like, oh, you know what, maybe things are okay. And then she wakes back up in the cave. And she's shielded from the green sun, but it's not really helping her that much. Like she's still doing pretty well, pretty badly. And yeah, then she says, "This is my prison. The planet orbits between two suns, and now the green sun can kill me. But like I said before, surely a red sun is better. Doesn't kill her, but it means that she can't do anything to you at all. She's
Also,
just a normal person that you can beat easily."
like most prisons do not have half the time where you become superpowered and can fly off planet at any time you like. It's not really how prisons work.
Well, and so they were like, I feel like I'm missing information. It's like, so that they planned it. She arrives, but they didn't anticipate where she would be. But like,
I don't think they did plan it
didn't
because they
plan
already have a
for
whole
her.
facility here. So they haven't come here specifically to hide from her. It's a coincidence that this place has a green sun. That makes it worse, if anything, because they haven't actually accounted for or learned from their past experience. They don't know anything about how the sun affects her because they haven't been in the room when that conversation was had. They already have a base here. They've just come to the base as normal. So the fact that she's here is just, yeah.
Yeah, I think that is
just
the case.
complete
Like,
coincidence.
As far as I could tell from the film, I've seen it a couple of times. I never got the sense that they came here specifically because they knew the green sun would fuck her up.
yeah, because what you've said is a fair, what you pointed out, Mauler, like they're not like in league with Squidward by the looks of things. They don't know where she is. The only reason that they know that she's there is when they capture Ruthie, which means that they assume that she's there. But like, they didn't plan for it, because if they were in league with Squidward, they would have been there ready and waiting to capture her.
Well,
Like,
then
it
the
does
other thing I was
seem
going to
like
ask is
they're
like,
still there.
on her way here, was she unfortunate and the green sun
The
was
timing was
behind the
bad.
planet?
Yeah, the timing was no good, is the
She had
conclusion.
a hood
but
over
there's
her
no-
head.
Oh,
So-
even though she used her X-ray vision to see through it, so she could
Yep.
see the sun. But yeah,
Oh, gosh.
but she can't see the suns in color. She sees in like blue and white. So
Yeah, and she didn't start feeling the effects on the trip down. It was only after she landed and got out of
honest,
the
like,
ship.
even though on
they
the way
were-
down she would have been in
this is
range
like,
of the yellow sun.
there's an enormous desert, basically, and there are 10 elephant's foots, and we're supposed to walk through the desert. Like, might want to note where those 10 are. Just stay clear of them, Make sure you know. Make sure you remember.
Yep. But yeah, so Ruthie found Kara's ship somewhere nearby, got inside and got the suit. And Kara says it's just a stupid suit. It doesn't do anything, but she'll change her mind on that, obviously. And then she starts thinking about Crypto and she starts crying. And Ruthie tells Kara not to freak out before apologizing for saying that she didn't want to be like her. And so she says, "You're not always nice, but you're kind. And you're not always perfect, but you're good.
Man.
No, I liked it better when you said you didn't want to be anything like her.
No, but she's not always nice, but she's kind. It's like, yeah, all right. Which, by the way, I'd say that the comic gives a stronger impression of this than the movie does. Like in the comic, she's more willing to just do heroic things or nice things that are even out of her way. Like it's almost like a quiet, not pronounced kindness. Which again, I don't even think the comic is that great. But it is just amusing to me that this is so plainly like a worse version of the comic. Makes it a bit awkward to try and defend it anyway. But yeah, no, the Kara weakly asks for some water, and so Ruthie leaves the cave, heads to a river nearby, and she sees a brigand downstream and tries to hide, but is found by another one that sneaks up on her and captures her, and they
It was
play
a
a
Tusken
loud...
Raider impression.
How did
Yeah,
this happen? We're
exactly.
smarter than this.
Except he doesn't go, while holding his stick up in the air. It's not as
I'll be honest. Like, I was struggling at this point to stay in
Yep.
any way attentive because I was like, great, you just
There's
had to
still about
wander
30
off and
minutes
she got
left.
captured. Why don't you just send me the script notes at this point, director? What's the point in the movie existing anymore? Just list them on
Yeah.
screen.
So, she wakes up. Ruthie wakes up in the prison. Lobo is a prison in the ship, and Lobo was there. He got caught. And he
How?
exposits that there are, I don't know. We don't get the answer to that. Maybe it was a scene that got cut. I don't know how he got caught either. But yeah, and then Lobo says that some spikes on the cage are poisoned. This is irrelevant information. I don't know why he said this, but I actually think there might be an answer to it because there's a fight that happens in the cage with a guy, and he knocks himself out by slamming his chin on the bar, which doesn't intuitively make sense that knocking your chin on something would knock you out. So maybe he was meant to hit that and get poisoned and die, but they were like, well, wait, but then that would mean Ruthie killed someone, and that would be a problem for us.
I've seen it speculated as like, well, they got Lobo because of those spikes. And I'm just like, that's not even like,
Okay.
don't even.
All right. Okay. And so Ruthie reiterates her intention to take revenge against Cream, and Lobo says revenge is overrated. And so Ruthie says, you know, Cream has no code, and that's probably what Lobo's like, which prompts Lobo to declare, make no mistake, I kill for money, not sport, and I never go back on my word.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We'll see you again, maybe.
I mean,
don't
it's just
even know
like the
if we will.
fucking the TLJ shit. It's like, good thing he was in the cell, man, because that's going to be immensely important in about 10 minutes.
True. Also, he does seem like he does kill for sport a little bit. He's certainly having a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, given lazy you see him just driving around lobbing grenades at random people, you sort of get the sense maybe there's not just money involved there.
Yep. But no. And
You
then,
calling him a liar?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
No, he's a straight shooter. He tells it like it is. He should have a podcast where he talks about world affairs.
I'd listen.
So Cream comes along and he exposits that a green sun is bad for a Kryptonian, which we already know because we saw it. And then Ruthie says, Cream, you suck. And so Cream proposes a deal. Ruthie will tell him where Kara is in exchange for her life. She obviously denies this, spits in his face. And then he leaves, but not before saying that Ruthie is going to die before the day is over.
Yeah, and then doesn't just kill her in that room in that time and place. He says, no, you will die later, and leaves.
No, it's funny. I think the film, because this is what happens. That, you know, he leaves, says, you're going to die. And then we cut to Kara just having a bad time in the cave for 20 seconds. And then we come back to the prison with Ruthie now, like, crying and saying, like, begging for her life. And it's like, right. So there was really no reason to show what's happened with Kara because we know that she's having a bad time. But, like, your story was written to where the scene is still in the prison with Ruthie, but you need to get her from point A to point B, and you didn't know how to do that, so you just put in the middle, oh, yeah, and Kara's doing pretty bad. Anyway, back to exactly where we were, where the circumstances have changed. It's just very, again, amateur as a solution. Because basically, yeah, she's pretending like, oh, no, let me out, I don't want to be here. And then a brigand comes in, and handcuffs her, and then she uses the chains to strangle him, knocks him out, striking his chin on the bars, which, again, I imagine maybe he was going to get poisoned it's just weird to show it on the chin, not because you can't get knocked out by getting hit on the chin, but just because by intuitive movie logic, you just don't really think of it that way. It's just kind of odd.
He's also like 4 times her size. If he just
Yeah, she's
leaned back
tiny.
against a wall, he would have crushed her.
Well, it's just Millie Alcock is small, and she is smaller. She's really small. Like, I'm pretty sure Lobo's like, Jason Momoa is like 3 or 4 times her height. But yeah, she won. She beat him by outsmarting him.
Oh yeah.
And Lobo compliments her fighting spirit before asking her to release him. She obliges, and then she jumps into the air ducts as Lobo goes to find his gear and presumably doesn't encounter anybody because his presence seems to go unknown basically until he shows back up again.
Yeah, he just disappears. And most of his role, in basically from this point onwards, is just, if he has a speaking line at this point, it's just to say, "I'm impressed" to one of or the other of the female leads. Yeah. That's kind of his entire character now. It's just compliment the other two.
Yep,
Yay.
Pretty much. So Ruthie goes and finds the armory where her sword is being kept. She enters and hides from a brigand who, for some reason, decides to piss on the wall.
Funny.
We like our piss in this
Yeah.
film.
And so while she's hiding, she sees a cage inside the ship, like in the other room, filled with the kidnapped girls. And so she retrieves her sword and heads back into the docks. But now she knows that's where they are. They're in trouble. There are more of them in there. And so we go back to the cave because we're emerging out of the second act low point,
Why couldn't they just track for a ship now? Because if they find that, they find the tracks that would take them to the cave, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because how far could Ruthie have actually carried her?
Well, imagine how the tracks look, dragging her.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You'd find. Yeah, you would. But no, they're not really interested. They're chilling, really. They're just kind of vibing at the moment. But yeah, she's near death, passes out, but very conveniently, the green sun sets and the yellow sun crests the horizon. And Kara starts recalling the dying wishes of her mother and her father, but she also recalls a memory of, we got to talk about this, a memory of Clark grabbing her supersuit and remarking, "I know it's colorful, but that's just so everyone knows we're good." This has been praised a lot as a line.
To be clear, it's been praised and insulted. I've seen a lot of people make fun of it as well.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. He's such a fucking 8-year-old. It's so annoying.
People are saying, "Oh, that makes sense, actually." Yeah, that's kind of makes sense, actually, that it's colorful. That would communicate to people that Superman is good.
Do you know how many animals in the animal kingdom are brightly colored to let people know they're poisonous?
It's just kind of.
I only interpret it as he's a baby little boy. He doesn't know anything. He's so cute. He's so small. People cute. You look at him. He's colorful. That's nice. We're good. There's nothing in there that comes across as anything but childish.
What he should have said is it's primary colors, so people know we're good. Disney color theory for you.
That's right. But nope, that's it. So everybody knows that we're good. Yay. And, it's all good. She's going to get superpowers now, so it's all good. Ruthie reaches the top of the ship. The brigands are, like, fighting amongst each other. And I don't know exactly what she's trying to do. Like, she's trying to go to a panel that's got a lever on it. I don't know why. This controls the tank that's, like, attached on wires, almost like a lifeboat on the deck of a ship. But Cream sees, he shoots a spear attached to a rope. It narrowly misses her, gets stuck in the tank. And then he wraps the rope around her, takes her sword, and prepares to execute her with it. But it's all good. Supergirl.
Another instance of, how did this happen? We're smarter than this. She got captured again.
Yeah, and there she is. But it's okay, because, the car is there, and she's wearing a suit, and she's looming above the ship. Wow, look at that. And she lasers it's all just some nonsense from here, all right? We are firmly in stupid fight nonsense stuff. So she lasers the sword out of Cream's hand. Ruthie grabs it, takes a swing with it, but misses and hits the lever, which drops the tank down. Not fully, but it drops it down, which drags her over. And then she somehow lands on the tank and is all good. She's fine, no broken spine or anything. And then a brigand that's on the tank takes a swing at her, slices the rope that's holding the tank, which sends him falling to his death. And she falls down and like grabs the rope and is holding onto it and will hold onto it for fucking ages from this point.
This is how they keep her out of the rest of the fight. She just dangles while Supergirl does some fighting.
Dangling while there's fighting going on. And I will say, I don't normally. I was particularly taken aback by how obvious it was that Millie Alcock wasn't hitting like Cream. It's like particularly bad in this shot. Like her fist is noticeably well in front of his face when she delivers the punch. Just looks pretty bad. And she says that she's the bitch whose dog he shot. And it's like, okay, right. So really on the dog bit, we're still very fixated on the dog rather than all of the innocent girls that need to be saved.
I don't know, dude. It still feels to me half-hearted, even on the dog stuff. Like the film is even aware that they didn't do the work. The dog stuff feels like almost a concession, and then they've completely missed the major reason she should be doing any of this. And it's like funny-ish, you know what I mean? Like even John Wick was not funny about that shit. It was like, you killed my dog, I'm killing you. There's nothing you can say. Like, you know, it's just done. Like it's a serious tone. But with this, it's like, haha, she's so messy. Look at her go. You get him. You get him.
And then I don't know what it is, but like some guy fires like a claw attached to a rope at her leg, like a claw that wraps around the leg. And so she breaks that off, grabs the rope, and swings like a big ball around that blows a bunch of stuff up on the deck.
Yep.
You're just mindless.
And then she fights a bunch of brigands. For some reason, she remains on the ground when I don't know why you would ever stay on the ground. If you can fly, you should always want to be in the air, but she stays on the ground fighting a bunch of guys. But she gets hit with a bunch of darts laced with kryptonite.
Why did they show the fucking X-ray blood shit? Like, why did you show me that? When I saw it, I was like, she's dead. She's dead.
The kryptonite is targeting her red blood cells. It's like, oh.
4 arrows are in her. One of them instantly active. It's just disintegrating her DNA. It's like, she's dead.
Yeah, but it's okay. And then, Mr. Cream, he laughs embarrassingly, and he explains how the darts work.
Of course he does.
And then he says, your eyes are beautiful when you cry. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering. I don't like to see you suffer, so we will end your suffering. It's like, isn't that just contradictory as fuck? Your eyes are beautiful when you're in pain. I don't like to see you in pain, so I'm going to end your pain. Why would he say this? I think this should show just how stupid. Like, Cream is worthless in a way that basically not even anybody who defends this film can even go to bat for.
I doubt anybody who even pretends to like the film knows what his name is. I keep forgetting his name is Cream, and until we did it in this, in all of my script notes, it's Cringe, and that's what he's called.
Cream Fresh.
Gotta call.
Cream Fresh.
Oh yeah, la 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 la, Cream Fresh. Oh yeah. Then Cartman is Gordon Ramsay. What the fuck kind of cook do you think you are? Are you having a laugh? Hey, you got your fucking head in your ass, don't you? Yes, chef. Give up, you wanker. You fucking can't cook for shit. Oh, it's good stuff. Anyway, back to this. So, Lobo's target is standing there. He's gonna decapitate Kara with a big old axe. But Lobo teleports behind him and kills him. I don't know how he got there.
I was going to ask you guys because I felt like I missed something. How did Lobo, 1, get there? 2, what was the manner of his getting there?
He had a teleportation device like the tech pirates. He teleported behind him. I'm joking. He teleported through magic.
Very much felt like teleports behind you. You have been defeated. Sort of, loads of stuff has been pulled out of their ass throughout this whole movie, but that's probably the biggest ass pull. I was like, okay, that just came out of nowhere. You just invented that shit.
He just wins. He just wins, and this is like what bails her out. Basically, they're all so distracted with the fact that he got him, that Kara's in a position to actually rip out some of the darts, even though, again, the kryptonite's in her blood, so it doesn't even really matter
bullshit.
Anymore. But,
she should be unable to get them out, to be honest with you. She should be crippled as fuck, yelling even on the floor.
the film will sort of try to present that she needs to get back in direct sunlight to get healed up. It's like, dude, she's in it. She's in the sunlight right now. So why isn't it working immediately, as is shown later?
Do you think that there was like a thought of someone else could pull out the arrows, but it makes no sense for it to be the girl, so it would have to be Lobo, and they wouldn't want that?
Maybe. And so then she just pulls him out.
Because
then it's
I already
like,
think it would be funny if he sort of picked her up, even by the throat, because he's so weird about how much he doesn't give a shit. But he's like, "What's the matter with you?" Like shaking her like a rag doll. And then she's like, the arrows. And then he goes, "Huh," and just pulls them out. And then she's like, "The sun." You know, so he just fucking throws her up at the sun and then carries on. Like these things could be funny, and he would bring it back in.
It'd be fun, but no, we're not. But we are having fun because punk rock is playing again. Like, it's like, yeah, we're having fun now because Lobo's there causing chaos. And so Lobo, like after this happens, Kara's got enough strength that she can actually laser Cream. She shoots a laser at him, and then Lobo picks him up, dangles him over the edge, and says the kid wants revenge. She should have it. And so what he does is he drops Cream onto the dangling tank. And so he's there dangling off of the rope with Ruthie. And it's just kind of like, I don't think you believe what you said. This doesn't really help her at all.
This puts her in pretty grave danger, to be honest. She's the most likely one to die from what you've just done.
And just to be clear, because the kid wants revenge, she should have it. Doesn't Supergirl say it's not that simple?
Yes.
When it's like that's probably the most scream-worthy moment for the film, of just like, it is so that simple, especially now, you fucking moron. What are you doing? Like, actually, while you're annihilating everyone here, Rape Hitler needs to have special consideration, okay? We can't just
because there are other guys who don't get any like that she just kills without giving it a second thought.
Oh, so annoying.
But so Lobo hops on his bike and tosses grenades into the ship's edges, which sets off a chain reaction which sends the ship slowly tumbling towards a cliff as he flies away. I enjoy that his role in this was making life much harder for the protagonist unnecessarily as he flies away. And so
everyone assumed he would be the best element before the film. Like, even when we were casting, you'd have assumed that.
Yeah, I mean, he probably is.
He probably is.
He's kind of coherent in that he's very simple. He just makes things really difficult for the heroes, like on purpose.
Bursts into a scene like he's bursting onto set, just being like, "I'm here. I'll be a part of this scene because I got time." And then just randomly.
So Kara falls onto another tank that's dangling there, and she gets inside of it for some reason and fights with more brigands. And then the tank falls into the water and starts to fill up with water. And meanwhile, Ruthie and Cream, they jump to the ground and the ship crashes into a cliff, and there's a whole bunch of falling debris that, while at this point Kara is incapacitated, luckily none of it falls on Ruthie, who would instantly die and get smushed. If any of the debris, there's a lot of debris.
The ship really obligingly crashes at super slow motion so she can jump off it and not die.
Yes.
Yeah, sure does. And so, I mean, might as well just sort of describe everything that happens here. It's all just nonsense action with really bad CGI. So Kara shoots a big laser, shoots up into the sky, and because she's now in the yellow sun, even though she was in the yellow sun before, it fucking knocks out all the kryptonite off of her blood. Like, her red blood cells, the kryptonite, like, retreats. They show this. And then Kara flies over and grabs Ruthie and saves her before she's crushed. It looks terrible. Notably terrible for a movie like this. Even by MCU, all that standards, looks really bad. And Ruthie tells Kara, she's the one who tells Kara that the kidnapped girls are still on the ship, even though she should have known that. She has X-ray vision, so she should have seen it well a long time ago. And so she flies into the ship and stops the tank from falling on the cage that's filled with the girls, while outside a bunch of the brigands get in tanks and vehicles and encircle Ruthie specifically. And so Kara, while she's holding the tank, can hear Cream trying to provoke Ruthie into killing him. And she needs to stop this from happening is like what the takeaway is. It's not more so that she needs to save her life. It's like, I need to stop her from stabbing him personally. And so she fires a big laser again. flies through that as the girls escape, the kidnapped girls, and then she grabs Cream and beats the shit out of him, like flings him into the ground like 10 times. This basically incapacitates him, but not in a way where he's like clearly mangled. It's just like he's kind of just been stunned. And then she flies back towards Ruthie, and in slow motion, as she's standing there in the middle watching, destroys all the tanks and takes out all of the brigands, and pop music is playing.
Ruthie does one useful thing, precisely one. She throws like a hat at one of the soldiers. That's her entire contribution to both stages of the fight.
The song is
Yeah.
The Middle from Jimmy Eats World, right? And I only know this song not just because I grew up in the 2000s and it was on the radio, but also because it was in Guitar Hero. And I swear, I didn't know this was coming, okay? Like, I knew that I'd heard of this horrible needle drop. That's what everyone was talking about on Twitter. But I was just like, all right, let's see. And when they started singing, I had this like, it's one of the most unique experiences of the equivalent would be Book of Boba Fett, Luke Skywalker, where I'm like, wait, what the? I know what this is. What have they done? Like, what is this? Like, it's not like I love the song or anything. It's just that I know it relatively well. So hearing this, I was like, ugh, who did this? Why did you? And because I've seen people speculate that like, oh, it would have worked if they'd had the original version. I'm not even sure that's the case in terms of this, but what a horrible cover.
You know what the best part is? We now know more. We know more about this decision. So, in the Rolling Stone, they were interviewing Mr. Gillespie, and this is what. And him and the writer. So the interviewer, tell me about the big slow-mo action scene scored and slowed down version, scored by slowed down version of Jimmy Eat World's The Middle with female vocals by Kelty Gray and Kid Motel. How did we end up with that particular song choice? No Guerra, that's the name of the Anna. I don't know how to pronounce it. Anna lady. She says, "Oh God, it went round and round, didn't it? There were a lot of options." Gillespie. That was probably the biggest discussion, and it was down to the very last week. And I gotta give James credit for that one. And then interviewer, did you commission a version of that? Anna, no, I think we just found it. Gillespie, but there were probably about 45 songs that went against that scene. Interviewer, was there a strong runner-up song? Anna, yes, there was. Can you say what it was? Gillespie, it was a remix of a classic, and I think you almost need to see it as the remix because that's what works beautifully about it. The orchestration of it, that was down to the wire getting that sequence finished because obviously the visual effects are massive. So it was a few long months of being like, it's gonna be great.
So this reminds me of the fucking Stranger Things thing where they're like, this scene, the cum room is going to be great. And then it's like, so it's known as one of the worst things in the movie. Like it's one of the stupidest things. And I've got to give credit to
James for that one.
Yeah, I like the theory that they saw the reaction and that everyone hated it, and so they basically went and did an interview and said, yeah, that was James. Nothing to do with us.
The reason why I found it, by the way, is because Angry Joe, quote tweeted saying he chose wrong. It's the worst noodle drop I can remember, like ever.
Okay, Joe.
Mr. Joe, Mr. Angry Joe, because he didn't like the movie eventually.
Eventually.
That's a whole thing, but we don't need to. Anyway, so it's terrible. It's horrendous, and everything about like.
There's going to be some strong contenders this year. It might be the single worst like scene in a movie this year. Like just in isolation.
It's up there.
The music choice is horrendous with the remix. The visual effects are terrible. Whatever the idea was for the slow motion, like stitching together of shots, does not work.
Well, think of the context. Like she's fighting to make sure she can protect Rape Hitler.
Yeah, exactly. And they're playing this music. It's like kind of insane.
Do you remember we had this problem with Dial of Destiny? It's like ultimately he's trying to save Hitler.
He's fighting to save Hitler, yeah, from Mads Mikkelsen. And that means he has to shoot Romans. I don't know.
Movies.
Which I mean, it does bring us to probably the most important conversation to be had about this movie, which is the conclusion of the conflict. So, Ruthie, I'll just run through the whole scene, and then we can go bit by bit. So Ruthie grabs a sword, runs over to Cream, who's laying there, who's incapacitated, and she's about to kill him. And Kara approaches and says, I won't stop you, but if you kill him, it won't take your pain away. You'll have to carry him for the rest of your life.
No, you won't.
To which Ruthie tearfully says that she's already ruined, which prompts Kara to retort, no, your heart is still good and open. Show him who you are. You are Ruthie of whatever the clan is called. Your family is with you. Even now, your life will be your revenge. And so this works, and Ruthie, she gives up. She turns around, hugs Kara, and cries and says she wishes it never happened. And yeah.
Your life will be your revenge. It's like, oh, I'll have that either way. Don't worry. I'll be good. And then, of course, I could just picture fucking Cream being like, she's right, you know. You should spare me. That would she's right. Yeah, it would make you be a stronger person, a better. You could get revenge with your life. Yes, yes.
Because he doesn't react to this, but he really should. I almost picture him, you know, when Palpatine does that little look up when he realizes that Anakin's turned on Mace Windu, and he sort of thinks, "Oh shit, I'm actually in for it here."
Yeah.
I can imagine him doing that expression because like, you're lying on the ground and you know what you are and you know what you've done to these people, and then you've got the fucking Supergirl saying, "No, you should let him live," and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a great plan. You should definitely let me live."
Right? There is more scene because Kara tells Ruthie to walk away before she changes her mind, and of course you see that and you're like, okay, we're not done here though, and the film's like, no, we're not done here, and of course you're like, well, yeah, of course we're not done, because it's not like you could just walk away, right? That's not like a solution to this problem. So yeah, Cream starts saying some shit, but Kara turns around, grabs the sword, and stabs Cream in the gut, and she says, "That's for my dog." And then she runs the sword through his neck and adds, "And this is for what you did to that little girl." And that's the end of Cream. And there's a problem here, lads.
There's many problems.
A big problem. On Kara's mind, when she kills this psycho, bastard, evil, fucking one of the worst people ever, is, "That's for my dog." I like dogs. They're cool. I don't like your dog. But dogs are super cool. But your dog is so utterly irrelevant at this point that it's insane that that's front of mind while dealing with this horrible psycho.
This is for Bob Becker.
Your dog personally. This is revenge. This is not justice.
Explicitly revenge.
Really weird when your film has been ignoring that justice part as being relevant to the conversation. Bizarrely, throughout the whole runtime, you were super focused on revenge, only for the protagonist to kill him out of revenge rather than for justice. What are you doing?
It's okay when I do it.
Well, so this is part of why I got lost at this point. I was like, I have no idea what the fuck point they're trying to make. Because is it that like she believes her soul's already lost, so she can take this life? Don't worry about it, other girl. But then also the film seems to believe what she did was the right choice, not like the condemning her soul choice.
It doesn't end on that kind of a sour note. You know, obviously we're going to jump back, and she goes back to Earth and says, "I think I can make this my home." And so I don't get the sense from that final scene that this is supposed to end sourly, like she's gone back believing that she's already lost. It seems to be that she's got closure now, which, if that is how it works, means she is voluntarily denied closure to a small girl in order that she can kill it for killing it for hurting her dog.
As a conduit for what happened to Krypton, rather than, oh, I need to stop this psycho before he kidnaps and rapes more innocent people.
Yeah.
Again, you got to remind people that is what Cream is doing. He is like basically he is insanely irredeemable, and he needs to be stopped. But that is not relevant to Kara when she kills him. It is revenge explicitly.
Well,
and I think what the movie, like the absolute best you could say for what the movie is going for here is that, like, oh, this little girl, she's innocent still, and so we don't want to have to burden her with having to kill someone. I'll do it. I'm a bit more mature, air quotes here, and so I'll take that burden on for her so she doesn't have to, because she's still a little girl. But like, I'm reading it, I'm doing a lot of work on behalf of the movie to even get to that. Like, that's not really what the movie's doing, but I think that, like, that is best case scenario what you could say is happening here.
So another element to me that gets in the way. So if I were her and I was told you don't kill this guy despite everything he's done to you, which by the way, if it were me, there's no fucking way I'd be convinced by you'll never be able to live it down. It'll be on your mind. I'd be like, shut the fuck up. But if let's say that worked, she even says like go before you change your mind. It's like, do you really think it will be off her mind now that he is out there? Because she doesn't know he's dead, right?
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is what did she tell her?
Yeah.
I think this is worse categorically for her
sword.
psychology. She'll believe this is just a creature that's doing all these horrible things indefinitely out there. How is that better?
Yeah,
you know,
you think Ruthie would be like, okay, well, what are we going to do about him?
Exactly. Yeah.
She's like, no, please leave because we got to do a different payoff.
Just walk away. Just walk away. When I saw this, I couldn't help but think of a certain thing that happens in a certain television show that we talk about sometimes in vague terms on this.
We could have Platoon mute because Cap's seen it.
Oh, definitely.
I could do that.
But I mean, we could also be spoiler free because by the time I force you through this show, you'll have well forgotten this, I'd imagine. But it would still work. Or maybe you'd like to sort of talk about it. Well, it's not only the best typically picked payoff for a particular character who is beloved, he's fucking top tier, but it's also just one of the best payoffs in the entire series. And I think it was one of the ones that would have gotten you to be like, okay, this show's actually pretty fucking good. Like, that's that episode. Definitely. But yeah, to be as contextless as possible. This is a Buffy and Angel thing. It's there's a creature that is extremely powerful and extremely dangerous, but that they have phases. They're not always that way. Sometimes they're another creature that is a lot more innocent. And our Paragon hero has trouble dealing with this reality because one side needs to be gone, the other side less so. And a certain aspect is brought up in that way that is difficult for them to deal with. They've got other problems to solve, and they're spared in a sense. They give off their perspective on exactly that you could say is reminiscent of Supergirl's retarded argument. Not really got anything to do with that. It's more about a Batman, Spider-Man sort of aspect of that. That's kind of, I'm trying to remain as spoiler free as possible. Dancing around this is difficult. So another character then gets an opportunity who is set up very well in terms of what they believe in. Even in that episode, they foreshadow this sort of decision making. And like, the reason that hits so much harder is because you don't actually need any advocation of whether or not it was for like justice or for revenge. The character even makes sure they're staring the person down as they make their decision in a very, and this is a person that doesn't really have powers. Asterisks next to that, if you know, but basically they cleanly remove this person because they know the world is worse for this person existing, whether or not there's an aspect that makes it morally complicated. And the way it's described is like people like me have to exist so that paragons can exist. It's like a really interesting idea of certain decisions almost can't be made by paragon heroes that have to be made to make the world better. It's like that's kind of his perspective. It's cold and it's kind of top tier as a payoff. It's just a lot of people would cite it as their favorite moment from the character because it's a proof of a lot of the things that person believes in. Meanwhile, here, it's so fucking wonky and confusing. Like, you can't even really apply... You could say it's inspired or whatever, but, there's nothing left if it were taken from that.
It is just fascinating to me because I do view it as just this severely botched sort of imitation of a really quite excellent payoff in a much better story.
The can you move being his first question.
Yeah. She's a hero, you see, not like us. Like,
and doesn't he take his glasses out to put them on?
Yes. Well, he takes them off and like cleans them. Or
yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, something like that. But it's
the point being, he makes sure he's got perfect vision and stares at him when he does it. But it's also
dead in the eye.
There's no revenge element to it. It's so cold. Like, this must be done. Sorry.
Which, of course, is the point that's sort of being made here. It's like, well, it must be done to stop this guy. This guy's
Yeah.
got to go. But again, it's still, it's revenge. It is very much revenge. So
It's like, how do you fumble this though? It's the last major beat of the entire thing. It should be the decision that's motivated by everything you've done with your character up until this point, and it's supposed to be the one that like sums up in total the theme that you've been pushing. And they've committed to something which is just confusing, extremely confusing and contradictory, because there isn't really an explanation for it that can make it make sense. I mean, she's done the right thing, but
Also, just to be not confusing, I referenced Batman related to the Paragon in Buffy, not the guy we were talking about. I know Batman doesn't kill people typically. That's the point. And Spider-Man, they're both very nice and friendly, and they wouldn't want to kill. They try to avoid it. Other people don't, because some people are referencing Punisher with Joker, which. You know, you get this conflict. It comes up every once in a while, and they had a chance to nail it. They didn't.
Yeah,
The opposite
but
of
that-
nail it. It's
so that's it.
atrocious.
There you go. Got him. And so back on Planet One, the alien nurse lady injects Crypto with the antidote, and he springs to life. He's look at him go. There goes Crypto. Yeah, okay. And so Kara tells Ruthie that she needs to leave, and Ruthie insists she'll be fine. She'll go live with her aunt and make swords like her dad. Wow. Yeah, look at that. Yay. And then Kara says her pub crawling days are behind her, before stating that she's glad to have met Ruthie. And they bid each other farewell, but Kara invites Ruthie to join her for the rest of her birthday celebrations. And I think she says, "You're paying." And it's like, for what?
I
She's
think
like
she,
a
doesn't
kid.
she, you're picking up the tab even, I think.
It's like, I mean, she's not allowed to go into bars. I don't know. I don't
Listen,
know how the
maybe
rules
the
work
legal
in,
drinking age in Alpha Centauri is lower. It's 11.
Okay, but yeah, but she's not going to be getting drunk or something, so it's all good. She'll be buying the birthday cake or something. Yay! Which brings us to, I don't know. Maybe this was meant to be the post-credit scene. This film doesn't have any. This is the ending of the movie.
You know,
so
sorry, random
yeah.
thought. You know, like, this is for Becca, this is for Monroe, this is for my dog. All three are unnecessary.
Yep, you don't need to say anything.
And
do it.
ironically, if she hadn't said anything, it would have been way better, because we would assume she's doing it because it's the just move.
Yep. So, yeah, so Kara and Crypto head to Clark's apartment in Metropolis. Clark has been busy. Says he could have and could always use Kara's help. And to this, Kara says that she's going to stay for a while on Earth and she's happy to be home. There is a little beat I enjoy here where that stupid dog is like going through his garbage and Clark's like, "So where's he staying?" And it's like, yeah, I understand that. I understand why you want nothing to do with this fucking dog. But then the Crypto gets into the chocolate, which is apparently a problem, even though he's a super dog, and I don't know that chocolate would work the same way for him. But yeah, Crypto gets into the chocolate, and that's the end of the movie.
Don't they walk really quick? They walk into the room and he's like floating, like he had been floating down the hallway, and it's like, I don't know if you can keep Crypto in Metropolis. I don't believe
dangerous.
It's dangerous. He's not well trained enough that you can hide him.
He can tackle some old lady and kill her.
Well, it's something that even Clark said. He didn't want to keep Crypto on his family's farm because he was worried he was going to kill the cows. It's like, yeah, it's a serious concern. Like, Crypto, you need to train him. He needs to be a good doggo, and then he can live here. But and to like, I mean, it's essentially it's like you're dealing with a super. What's the dog that gets into trouble all the time? What's the? I feel wasn't this dog like recently
XL bully thing?
Crappy Doo.
So, well, it's just that I know
Dog.
wasn't there like a dog breed that was I don't want to say banned exactly in the UK, but something like that, like a
The American XL bully is like a pit bull type, but like a fucking mutant freak, dangerous creature that should be expunged from all life.
Rags.
a few people are saying pit bull. It might be. The point being, we have conversations now in the real world about dogs, like actual dogs that can potentially be dangerous breeds, and whether or not should an inexperienced person get a Rottweiler or something, or these kinds of dog breeds. And in this case, you're dealing with a dog that so eclipses any harm that a real dog could do to somebody, that is incredibly poorly trained. And it's just like, yeah, whatever. He can just chill here. It's all good. Look at him. He's crypto. Isn't he great? No, he's not. But that's okay, because the movie is it's over. That's it. We did it.
We did it.
That's Supergirl. Yeah.
Utterly pointless and damaging film, which is still somehow better than Superman, but it's really bad.
It is really bad. This is like a 2 or a 3, by the way. Like, this is very much, pretty much in the same realm as the vast majority of superhero movies from the MCU and the former DCEU in level of quality. Nothing has changed. We haven't skipped a beat. It's just, it's terrible. Really, really, really bad. Which brings us to, I don't know what to call our conclusion section. I don't know, the victory lap? it's almost how it should be described. So, we got some meta to talk about, lads.
Well,
we got some meta.
Does this image not summarize the situation?
The balance of power, I can feel it shifting.
The hierarchy of the DCU is about to change.
I love the idea that he's going to contact them like, so, bet you regret it, huh?
So you might remember that when Superman came out, people got insanely irrational when it came to talking about its success. As far as I'm concerned, it's unambiguous. Nominally, not even adjusted for inflation, Superman made less money than Man of Steel. That's not even adjusting for inflation. When you adjust it for inflation, it's pretty dire as a comparison. Superman made less money than Thor: The Dark World. Superman did not, it did not make, it didn't do well. It didn't. But the thing is that because the number was higher than the budget, people could cling to levels of delusion, about making that case. Even though there's obviously tons of arguments against it. It was a very expensive movie. It was pitched as the beginning of a new universe. It's Superman, who is one of the more, well, not even one of the more, the most well-known superhero ever. Maybe not as popular as Batman and Spider-Man in terms of actual fans that are paying attention. But there's all of that. Supergirl is more complicated though. It's a film that now we know costs a similar amount of money to make. It's a very expensive movie. And anybody sensible knew that not only was it not going to make as much money as Superman, it was going to make a lot less money than Superman. What was it that you said, Mugely, that was sort of your prediction consistently for last year?
Since it's been for ages on Real BBC, but the Supergirl will never make more than 40% of Superman, no matter what it was. That doesn't make any sense to me for it to ever make more than 40%.
Yep. And so again, this movie has the budget is apparently $170 to $186 million. That is the budget.
That's insane, man.
It is a ridiculous amount of money, isn't it?
That genuinely, I have a really hard time understanding why no one in Hollywood understands this, that you do actually need to tailor the level of the budget to how popular the movie could ever be.
Yeah.
It seems so straightforward, but they literally, no one seemed to have the thought that oh, well, Supergirl will never be as popular as Superman, so clearly we shouldn't spend as much money on it.
But no, they spent a similar amount of money, $170 to $186 million. Now, in the lead up to this film's release, it's been a bit fucking remarkable, honestly. So there was a big thing where it was Deadline said the budget was $175 million, and somewhere in this article they said that the film needed to make $315 million to break even. On its face, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't comport to the typical loose maths that is applied to when films, when you're thinking about the box office success. I mean, for reference, with Project Hail Mary, it was a lot more accurate, right? It was it needs to probably make $650 million, $700 million to break even. But in the case of Supergirl, no, it needs to make $315 million. And then recently, I'm not even exactly sure what the source is, but I saw it was said that it was The Wrap, and I saw it tweeted out by like I guess could only be described as pro DCU accounts that, according to Warner Brothers, if Supergirl makes more than $300 million, it will be considered a victory.
No.
No,
That's a lie.
One, no. Two, why did you say
Two,
that? Like, what?
why did you say a hard number that, well, we have the numbers now. We you know, the projections were coming out. This was pretty fun as well. I saw that a while ago there was sort of projections like, oh, it's going to make $55 million. And I saw not an insubstantial number of people say, oh, and that number's going to go up with the when the tickets go on sale for because this isn't accounting for pre-orders. What is the use of a box office projection that doesn't account for pre-orders? What does that even mean? Of course it must. Whether or not the prediction was made before tickets went on sale doesn't mean that it doesn't account for that as if it's an additional amount of money that you put on top of that $55 million. Obviously, they're accounting for what they expect it's going to get from pre-ticket sales. And man, I saw some crazy delusion. I saw people saying it was tracking similar to Thunderbolts, which, by the way, Thunderbolts was a failure. Thunderbolts made less than $400 million on like a $200 million budget. That was a failure. And I saw people talking like that was a good result. It's going to be a great outcome. Now, of course, you know, time has panned out and it is falling below those estimates. By the time that the movie was about to come out, the estimates from real sources, like from real, you know, predictions, were starting to get more in the realm of $45 to $55 million. And similar numbers international, but actually a bit lower. Now we know. So Supergirl earned $18 million in its domestic opening day, which means that the film is now tracking to earn $40 million opening weekend domestic.
That's really, really bad.
yeah.
Well, the domestic
Ripper Rudy.
domestic opening day for Superman. Do you have the numbers for that?
I will see. I should be able to grab it. The point is, this is lower than The Flash. The Flash made more money than this opening week. A lot of movies made more money than this. I'm pretty sure Black Adam definitely did better than this. Black Adam, the notable failure, made more money than this. But I guess as a point of reference for Superman, so Superman on its opening weekend in America made $125 million.
And Supergirl's
So
projected
it
at
is
40,
actually,
right?
yes. So Mauler, you were absolutely correct. The maximum is what'd you say it was 40%?
40% would be the cap. It cannot get higher than that. There's no way.
So it's actually, yeah, man. Damn. Sorry, that's
Also,
a third, I guess. Yeah, that's a third.
To be clear, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a prediction of what it will get. It was just that there's no conceivable fudging of anything that makes any sense. The Supergirl. This is strictly an argument from IP and marketing. Like this, it's just not possible. The people will not be there for that. However many people will be there for Superman tells us pretty much exactly what will be there for Supergirl. And like I said, it's kind of a shot in the dark, but I would label it maximum 40, minimum, I don't know, fucking 25 plus. It's going to be there somewhere because Supergirl is derivative of Superman. It just is. I don't know why you would think otherwise.
$600 million, so obviously it's going to be lower. You don't go higher.
This is why the whole, like, it needs 300 million to be considered successful. It's like, it caps out 40% of the worldwide total for Superman, puts it at 249 million.
250, yeah, basically.
Which means it cannot reach the goal they've set. Will it reach 250 worldwide? I don't think so.
I think the reality is this film now looks like it's going to make less than $200 million. This might be the case where there is no level of delusion that can help you because the number that it makes will actually be lower in all likelihood than its reported budget. It will actually be lower than $200 million. For reference, by the way, Morbius made $39 million opening weekend in America. Morbius.
We were all busy that weekend.
The problem is when you start, and something that's also worth bearing in mind is It's the middle of the summer. Over here it's winter, but for most of the world it's summer. Toy
Yep.
Story 5 came out last weekend. I believe in America, the Minions movie is coming out next week. It's out actually this week here in Australia. The week after that is like The Odyssey, right? Or close to it. And then like a week or two after that is Spider-Man.
And
What are the legs for this
It'll be
movie?
like number 3 next weekend,
Yeah, because it's not going to open number 1. It's going to open number 2 behind Toy
Yep.
Story.
and then Minions will
It is
sweep
going
it.
to open
So
number 2. You think that's a good result when a movie opens number 2? You think there's any level of delusion that can help you when a $170 million movie opens at number 2? You think any excuse of, yeah, but Toy Story, it's like, yeah, but $170 million, man. Yeah, but this is a brand new movie release. Yeah, but I thought you told us that Superman was a massive success and people were invested in this movie. Yeah, but man, there's a lot of tweets talking about this movie that are getting tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of likes, where it is an absolute certainty that a substantial number of the people that are choosing to participate in the conversation about this film, they ain't gonna watch it. They're just like people who participate in politics stuff. They watch political streamers, but then they don't vote. They don't do the one thing that matters the most, which is actually going to the movie theater and paying to watch the movie in theaters. But they sure love to participate in the conversation if they even are real and they're not computers.
lots of them aren't going to be. But I mean, there's the Acolyte situation again. You know, one of the most talked about Disney Plus Star Wars streaming shows ever, and it turns out that it's also one of the least viewed. The amount of buzz it gets online is in no way proportionate to the amount of viewers it doesn't get. Lots of people. You'll probably see it over the next couple of weeks. It'll just be a whole bunch of people mass retweeting and mass liking like criticisms of sexist coverage of Supergirl.
We got look, we got lots of tweets, all right? we got lots of tweets to go through. Anyway, and that's also something that's worth noting, right? So you've got the money problem, right? That's a big problem for you with your movie that's not going to make money. It's kind of like the most important thing from a business standpoint, anyway. But how are people feeling about the movie? You know, what is the consensus of movie critics? What is the consensus of the audience? There is no denying that Rotten Tomatoes, as frustrating as it is very relevant. Essentially, whatever the critical consensus is as ordained on something like Rotten Tomatoes, that kind of persists forever. It very much sets the tone, except for very, very rare circumstances where eventually the praise sort of wins out for movies, right? Like, there are a lot of movies that came out before that didn't do very well in terms of the response that they got from critics, but eventually they got reappraised and people sort of came around on it. But in the case of Supergirl, I believe it right now, it is settling on about a 56%, which means that it is in the realm of rotten. It didn't cross that fabled 60% threshold so that it can be said to be certified fresh.
Is that's the critic score or the audience score?
That's the critic. So the audience score right now is 75%, but there's another audience metric that's worth talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, just that fact is really interesting, though. It's bizarre that this is the first one that critics have like really, really rounded on. The professional critics have really, really rounded on, because you would expect this to be the one where they treat with kid gloves. Obviously, it's a female-led superhero movie. They normally try to be really kind to those. But they seem to have been harsher on this than they were on the Superman movie, despite its being way worse and not having the same gender appeal.
It is interesting, though it is worth noting, the reality is these reviews are what you would typically call mixed. This film has not been critically panned. There was that one Variety article that everybody fixated on, but the reviews for this are they're not good, but they're not terrible. But a lot of people are talking as if that is the conversation from a critical standpoint. However, there is a big problem. So, Cinema Score, as I understand it, is a metric that gauges how the audience feels about movies. This is not a critical one. This is like, as people are walking out of the theater, what do they think about a movie?
And in the case, the important thing to remember for that as well is that like the general audience score is kind of implied to be lower than the cinema score, because cinema score will poll the people who are most likely to like the thing. The people who go on opening day are most likely to have a higher opinion of the thing they've seen than people who go a week later or 2 weeks later. The more casual audience isn't necessarily captured by cinema score. So if it's like a B minus for the people that they actually poll, the general audience score will be lower than B minus, and it might be quite considerably lower than B minus.
But it's worth noting, B minus, that is what Supergirl got, which is one of the lowest scores for a DC film, period. It's
Well,
notable. Usually cinema scores are like a lot higher than this. A lot of films get A's. And bear in mind, this is not. To be clear, I don't give a shit about like Rotten Tomatoes or Cinema Score in terms of actually like describing a film's quality. These are not meaningful to me. They're meaningful to the industry, though. That's why they're getting brought up. This is
I think there was
undeniably
a
important.
there was an article a few years ago where someone actually did the research, and it was something like a third of audience members will decide whether they want to watch a movie based on the Rotten Tomatoes score. Which a third, you know, it's not even a majority, but that's a lot.
That's a
of
lot,
people.
yeah.
It's a lot.
So it really matters.
Yeah, and something that's probably noteworthy is that Marvel has generally reliably performed well on this metric. Even these shit movies that they've been making now, the fact that it scored this is like, oh shit. And what that would tell us is any delusion that word of mouth is going to be the thing that saves this film, it's not going to happen.
No,
that should be
because that's the
obvious
only
anyway.
thing. The only way that this movie ever makes like more than 40% of what Superman made is if the reaction coming out of this movie was like, no, you don't understand. It's actually incredible.
Like a
Like,
masterpiece.
you have to tell all your friends, you know, the kind
Mhm.
the kind of reaction that like Top Gun Maverick had, where like
Yeah.
its legs were actually way better than its opening weekend performance because everyone was telling everyone that
Or
they knew
Obsession
that
is
they had to see it.
obviously
Yes.
the super relevant one right now. Obsession will make considerably more money than this film. The
Oh, yeah.
reason why that happened is because of word of mouth. You know, that's the reason why I watched the movie. That's the reason why a lot of people watch it. It's the reason why the film kept going up in terms of its weekends instead of the typical trajectory for movies like, you know, typically, which is they go down like 50% or more often for superhero movies. Which, I mean, yeah, what do you think Supergirl's trajectory is? How much do you think it's going to make less opening in the next weekend? 50%? That'd be nice. That's
That'd be
unlikely
nice.
that it would be 50%.
When it's all
Probably
said and
won't
done, I
be.
think Obsession could probably make double what Supergirl makes, which is
I think that's entirely
crazy
possible.
because
That
it
is
was made
insane.
for about 1 million, not 170 million.
And so, again, all of this happening has prompted some insane things to be said. One of those things is people floating this Supergirl $100 million promotional partner campaign and misunderstanding it to mean that the film made $100 million from
This is an iconic retard as far as I'm concerned. So Supergirl 100 million promo partner campaign, biggest ever for Warner Brothers DC Studios. You read that on its own, you're kind of like, promo partner? Okay, what is that? What exactly does that mean? Anthony Gramuglia's fucking burst onto the scene. So Supergirl made its budget back before release by licensing the imagery out to companies. This is how films become profitable in the new era by subverting the box office. What are you talking about?
Readers added context they thought people might want to know. The $100 million plus figure refers to media value from promotional partnerships, so ads, retail space, impressions that offset marketing costs, not revenue recouping the production budget.
He doesn't get the money
Now,
from
this
it, but
should be-
it's really interesting because it's like every clause and subclause in there is right. It made its budget back. Its budget was more than 100 million, so no.
Yes.
Licensing the imaging out to companies, that's not what it did, and it didn't get that money back. This is how films become profitable. It's not gonna by subverting the box office. The fuck does that
No.
mean?
There is no subverting the box office.
The box office. The box office is God. You make money at the box office, or you make money from selling it on digital. That's it. In the absence of that, or merchandise, but that
Sure.
means merchandise that you're selling. You know, like what Toy Story does. I just find it hilarious. It's like, and of course, why would we hear about this when we never hear about this for other movies? Who the fuck cares about what the market value was for a promotional partner campaign? When has that ever been something that's ever been brought up for any other movie that you can think of?
That's the implication of this. It's like, it doesn't matter that nobody's seen the movie because it's selling branded KFC. It's like,
KFC with
The
the
way
crypto.
this was delivered, and it just fits the slot of like, oh, this is going to be the strategy because they're desperate. You've got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to argue this film will win. And you're like, what about this? It's like, you know what? It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Here's a bit of a case of just a bit of sort of relativity to sort of remind ourselves that when it's different movies that people don't feel poised to defend, their brains start to work a bit better. And of course, the reason why this one's relevant is because it's a contemporary one. So you guys know, because that's another movie that this film will have to compete with, is the Moana live action remake that's coming out. And actually, contrary to my expectations, it looks like the film's not going to do very well, which is great news.
Yeah.
Cost around $200 million. That's pretty similar to Supergirl. It's had pretty bad pre-sales for a while now, and it will open to $50 to $70 million domestically, and that is tracking to bomb. And Supergirl is going to make $40 million opening weekend. And this is not even accounting for, I suppose, currently unknown projections for international box office for this movie. It's weird. We get a little bit more sensible when it's something that we don't have a bizarre desire to defend. So hopefully it's pretty obvious at this point. I mean, film's doomed. It is doomed, and everybody knows it, and everybody should have known it. Well, everybody should have known it basically as soon as it was announced. But it's doomed to fail, and so now begins kind of a strange time, which is there's a bit of blood in the water, and it's prompting some really sort of interesting conversations. I think there is sort of a lingering question of like, who is going to receive the blame for this? Whose fault is this movie, as is expected? And a bit of a sort of a conversation that's starting to play out is it's the writer's fault. Ana Nogueira. It's her fault. People are realizing, wait, so you're saying somebody who had basically no real writing credits got put in charge of writing a $180 million Supergirl movie as her first real screenplay, and she is the same person that is tasked with writing Wonder Woman and Teen Titans. And so we got a tweet from Everything DCU, who says, reminder that she is writing Wonder Woman and Teen Titans for the DCU. We are so fucked. We got another tweet from Mr. Everything DCU. I've seen Supergirl, a non-stop, action-packed, emotional roller coaster that grabs you from the first minute and never lets you go. Millie Alcock gives a generational performance. It's baffling how good she was. Jason Momoa's screen presence was off the charts. Give this man his solo movie. The Krypton scenes are some of the best super family scenes ever put to screen. Finally, the action. Oh my god. Craig Gillespie killed it. I went in expecting a Guardians tone, but it was dark, with serious emotional stakes. Honestly, can't stop thinking about it. Rating, 9.5 out of 10. Better than Superman. The cherry on top is he gave Superman a 10 out of 10.
The word shill comes to mind. Like, because they don't even remember what they shill for. They just fucking hell. It's so funny too, because
So true.
so many of those sentences are like you've read them a million times from these accounts in just different contexts.
Yeah, you have, but the problem is that you see them and you don't know who these people are. But when you find out who they are, you start to realize, dude, you shouldn't listen to these people. They're kind of worthless when it comes to giving perspective. Like this, you're disqualified. You are disqualified. Everything DCU. Like there's nothing that you can say on any movie that is worth listening to. I would have said that anyway, because the fact you gave this film a 9.5 out of 10. But it's just crazy. The film is amazing, but then when you see the tide is turning, you're like, oh, let me jump on the bandwagon of shitting on the writer.
Yeah.
We're fucked. We gotta get, this writer, man. Oh, geez, we gotta get rid of her. That's crazy, man. How do you do that? How do you do this with a straight face? Hilarious, though. But yes, that is something that I'm noticing, is that the tide... people are starting to blame her. They're starting to throw her under the bus, which, by the way, it is her fault. I mean, she wrote this movie. But it is kind of interesting to me that is happening. I mean, for instance, this tweet, if nothing else, there has to be a serious conversation about why Ana Nogueira was tasked with writing the Supergirl script. James Gunn emphatically stated, no film goes forward until the script is solid. Yet the script duty was handed to a writer with no film writing credits. None. Absolutely none. How did she get the job? How did the script get Gunn's approval? Why are Gunn's promises not delivering? As far as I'm concerned, this is a more accurate sort of thought process to have. Yes, she did deliver a bad script. but who chose her? Who looked at
Mhm.
the script and said it was good? Who decided that it was even worth doing this for somebody who's got no writing credits to speak of, and that this person is going to be writing Wonder Woman and Teen Titans? To be clear, by the way, it is insane to hire somebody with like no real writing credits to write a big budget film. That is insane. You should never do that. Even if that person reveals themselves eventually to actually be amazing, it's almost kind of baked into what I just said. You have no idea who they are. You have no idea whether they can do something good, and you're entrusting them with a ridiculous amount of money. You shouldn't do this. To be clear, if any one of us, someone said like, hey, you're writing like, I don't know, the next Spider-Man movie, that's insane. That is insane. That's crazy. Could you imagine? Now, of course,
Yeah,
I think
that's
that
why they tend to
we'd be able to
pair
do a
the-
good job. I'm not speaking
Yes.
to, I think that all of us would be able to actually probably do a good job. But what I'm saying is it's insane that you would offer that.
If that's
to,
your
to-
if that's your hiring priorities, then the odds are you're going to make mistakes way more often than you're going to find hidden gems. Hidden gems are a reason, like hidden for a reason, because they're really, really rare. Lots of people, and even people, because I think Ana Nogueira has some experience writing for theater and stage, which obviously won't show up in an IMDb thing. But like, that's not the same thing. It's part of, because I watched the documentary for the first Shadow, the Stranger Things play. And they sent one of their TV writers, Kate Treffry, over from the TV writers' room to write the stage play. And consequently, the guy in charge of the stage play was basically pulling his hair out and dying young of stress because she can't write stage. She doesn't know how that's structured, how it works. Like she's writing for a big budget TV show where you can just do everything in post, and now she's trying to create scenes believably, which are entirely reliant upon practical, and that you have to switch the stages up in between different scenes. Like, it's just a different experience. So even if she's got more of a track record than will necessarily show up in her IMDb page, it's not relevant experience. And so you still have to look at that and say it's kind of suspicious that she was picked over literally anyone with more writing credits, which is most people working in Hollywood.
Yep, it's mad. So that there's another tweet on the Variety quote tweeting the same thing. This is scathing, but to be fair, Gunn did make a huge deal out of not doing a movie unless the script was solid. He also threw shade at Feige by trying to imply that's why they were having trouble. Looks like it was just another lie. I think this is a very fair thing to point out. In doing that, he was kind of saying we're not like those losers across the street at Marvel. But the problem is, yeah, you probably shouldn't go into movies consistently, routinely, with incomplete scripts. It is not better if you think that a complete script is great when it's terrible. You haven't fixed the problem. Like, if you think this script is good, I don't know, man. Why, But of course, he thinks his own script was good. And
It's so
terrible.
funny because like we've talked before about how this is not a James Gunn film. It's not written by him. It's not directed by him, and he's not promoting it thoroughly in marketing or whatever. But everyone is seeing it as like a huge sin of his that's
It's
making
a
him
bit of
reevaluate all of the facts that we've had for a long time. So to be clear, accepting all gun fugees at this point, you're welcome to join the boat that we've been on for a long time, which is that he's a fucking idiot who's in charge and ruining everything for DC. It has been for some time, unfortunately. What's funny is I think everyone would pick a different time for where his collapse would be. I think a lot of people are going to reassessing Superman, but we would probably go with Guardians 3, right?
That was the big one, because as much as there are really big problems with the Suicide Squad, there's still a core there that's it's a very strange movie. It's a plot that's terrible, yet somehow the plot problems did not rub off on the characters. Very difficult to do that. He didn't do it on purpose, obviously, but usually plot problems will affect characters negatively. But Guardians 3, it's just like, no, it's just pretty horrible. And that was basically the turning point. It's like, no, you're a hack. That's what you are.
Yeah, and then
My
Superman
man.
was like, holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Because I think I can't remember our coverage fully, but like, were we surprised by how bad Superman was?
I think
Yes.
in the end,
I don't
yes.
think
The extent of it, yes.
Yeah.
yes. I was surprised by that. That's for sure. And
So
now
the-
we yeah.
Oh,
go
go
for
ahead.
it.
Before we get into the let's blame sexism stuff, the thing about this movie, I think it is totally fair and reasonable, and really the only thing that makes a lot of sense is to blame James Gunn for this, because I totally believe after watching the movie that James Gunn read that script and thought this would be good. I 100%
It's not hard to believe,
believe that. No,
because
it's not hard to believe. He just has bad taste. How and why he went from having some good taste to having none at all, that's an interesting question, but he just doesn't have taste anymore. It's that simple. He doesn't know what is good. He approved this movie thinking it would do really, really well because he's a hack. That's it. That's it.
That is it.
No, yeah, I'm not saying you should be relinquished from it. I'm saying it's fascinating watching so many people turn on him when it's not "quote unquote" his film.
Oh no,
if you
I'm
know
not
what I mean.
disagreeing with you. I just think there's
It-
a lot
it
of
is
people
very
reaching for the
blunt, yeah.
director, reaching for the writer. Even it's like it's really him. It's on him.
It is. It
He's
is.
in charge
It
of
is funny.
everything.
No, I mean he is, and he has made it clear that that is the case. Everything goes past him, so ultimately he assumes some blame for this. But yes, now we move on to what again feels like you've got a whole bunch of different fights that are intersecting, right? Like that sort of surround this movie that are a whole. It's almost like a Venn diagram, right? You've got the persistent fight that sort of exists between Marvel and DC that is just sort of a present that filters into it. You've got the fight between Snyder Bros and the Gunn fans, I guess, like as sort of an intersection, and then you've just got broader culture that's sort of intersecting here as well, which is worth talking about. So, yeah, there's a tweet that says Supergirl critic score now currently at fresh of Rotten Tomatoes 61 because a lot of these accounts were trying to keep track of the way that was fluctuating, and we got the tweet here that says with the misogyny tax, this is an 80% score. Now, 3 hours later, we got I don't know if it's like Ottilie Noah's got like a different Twitter account I'm not aware of, but he tweets out three hours later. If you add the woman hate tax, it's really at 80%. I sure do love when people steal tweets from each other while trying to prosecute like social causes. That's
Yeah,
some good
this
shit,
foments the sex war, and it's all for engagement. There's so much engagement bait that's just an attempt to make everyone hate each other. So annoying.
Yep, it is. I just find it crazy. It's like if I change misogyny to woman hate, that'll mean I can get away with it.
Well, they probably should have changed it from 80, shouldn't they?
Yeah, say 79%. See, I changed it around.
Well, because
Yes,
it
change
says so
misogyny to
original that they say, I don't even follow you. We just had the same idea. It's like, you didn't change the number, you moron.
You didn't change the number. Yeah, you took it. Is someone
Less
saying
successfully. The first week got 18,000 likes, and this one got 8,000 likes. Guys, go watch the movie. If you care that much.
Yeah.
There's no point liking this
support
on
it.
Twitter. It's not going to make a difference.
We got someone who saw Supergirl and did see the movie and said, I think you guys just don't like women.
Well,
Now, of
Wonder
course,
Woman
I
was
find all-
successful. How did that happen?
I suppose what's amusing is that always when I'm watching stuff like this, it's funny because it's not a claim that can be said about us because we have just a plainly visible record of, no, we hate all these movies, okay? Every single one of these. I mean, again, in this case, Superman is the worst movie. It is the worst movie. But the problem is that, again, you've got I almost have the question of, do you think that this will work for the Snyder Bros? Do you think that this will essentially bully them out of whatever argument they're trying to make? Do you think this would bully someone who is an actual misogynist from not participating in these conversations? What do you think you're achieving with this?
Well, no, it's losing its rhetorical force because I think we're beyond the point, long beyond the point at which people actually give a fuck. This is solely preaching to the ever decreasing in-group. It's just in-group signaling. Most people that they think they're attacking will just say, lol, yeah. No one cares. Have you got the diversity demographic breakdown the Deadline did for this?
Oh no, I don't.
I can read that very quickly because on the theory that it's just men hating women and this is responsible for Supergirl underperforming. The Deadline did an article and it goes to say there's the toxic fanboys blah blah blah. Obviously, and it has to acknowledge this doesn't apply to Captain Marvel. But it says, well, that's because it was just a bridge between the Avengers movies, so everyone wanted it. And then it has to acknowledge, well, it didn't seem to apply to the first Wonder Woman movie either. But that's just because women wanted that or something. You get down to Supergirl, and it says, like misogynists, toxic fanboys, etc. Then you get to the breakdown. 40% Caucasian, 30% Hispanic, Latino, blah, blah, blah. But men over 25, the majority of the audience at 41%. Women over 25, about half that, like 26%. And then it goes slightly worse than that because men under 25 are 18%, women under 25 are 15%. So in both of those age ranges, men are vastly turning out more than women are to go and see this movie in the first place. But then you also get the little note at the bottom, obviously related to that talk about the 100 million marketing campaign that it's got. Deadline says that Warner really, really wanted to connect with the under 25 female demographic. That's why it did such a big push with like ultra beauty stores and all the rest of that. It tried really hard to capture that demographic. That demographic is by far the smallest of the four that are listed. Women under 25 are about 15% of the audience overall. So most of it's men.
Shouldn't be a surprise. The reality is the main demographic for action movies broadly, including superhero movies, it's mainly guys. And of course, that includes guys that will watch films that star women. Obviously, it does. It has to be accepted that that's the case. I don't know, like, what is to be said for how much it influences people, whether or not they want to like watch a movie or play a game or something like that. If it's got, like, you know, if it's starring a man or a woman, like, I'm not sure how relevant that is. As a metric, maybe there's something to be said for that. But like broadly, when it comes to just the genre interest, it's kind of just like we all know like what's up. It's mainly guys. Which means it's mainly going to be guys that are watching this movie. You're appealing to an audience that fundamentally is probably just not going to show up for you. Which again, if you want
to, I just want to, because there's something here is that they're not going to show up for this movie, right? I mean, obviously they showed up for Wonder Woman. You can obviously put a lot of that on the fact that Wonder Woman is a much more recognizable character, but Wonder Woman, that movie was not as weird and gross and off-putting as this movie is. Right? You're trying to appeal to a young woman with an ugly, gross, kind of repulsive looking movie. All right. Where the character is really disinterested and very sort of like obnoxiously a caricature.
You probably should have had it more like the comic where it's colorful and she has a flying horse, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
And
you
if
probably
it was
should have done that.
at all, that might have helped. You know what I mean? Like where you're trying to like, because if you're doing like these ultra beauty campaign tie-ins for a movie that looks like this, are you kidding me? Like,
Well, yeah,
I don't know. It's not just that
thing.
women are less likely to watch superhero movies, which is true, and they're less likely to watch action movies, which is true. It's like this is not going to appeal to women.
No, it is a bit and it's also like you gotta actually like understand what you're competing against. You're competing against like these shows on Netflix that I don't even know what they are because I don't care about them, right? Like that's like a lot of these things that you're going to be competing against for attention for that particular demographic is like. I wish I knew the names of some of the. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's these shows on Netflix, on Amazon Prime, right? Like the teen drama, romance, like those sorts of things, or Emily in Paris and stuff like that.
Yes.
Like, these are what you're competing against. But at the same time, you're also competing against fucking Spider-Man. Like, you're in a very awkward like position in terms of essentially like the kind of how you need to like capture in terms of like an audience that gets into your movie. And it is crazy that like you had a massive marketing campaign to achieve that effect and it didn't happen. Of course it didn't happen. It would help if the movie was good. I will say that would probably do you some favors, right? If you had a good script, that would probably be relevant. But alas,
but it's not just how well it's written, it's what it's even trying to achieve. What this is trying to achieve, even if it did it successfully, would never really appeal to most women.
Which good idea spending $170 to $185 million to experiment with that right at the beginning of your cinematic universe where you desperately need to get people invested with the belief that your stories are going to be high quality. Of course, Superman, Peacemaker Season 2, Creature Commander is not doing any favors on that front either. If you made movies that were good, that would be a benefit. But I don't think
more young women are going to want to see Spider-Man.
That is almost certainly going to be the case because again, I don't know how much it matters to people whether or not the lead character is a man or a woman. I don't think it's possible that it can actually matter that much in reality because of the fact that basically every single person who has any interest in anything like movies, TV shows, games, if they have any investment at all, there are going to be characters that they like that aren't the gender that they are. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, back in the heyday of Marvel, if you'd done a Black Widow movie set in phase 1, 2, or 3, probably would have done quite well. Then they did one, obviously, to kick off Phase 4. That did not do very well, but that's for a number of sort of related reasons. I think part of the problem is that unfortunately audiences are being trained now to see, well, okay, here's a new superhero you haven't seen on screen before, and it's a woman. It's like, yeah, this shouldn't be the case. I don't like that this is the case, but you can kind of reliably predict then what the movie's going to be, and it's not going to be good. And it sort of dovetails as well with the fact that you're deliberately selecting female writers with no experience to helm the project.
No, you had a man director, though.
Well, yeah, the male director's going to save absolutely everything. Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't escape blame either. This is an awful-looking movie, and it's not particularly well shot. But it's nothing to do with, like, innately, because, you know, some parts of the further reaches of the internet will say that's just because women don't understand how to write heroes. And it's like, that's not true, because all of literature will tell you that that's incorrect. But it is that, like, there's obviously been a push to try and get more female audience members. This requires more female characters, and for, you know, social credit points, we can say we can get more female writers to write them, but actually the problem is you're not selecting them to be able to write these characters as well as the male characters used to be written. So what do you expect to happen? You get so many new shit female superheroes. They could have been really good, but you have to put the same amount of care and attention into building them up as you did for the male ones, and nobody seems to want to do that.
It has to be said that this is like a really annoying consequence of this, which is that you've kind of conditioned people to expect bad things now.
Yeah.
Because of the last many years compared to a much healthier time that we were in before, where everybody was just kind of chill with like what anybody was interested in doing, whether it was with a male lead or a female lead. But now everything has been tied up in a really frustrating climate where I don't like that, but it really is very annoying. It feels like things have gone wrong in that respect. But I mean, it very much has that energy of like, yeah, the first female protagonist in anything was Katniss Everdeen. It's like, dude, you've just forgotten the history. You've just forgotten movies. You've forgotten books, you've forgotten games. And now everything it's fun because now we have because we've got all these tweets, 42,000 likes.
I'll have you know, Fringy, it's easier to name famous horses than it is famous women characters.
Oh yes, that's right. There's Roach, and
Aggro,
and Donkey when he was a donkey. No, horse. I mean, when he was a horse, when he was a stallion. Well, hey, look, he's part of the horse family under all circumstances. Who else? Yeah, BoJack Horseman. Yeah.
Shadowfax is a good shout from chat. But careful, I think was Alexander the Great's horse, but you're getting a bit obscure when you get to
Mr. Ed.
Ancient Greece.
Secretariat.
Remember Hidalgo? I remember Hidalgo.
I don't. Who was the one that won the Melbourne? I can't even remember the name. It was Melbourne Cup, isn't it? Who won it 3 times? I can't remember. Someone will know. Won it 3 times. That was in the 2000s. That's probably a famous horse. Yeah, no, that's yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's just there's that 42,000 likes. This is gonna make the world a better place. That's good stuff. 1.8 thousand likes. Everybody's saying the DCU is screwed. I think is failing to forget how much people hate women. I think let's wait till more of the general public has an opinion. So the argument being that critics are a disproportionately women-hating crowd, but the general public.
Yeah,
we knew that.
I saw someone say, of professional critics, like, it's so bad that they have so many men as professional critics of female-led superhero stories, and actually the figures they themselves presented are like basically 48-52 female critics to male critics when it comes to reviewing these movies, and as though film critics are bedeviled by sexism. These are people who
there are a lot of, film critics are known to not reside in places like Los Angeles and New York and to be in Des Moines, Iowa or fucking Oklahoma City or whatever. By the way, I'm not saying that there's more people who are sexist, I'm just saying it's just funny to me in terms of like the nature of, I guess, what political persuasion you might be suggesting that this crowd is belonging to. We got another tweet with 55,000 likes on the Rotten Tomatoes score that says, "This means nothing to me because I've never once in my life taken seriously what men have to say about Supergirl. I find this one really funny because at the end of the day, the whole world, men and women alike, are the ultimate people who decide whether or not you're going to get more Supergirl media, whether it's movies or TV shows or anything. And it's not looking great. right
Also,
now
she
for the
cares a lot.
prospect of.
She's doing the like, I totally don't care what you guys think while caring. Like, obviously, she's very
Yeah.
mad about the fact that you don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think I find this stuff fascinating because it's like this is the audience you need to deal with, which means that you've got some choices to make, and the smart choice is probably to get real and find ways to, number one, improve the quality of these movies, and number two, get better at persuading people to sort of be on your side. This is not. What is the point of this, other than just making things worse in terms of like the toxicity surrounding the conversations
Oh,
that
we'll get
like
likes,
you know
though.
are in these movies?
Yeah,
Yeah,
are the
well, likes
point.
worth everything rather than trying to make the world like the place that you would rather see that it is. Though this last one here, I feel is I appreciate the honesty in this one. As if defending Supergirl from that crowd wasn't hard enough already, this just made it a whole lot worse. Yes. Yeah, because this is somebody who is being a little bit more honest that we all kind of know what's up here with this sort of fight. This is a fight that you're having. This is a fight that you want to win. It's a fight that you want to win before you probably saw the movie, because this tweet was from 3 days ago and the movie just came out. It's a battle. It's a battle that people are having over, you know, prosecuting whatever weird arguments they want to make and tying it into like a broader socio-political, cultural sort of thing. I find it very frustrating that this is stuff that has to be waded through in the case of like, it is really simple, man. I'm just interested in movies being good. I am interested in these superhero movies being good if they're going to be a big and relevant part of culture. I like, you know, I want to be talking about these movies and figuring out whether or not I think they're good or bad and having some fun with them. It really is that simple. I'm not the only person in the world where that is the interest in that. I would say it's an interest that all of us share here. It's probably an interest that plenty of you in chat share. It's just like, dude, it's actually so simple. I just want movies to be good. I'm interested in movies being good and worthwhile. I'm obsessed with talking about movies and stories and games and stuff in general. That's all I want to do. But you can't do it with these movies, man. Every new movie, it feels like it's getting harder and harder and harder for that to be the conversation that's had. You have to wade through all this bullshit. All of this bullshit about all of these like broader fights that are going on. It's really very frustrating.
And it's not helped by the fact that the people making these movies are very ideologically poisoned as well. You know what I mean? They're not trying to step out of that. You know, they're making movies for ideological reasons. They're promoting them for ideological reasons. They are casting people. They are like putting together teams to like hit certain points. Like they're wading into the battle themselves. And so that makes it a lot harder to like talk about movies outside of that, because, you know, they're creating things with that in mind. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
I think they could have helped themselves when it came to essentially like kind of the Platoon's already mentioned it before, but the marketing has really not helped divert this movie away from the Marvels didn't really have this problem as much.
No.
It didn't have as much of a problem with people talking about like, you know, sexism or all of these sorts of things. Like the Marvels, it just sort of came out and died, which of course is going to be interesting when the Marvels is probably will end up making more money than this film. Yet there's such a huge conversation about the movie, and it's not even about the movie really. The most that you're willing to see people say in defense of this movie is it's not that bad. That's mostly what you're getting from people.
Yeah.
But it's because it's sort of part of this like broader fight that I'm just not really fucking interested in, honestly. But it is part of the conversation, and part of the reason why it's probably being incensed so much is because we are at something of an inflection point specifically for the DCU. That inflection point is any delusions that anybody could cling on to that this universe was in a particularly healthy place, that's about to get shattered in a really big way. This is going to be consequential. This as a failure. How could it not be? It's the second movie in your universe at a time when people at least claim that they're really quite invested in it and excited about it, and people are saying that they're interested in this movie, and yet it's not manifesting in the one place that matters from the perspective of the studios, which is how come we're not making money? I believe there was like a Variety article that posed a sort of point that I think is very important that's sort of being established this year. It was pointing out that with Spider-Man and Supergirl sort of releasing together, we're about to learn whether or not any superhero movie that doesn't star a tentpole mainstream well-known character is even fucking viable at this point, let alone whether or not it can, you know, Like whether or not it can make any money at all, it's like not. It's like whether or not it's even can justify its own existence and just get across the finish line. And I think the conclusion that we're going to get to is no, that's not going to be the case. This is the consequence of the last 6 or 7 years of superhero movies from Marvel and DC, which is unless you're Batman and Spider-Man, you're fucked. Or Wolverine or something, you know? And who knows what Wolverine's going to look like now with Deadpool and Wolverine, the fact that people have soured on that. Your most popular characters are your only prospect. Anything else other than that, you've almost got a hard ceiling of about $500 million. And when these studios refuse to spend anything less than like 150, 180, $200 million on these films, you're not profitable. You're not profitable anymore. Supergirl, it ain't gonna work. And then it starts to get really scary because then it's like, what about Wonder Woman? It's like, oh shit, man, that might be tough. Honestly, at this point, you might be struggling to get Wonder Woman to a point of profitability. I mean, fucking Superman has struggled. Man of Tomorrow is gonna make less money than this movie. You're fucked. You blew it up.
Yeah.
You ruined your own party.
In the absence of actually churning out legitimately really good movies, and not just passable by modern standards, but actually really good movies,
Yeah,
you
like
do
good
have
movies
to
that stand the test of time.
downsize. Yeah, you have to downsize in like tremendously.
But it has to be
But do they
possible
have the
to
discipline?
downsize. So it's not just discipline. I mean, it's partly capability as well. So some of it's discipline
Sure.
in the sense that there is this perception, I think, and that might change obviously with the success of Obsession and Backrooms and things like that. But there has been this impression that to be considered a major, big, serious movie, you have to be able to say, we have spent over $100 million.
Be a lot of
It's going to
logic
look
for
like it.
movies.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. But some of it is structural and unavoidable as well. It is now extremely difficult to make movies within mainline Hollywood studios cheaply because the climate in the places where those movies are typically made makes that hard. Like Obsession benefits from not being within the studio system and bound by a lot of the conventions and the rules and regulations that apply to that, but that's not going to apply to Disney. It's not going to apply to any major film studio, which then also worries about losing the appeal to top talent because, you know, if you say, well, we're going to be putting you in a movie, but we're only spending $50 million on it, top talent might look at that and say, you're not backing this as much as the other studio I could be working for, which is spending $150 million. So actually, I'm not sure I do want to take on that project. There's a kind of a risk aversion that comes into play on top of a structural inability to do things cheaply, on top of a huge ego stake in making the biggest, most expensive thing you can possibly make. It's just everything at the moment is kind of falling apart in the industry. There are good little upstarts around the industry, which hopefully will point a way forward, but superhero movies, you're not going to see them done really cheaply for a while. And Clayface is the next one, right? And that's supposed to be a cheap movie because it costs $60 million, is it?
$40 million, which is not even that cheap, but
Well,
relatively
no, again,
cheap.
when you consider, I mean, yeah, the inflation-adjusted budget for the original Star Wars is $50 million. So like that is not cheap still. It just sounds cheap compared to the average budget of everything else.
The thing is, it didn't matter when Marvel movies could come out and reliably make $800, $900 million, even $1 billion reliably. But we are not in that era anymore. We're in an era, you know, it's worth remembering the Batman made about $800 million. That is less money than the Dark Knight Rises made. It was, you know, it's even when it comes to Spider-Man looks like it's kind of had the opposite trajectory. It's become more and more profitable. I imagine that Brand New Day is probably not going to make as much money as No Way Home did, but that was a bit of a special case. But it's probably going to make $1 billion or more. And of course, these studios will always be salivating over the prospect of making that much money, but they can't. DC cannot. Not right now. It's not possible. But
No,
I
especially
don't know.
given the, you know, because what you could do in this situation is start to say, okay, well, we need to consolidate and we need to contract and we need to identify who are the characters we have access to who can reasonably be expected to draw in a large audience. So from in the Marvel case, Spider-Man is obviously the one. In DC's case, Batman, Superman used to be the case, but probably not anymore. But you can start building again, build your story from scratch using these, and you start introducing the characters, the lower tier characters within those movies in a way that, you know, builds audience interest in those, and you treat it like a startup again, kind of like the MCU did, in having like solid, relatively small scale, local stakes movies with characters that can stand alone, but there's just enough in them to let you know, hey, look, this is going to be connected to this next thing, or it's going to be connected to a broader plan. So if you like this one, maybe you should check out this one that's coming up. And actually, there might be a character we've introduced alongside your Spider-Man, for example, who will be showing up in this next one as well. And then more audience members will look at that and say, oh, well, I liked him in the Spider-Man movie, which I was always going to go and see, so I might give the other one a chance. And they might try and do that because Marvel obviously is chucking Jean Grey into the Spider-Man movie. As preparation for launching the X-Men probably after Doomsday and Secret Wars. So there might be like a dim awareness in Marvel's case, at least, that that's what you should do. But that's not the approach that James Gunn has taken or the DC Universe has taken.
It is funny because to a certain extent it is because they've talked like, oh, you know, Supergirl's going to have a big role like in Man of Tomorrow and going forward. We even know what the next movie is that she's going to be in. She's going to have a big role. And it's like, you guys need to have a real conversation about whether or not that's a good idea at this point.
Yeah.
I think they might cling to the delusion because of the fact that Millie Alcock's performance has been sort of praised singularly as generally consistently, even in pretty negative reviews. But like, I mean, but the character, you know, was in a movie that failed, which makes you wonder then if that's, you know, if that is going to actually be a negative for you as almost like a corrosive element if you inject into other movies. It's too late for Man of Tomorrow, right? Whatever role the character's going to have is probably probably set in stone or close to it. But I mean, you know, in the future, does it even make sense? Like, oh yeah, Supergirl absolutely fucking failed spectacularly. Let's have her in like the Wonder Woman movie. Does that even make sense? But this is going to become more and more and more of a problem as more of these projects come out and they don't do as well as they're expected to. If Lanterns comes out and it's bad, and it doesn't do well, why would HBO want to sign up for more, you know, James Gunn approved DC television shows? Why would that be something that they want to, you know, sort of get involved in? And then of course, yeah, when Superman, you know, 2 comes out next year and absolutely, undoubtedly ends up making less money, than the first movie does, game over. I mean, it's kind of game over now. It's like a train that's. It's like at the beginning of Toy Story 3. It's the train is heading for the bridge that's collapsed in, but nobody's going to save it. It can't be saved and it can't be slowed down in time. It's trudging towards more things that are bound to fail. And then what? And then what happens? Especially when you've got the Paramount thing looming. I guess depending on what happens if because it's been approved. It's been approved to some extent, but there's fights that are going on about like that. But even in the absence of that, I mean, what hope do you have?
What I think is funny is that it's always an assumed solution, right, of finding the right directors and writers to make the best stories to get everyone to watch them all. But at this point, if you want to go hyper cynical, you guys just got to be able to make movies for cheaper. It's just absurd. What is core? Yeah. You need some guy, like an assassin at this point, of money to go through and find where the leak is, where it's costing a shit ton. Yeah, and you know, go a little bit further, like, because I think it's Jeremy Clarkson that said, you know, go through all the government's jobs. If you don't understand it, cut it. Like, if someone describes their job to you and you don't understand it, but obviously a bit more detail. But something's going on. It's ridiculous because at this point, it doesn't even feel like it's worth like each of these major movies. Like
terrible.
Well, I mean, from just even the way they look, let alone the fucking quality of everything. It's just like, why? You're paying this much for that. Can you find some people who know how to make films look more expensive than they cost and just hire them?
If you're going to spend the money, you need to be getting the Batman results in terms of, dude, this film looks fantastic. Like every single shot, every single scene, the practical effects are great. You need to be getting those results. You can't be getting these, you know, like where it looks like it was AI generated, you know, sort of frames in a lot of these things. Like it's not. It is unacceptable to be spending this much money on something that looks this bad. But this is almost the problem, is it feels like it is like this sort of chronic illness that it's like you've crossed the event horizon, right? In order to solve the problems, you need to have access to like solutions that aren't available to you yet until you solve the problems. Like, for instance, that you kind of got to pay people a lot of money to do these movies because a lot of actors know that this is bullshit. You know, in terms
that
of
is a great
like,
point. I'm gonna jump in because that is such a good point.
Yeah.
You know, like, how does Wes Anderson consistently make movies for less than $30 or $35 million and have them be more star-studded than even like the big tentpole Avengers movies in some ways? How does he do it? It's because they want to work with him.
He's
And I'll
got,
tell
he's
you
got
how
the
cut
cred,
through
he's
it.
got the
I mean,
networking,
that was
the
the story of
connections.
Oppenheimer, was that all of the
Yes.
actors, the lead actors, took less money than they would normally ask for because they wanted to be in a Nolan movie. That's why. And that film costs a lot of
Yeah.
money, but you can understand why it costs a lot of money. There's like a lot that clearly went into that. But yeah, compare in the inverse of that, how much you got to pay for Florence Pugh to spend time doing this shit rather than making like real movies. How much you need to pay, and of course we know with Robert Downey Jr., right? It's like an obscene amount of money.
Yeah,
You know,
he doesn't want to do it because he wants to work on this movie. If you were making movies that were good, that actors actually wanted to work on, with directors that people actually wanted to work with, they would be more willing to do it for cheap. But they know this is bullshit.
But
yeah,
I mean,
which is
it's,
again, that's the problem. Which is, how do you get these people? How can you make it for cheap when you can't even get actors involved unless you're paying them a good amount of money? Well, that, or you get actors who are super young that don't really have the prospects, that are essentially willing to do something in order for it to advance their career. Like, I assume Millie Alcock probably didn't get paid that much for this movie. Probably a lot of money, like a good chunk of money, but probably not that much money. We are probably past the point of, you know, Brie Larson getting paid like $5 million for the debut in Captain Marvel, right? Compared to like how Chris Hemsworth and stuff were getting paid like 500 grand for Thor back in the day. What were you saying, Mubes?
that Phoenician scheme, right? That costs something like 30 million. So
Yes.
it's like you take that budget, you're like, how much of a Marvel movie can I make? It's like you can't even afford the main actor yet. Okay,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And then all of those structural things that Platoon was talking about before, of almost like that people don't like take it seriously if it doesn't cost too much money. But the problem is that like they might take it seriously, but they may not even show up for the movie in the case of Supergirl, and you're just in this place where you can't even make these movies without spending an insane amount of money. But there is no audience for the movies that cost that much money. It's really quite a dire situation.
Yeah, because the worse you make the movies, the more all of these problems compound, right? You know, we were just saying that like the more your reputation goes to shit, the more you actually have to pay more to get anyone to work with you, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of worth
Exactly.
remembering, I was just looking it up, that actually Superman and Top Gun Maverick made about the same amount the domestic opening weekend as each other.
Yeah, and yet one movie made twice as much money in the long run.
Yes, more than twice as much. It made almost
More than.
$1.5 billion. Why? Because
Yeah.
people liked it. It's really that
certainly
simple.
did.
If you can make a movie that people actually really
Oh, and
like.
that's another thing as well. This is hilarious. Apparently, Top Gun Maverick costs less money to make than Supergirl, at least if the current Wikipedia numbers is to be believed. Top Gun Maverick, $170 million, and they're up flying in real fucking jets.
Yeah.
They had to do like extensive military training in order to even be allowed to go in the jets to do it. Like it's a really great looking film. Very much one of those, like it's one of those films where you don't see the seams. It's kind of, F1 cost a lot more though, to be fair, but F1 had different, you know, objectives. That was a film that was in part promoting a sport, and as long as it achieves that effect at all, which it definitely is contributing to, because F1 is like exploding in popularity, you know, it's whatever, right? But in the case of Top Gun, it's like, yeah, it cost about as much money as this movie. It looks a hell of a lot better than this movie. What's the deal, lads? You can't keep doing this. You're losing money. DC movies, you keep losing money on these movies, and nothing has changed with Mr. James Gunn. So, and you might be thinking with all of this, like, so Fringy, what is your solution? It's like, well, my solution is one that people wouldn't like, which is you should just give up making these movies. Stop it. Give up. Don't even try. Give up on making superhero movies. Quit. Just give up. You can't do it. There's something wrong with the way that Hollywood works right now, or Marvel Studios, or, you know, I guess DC is a bit more apparent. There's something wrong, fundamentally wrong with how these movies are made, that they cost too much money and they are reliably dog shit. Just give up.
You know,
Don't
if you
spend
made
the money
this
on it.
appeal like a big presentation to the fucking boardroom filled with all the richest people, they'd all look at each other and be like, can we do that?
No, I know. I know.
Is
That's
that
what
an
I mean.
option?
It's almost like an absurd thing, but I think you should just give up. Don't make superhero movies. Take the money that you spend for these movies and allocate it to other projects that better prospects creatively and financially. Don't make superhero movies.
I still don't get why. Just fund 100 obsessions, right? If one of them works out, you'll be okay.
You might as well do that. And if you want to take bigger bets, fund original sci-fi movies, but keep the budgets under control. Keep them under control, or fantasy movies. Just get them under control. Don't spend too much money.
Go looking for hungry directors and writers out there. Just give them a small-ish budget. I'm talking like
much money, yeah.
Like even just, if you did 2 million per, how many can you pay before you reach the budget of the Marvels?
Well, this is exactly the reason why opportunity cost is so relevant. Obsession, $750,000, $400 million, insane. Supergirl, $200 million, box office probably $200 million, maybe less. You could have made 200 Obsessions, more than that actually, for the money you spent on this. And it may well be the case that the vast majority of them are not going to make, Obsession money, but they're probably going to be profitable individually.
There's so many benefits that can happen.
There's a chance that a few of them are. This is the reason why Jason Blum is so successful. None of his movies fail. Obviously, that you could say that there's relative failure because some projects clearly take off and thrive while other ones don't do so well. But it's okay. The ones that don't do well, they usually make their money back. And even if they didn't, the ones that do super well massively offset that. Compared to in Marvel, where Deadpool and Wolverine, which on its face seemed to be a massive success, when all was said and done, it didn't actually make that much money because of how much money it cost to make. It did not offset the losses that would have come from Brave New World or Thunderbolts or Fantastic Four.
It's funny. I saw a comment in the chat that someone said Fringy going full capitalist. It's like, yeah, that's the point of the.
That's
industry.
that's their motivation. Like that's.
It drives me. I get so blown away when people say, "Why do audiences or people who talk about movies? Why do they care about budget, box office? Because it fucking determines whether or not the things that you like or dislike even fucking exist. That's why it matters."
Worth mentioning that the box office is a reflection of what people want to see.
It's not a reflection of quality.
It's not a perfect metric of quality,
yeah,
but it's a metric of what people want to see or what they think they want to see before they've seen it, right?
It's a measure of demand.
Yes.
Exactly. And you know what? It may well be that there is demand that's unrecognized and you make something innovative and then it turns out, holy shit, there are actually a lot of people that were yearning for that. This is the nature of the creative push and pull, which is that creative people are going to take swings on things that they think are worthwhile and interesting, and it may well resonate with people, and then it sets a trend for what... If you're not interested in talking about the commerce of fucking Hollywood movies, why are you... It's so relevant.
And it's why it's baffling, because you get a James Gunn type that convinces all these people that give him the money to take maybe he argued it wasn't even a risk at all to take a chance on Supergirl. But then in retrospect, 'cause we've been doing this for so fucking long, it's like, why did you take that risk, that crazy fucking risk that anyone with a brain should have told you, you will never make your money back on Supergirl? If you're going to burn all the money, why not fucking shoot in the dark with a whole bunch of untested directors and writers?
Yeah,
just do it.
Yeah, fine. Split that budget into thirds, find 3 directors, give them 3 movies, give them 3 experimental movies for known characters, hedge your bets, do a Wonder Woman movie for $50 million, see what you can come up with for that.
It would certainly be a good strategy if you made a Wonder Woman movie for $50 million. It would be a much less risky investment. But part of the problem here is if the heads of DC are trying to just give chances to upstart directors and stuff like that, is that the heads of DC don't have good taste.
No, there's that problem as well.
Everything comes back to that, really.
Sometimes I wonder if they have taste or if they just do whatever someone like a James Gunn tells them is the right thing to do because he knows, they're the money people.
Well, I'm including James Gunn in the executives here because he is one now.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm. He is an executive. That's true. By the way, to loop it back, because I said before that giving this writer this opportunity was insane, but the big thing is it's the money. The more you reduce the money, the less insane and the more sensible it becomes to take bets on new people. The reason why it's insane is not because everybody needs to write their first movie. Everybody needs to write their first movie, their second movie, and their third movie, but you probably shouldn't bet your first movie on $200 million. But if you start betting it on $100 million, that's less insane, but still a bit crazy. $50 million. Okay, yeah, sure. That's kind of daring and cool. And then when you're at $1 million, it's like, dude, this is just the way to go. Give them a shot. See what they can do. They prove themselves and make something that's good and profitable. Then they can get more and more and more money. I feel compelled to remind people, I know that everybody hates him, but Joss Whedon made Avengers well into his career after having been a writer for Toy Story, which was a massive success, writing Buffy and Angel as a television show that were massively successful for several years, then Firefly that wasn't successful but was massively acclaimed, and then the movie that wasn't successful but massively acclaimed, and then another TV show, and then that is the normal trajectory is that you have to work your way up. You don't just suddenly teleport into having $1 billion and getting to direct an Avengers movie. That is a normal trajectory. Which, by the way, at this point, you'd have to accept, right? If things had gone a bit differently with the Justice League and all of that to try and get the Batwoman movie, if there was a world where you had a DC universe that was created by Joss Whedon, let's be real, it would probably be not bad.
It would be crazy
It'd be
to
a
see
lot
what that would have looked
better.
like.
Better anyway.
But we are locked out of that timeline. We got the Snyder interpretation of that, and then we decided, let's go for the James Gunn interpretation of that.
Oh Lord.
but nevertheless,
Here we are.
to sort of bring it back, it's like, all right, so looking to the future, DC is dead. And I've already, I said I think they should give up, but they won't. So what do we actually think is going to happen for DC movies going forward over the next 10 years?
I have if it were me, right, I'm put in charge tomorrow. I'm saying, all right, we're giving up on the idea of a cinematic universe, and we're just going to make one-off movies.
Yeah,
we'll just see what works.
That's probably the way to go.
We'll let Matt Reeves do his Batman thing, and if that's successful, maybe we'll do more of that. And then we'll try.
Just to be clear,
like movie, go for it.
On what you've just said and what Fringy said, I wouldn't want it to be interpreted as, because someone just described it as a doomer mindset. Fringy's talking about stop the bleed, stop burning all of your money, different strategies, right? So that can include scattering a $2 million budget to 50 creators all at once to see which one works. And then if we go down Cap's route, say 5 of them do notably well critically or financially. It's like, we might give all of you a sequel for $5 million. And then, winner stays on sort of thing. And then we do it again, scatter another 100 while we've got a pursuit of something that's actually working. Basically, try anything other than what you've been doing, which is burning every empire you build down before it can even stand.
It's not doom. If you're like flying a plane and you see it going toward a mountain, it's not doomerism to point out you're flying toward a mountain. It is like the opposite of that, actually. It's doomerism to just accept that's the way it has to be.
Yeah, that's more doomery to me.
Perpetually make money, perpetually lose money, because that is the current trajectory. And I mean, it's something that we've seen essentially with DC, except they occasionally have something that tricks them into thinking that they can actually sort of recover and be on the right path, like Aquaman making a whole bunch of money and then perpetuating these failures. And now we're in a really weird place where Superman wasn't even successful, and that somehow prompted this delusion that things could keep going. And now, now you're in a position where the chickens they're coming home, they're digging their feet in, and they're sitting down and they're roosting. That's what they're doing. They're
with remembering, by the way, the $55 million budget for Joker turned into $1 billion. Fucking hell, how did that happen? It's exactly, everyone was baffled by that. It's like, well, the film was kind of really good.
They should. That would be my advice. Would be just try one-off things like that. They don't have to connect. You don't have to keep actors on for 10 years, right? You can just try things and see what.
Clayface would be a good idea if it wasn't being marketed as part of a cinematic universe. The fact that that's happening is detrimental to it. I wouldn't be saying the things that. The reason why Clayface is so insane as a choice is because it's your third major installment in your cinematic universe. But if it just existed on its own, who fucking cares, right? It's all good. It's all chill.
Yeah,
but then when you say
it like an indie horror movie, essentially, that happens to be in DC, you might actually have something.
I mean, it feels like that. It's kind of funny. Obviously, Blade is not an indie horror movie, but that's what Blade was. It's just like, yeah, let's make a vampire movie, but it's based on this Marvel Comics character. I guess it's funny, right? Everybody kind of, for a time, the cinematic universe thing was a boon. It was a benefit. You made more money from doing that, but that era's over. Now we got to go back to the way that things always were for a while, until we can get to a point where these things are reliably quality and profitable, which is probably a pipe dream. It's probably impossible. There might just be something structured, unless you got really lucky and you got 2 people for Marvel and DC respectively who were put in charge, who had perfect taste and perfect insights, hired all the right people, and wanted to do the job for 30 years. But that's not going to happen.
Where is Laura LaFranc? Where have they put her?
Yeah, why are you not getting her? Why are you not immediately saying, hey, do you want anything else Batman related? Do you want another show? Do you want a movie? It's kind of the same as how if Disney Star Wars was in a place to do it. It's like, dude, obviously you got to try and see if you can keep Tony Gilroy around and his crew. Give him shit. Give him movies. Give him things to work on.
among all the different reasons to hate James Gunn's decisions, it'd be like she showran and wrote the majority of the Penguin. Like what?
An Emmy award-winning television
How do you
series.
not like just be like, we got to get her working on something? In fact, we got to get her working so that someone else doesn't grab her, right?
No, that's not what we need. We need Anna Nogueira to. We need to get that Supergirl script was so good. You get all the women things, I guess, like Wonder Woman, and there you go. Off you go. Sorry, Lauren.
Your initial question was like, what do you actually expect them to do?
Yes.
And I think probably the most likely outcome, as far as I can tell right now, is when the Paramount merger goes through, because it will go through, and they come in, they say, James Gunn's out, but we're not going to do a whole big reset. We'll try to keep some of the same actors and then just try to make better movies with different people now. Like that's what I think is going to happen. Like fundamentally, they won't abandon the cinematic universe. They'll try to use the actors because they'll recognize that a lot of people like the actors. They just don't like the material, and we'll just take it in a completely different direction, tonally and maybe stylistically, while pretending it all still connects, but not really doing anything to make sure it connects.
I would assume that it's going to be a battle of leverage, and James Gunn's not going to have enough. Like they'll start to say like, "Hey man, you mind? We're gonna make some decisions here on your Superman 3 if it was such a thing, but it's not gonna go over well." And then they'll ask him like, "Do you mind retiring? Like we got other plans and other ideas." And then he'll be like, You'll probably have to. Like I said, it would be really funny if Marvel bring him back for Guardians 4.
That would be funny, and it would feel like an embarrassing. It would be like when It'd be like when Homer has to crawl through the tunnel to come back, and then Kevin Feige, so come crawling back, eh? Except not really, because he'll be getting paid a lot of money unduly, sort of wherever he ends up going.
Everything rests on Man of Tomorrow for James Gunn and attempting to argue his worth, right? But the problem is,
and then
it's gonna be coming in complete opposition and direct to Batman 2. They're both the second of those heroes at the same time, for the most part.
And, I think it's safe to conclude that Matt Reeves is going to win that conflict.
I would assume so from everything we know, but of course the world can surprise us.
It can, but I mean, a big thing that works in his favor is, at the very least, whatever criticism you could have for the Batman itself, it's like it looks like a real movie. That's nice.
It looks like a real movie, and it's also everything about the way it looks and the way it sounds tells you that this is still a movie franchise and a story set that maybe has something to say to me. It doesn't look like that. Part of the problem is that you can't really tell the difference between late stage Marvel and James Gunn DCU movies. They're all kind of the same. They look really similar. They are all extremely similar in their structure. And audiences, I think, quite naturally get bored when they see the 15,000th movie where it all ends with somebody flying around an empty field shooting lasers at generic bad guys. Like, all these movies end this way. Even the TV shows end this way. It just becomes boring. Why do you need to go and see it? At least with the Batman, it's like, okay, this is not like the other things. Might as well give it a go. And also, Batman's kind of cool. More variation in superheroes would be good. More actually grounded, actually realistic stories would be good as well. Those are the ones that seem to have the lasting appeal. Penguin doesn't have a huge amount of flying around shooting lasers. Works really well for that reason. Andor doesn't have a huge amount of it in the Star Wars context. And again, renowned because it's actually trying to focus on giving people stories as opposed to just reskinning the last movie over and over and over again. That's probably where a lot of fatigue comes from. It's the bad writing of the stuff, obviously, but it's a general aesthetic fatigue as well. All of these things are the same, and obviously returns will diminish eventually. But you're not going to change that until you get rid of all the people who are just like so unimaginative that their highest ambition is to say, "Oh, I wonder if we can do the Rogue One hallway. I wonder if we can do the Guardians of the Galaxy again." It's like, this is just dull. You people shouldn't be employed. Nobody seems to want to tell stories with these movies anymore. That's the big thing.
It is funny. It feels like a lot of audiences have the mindset that like the era that we exist in when it comes to these movies is that you've got like almost like the new Hollywood kind of distinctive creative voices clashing with the execs, right, and having fights, sort of almost like an ideological battle for who wins out. But like you don't have like De Palma or George Lucas or Steven Spielberg. Like these are not These are not some fucking creative titans, right? Who are sort of fighting for their vision to come through against like a studio system. You're dealing with some people who are just very unimpressive when it comes to the stories that they want to tell. That's the reality. A lot of it's really shallow and stupid, and they're kind of like the people that the studio seems to want in a lot of instances as well. Like this clash of creative versus executive. It's like, no, you've just kind of got two clueless groups of people that are making bad films that are losing them money.
And now no like up and coming director who actually has like a little indie hit or something like that really wants to do like the next Marvel movie.
Isn't that
'Cause
what?
Why would you?
Didn't the
That's
guy
a
who did
step down
Obsession
for
even
your
say that
career.
explicitly? Was asked, "Would you do a Star Wars movie?" and said no. Like, I think we actually want
No, I
to
mean, it's kind of
do
career
new
suicide.
creative things.
Yeah, why?
You ruin your career. You know, you'll go from like kind of a, oh, look at that indie darling to like, oh no, never mind, they suck. It's like, yeah, there's no point in doing it. So, you know, yeah, it's looking great for the future of superhero movies, you know. It's looking really swell. But I am really happy that this film is failing. Puts a smile on my face.
Yeah. Between
We
this and
told
the
you.
merger, it's kind of they come at the ideal time because the merger will be the thing that will decide the future, and these people have taken on a huge amount of debt in order to get the merger across. It's very difficult, and they aren't going to be particularly keen on loss-making properties.
Yes.
So this is all failing at basically the worst time for James Gunn and the best time for the
possible
audience.
time. Yeah, the worst possible time. But it's been crazy, man. The level of delusion that some people there out in the world there. None of you in chat, you're all great. None of you having any sort of delusional takes on this. But the level of delusion surrounding this, while we've just sort of been sitting here, just sort of pointing out that things are just not quite right here in this DC universe, only for it to essentially play out kind of exactly as expected. I gotta say, man,
Yeah.
it's kind of funny.
It's like everything about it is notable for how routine it is, even to the point of a lead actress gets undone by by bait question in the media. Like it's like they're playing a greatest hits compilation. Everything that could go wrong goes wrong in exactly the same way every single time. Lead actress is baited in saying something dumb. Director says something which is, oh sorry, the showrunner or the guy in charge says, oh this is going to be the best thing ever, and everyone's going to turn out to see it. Then the audience scores come back, and then the media says, oh this is all because of sexism and racism, and then it turns out that nobody wants to go see the movie. Like everything about this is just so conventional at this point. Supergirl is like not remarkable, except in being so perfectly representative of the state of not just superheroes, but probably movies in general, really. And eventually, it has to be a mindset shift. You have to stop paying attention to deadline, and you have to stop looking at how many likes people get on Twitter. If you're in a position where you're making decisions, even if you agree with the sentiment of all of these people who seem to be so popular on Twitter, it's leading you down the wrong path. These people are not representative. The box office is. So just pay attention to that instead for a change.
Kind of have to, lads. When you're spending $200 million, you got to do that. But you know, in the meantime, I guess if you're not doing that, then it would just be. And I think I look forward to just sort of the recognition of the lost potential of this terrible universe sort of going on, right? All of these things that people thought it was going to be that definitely won't happen. That's funny. That's really funny, especially like to me, you know, of people like, oh, what it could have been. Until the Paramount thing ruined everything. It's like, dude, James Gunn ruined his own party, okay? Like, that's just come along.
That's the thing, man.
It's not even that... Like, you think that they're paying like $130 billion to do this because they're particularly invested in the DC universe? This is well beyond the scope. There's way more to be said about the Paramount merger and the Netflix stuff and all of that. But this is a party that got ruined by him. He did this to himself.
And that's the thing. Had he handled it really well, even conventionally well, maybe he would have the leverage to be able to say, hey, let me cook, okay? Leave me alone. And they might have considered it.
Probably
they might have been in a position where they had to, because he would have had movies that were actually acclaimed and were profitable and, you know, a sensible plan for what the future is going to look like. But by the time that the Paramount stuff comes through, what are they going to inherit from DC? They're going to inherit Creature Commandos, Peacemaker Season 2, Superman, Supergirl, a Lanterns TV show, Clayface, and then Man of Tomorrow, pretty much all of which either are or are going to be bad. And they don't even make sense as like as a timeline. It's dead. It's over. It's a dead man walking on the Green Mile. Like it's done.
And Peacemaker I think it's season 2. Like it can even give you the image to finish like, James Gunn's tomb. There's like you see him in the backdrop leaning at a bar, and he's drinking, and he's on his own. And there's a big party happening around him, and in the foreground, John Cena is snogging his wife, and that's just the end. That would be the perfect summation of James Gunn.
It's dead. It took 1 year, even though it was already look, all right, when Superman came out, the DCU was already coughing up blood. Okay? That's the reality. That's the truth. And now it's like, oh no. All right, oh shit. Like the diagnosis is in, and it's not looking good. And we just have to wait, I guess, for the series to sort of trudge forward a little bit more. It's just when Superman comes out, and it inevitably makes less money than Superman, and then the Batman 2 comes out and probably makes about as much money as the Batman 1, maybe even more, and is reviewed better in all likelihood. That's it, right? That's it.
Yes, that's it.
That will be
It's
it.
already it. This is your second movie, unless you include Blue Beetle, which is also part of the DC universe, according to James Gunn. And also when you include the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker Season 1 that are directly in continuity with this film. And when you remember The Flash, which is a really fantastic movie, that kind of resets the DCEU. Once you put that in, you're down to failure number 8 or something like that. But, in a certain sense, we're actually at, number 2. It's over. It's done. And should have seen it coming. Should have seen it coming, but that's it. And I think the conversation around this film will probably die soon enough because everybody will get bored of it, and we'll move on to the Odyssey and Spider-Man and stuff, where I guess there's more of a conversation that people will be having. That'll be fun to see. I'm sure that'll be great. But yeah, that's it. That's Supergirl.
Apparently,
obviously, we don't recommend it.
John Campea had said because of the success of Superman, Supergirl's going to benefit greatly, and it's going to get around 500 million.
Huh?
Delusional. That wouldn't even be good enough for how much it costs.
I'm sorry, but like, even like, how does if Superman gets what was it 620-ish, something like that, or was it more than that?
Yeah, 620.
620. So if that's the case, how the hell does Supergirl get 500? That's not. It does it's just not possible.
Hey, but what do you think that the Warner Brothers executives, soon Paramount executives, are going to be on board with the Gorilla Grodd?
This is what I'm talking about, though.
Olsen?
If they all have no idea what's going on, and then you have James Gunn tell them, like, trust me, guys, I'm experienced. I've been in here for a million years.
Well, that's the problem. Is now he can't say trust me because this film failed spectacularly.
The thing is, I'm assuming he may have tried to convince them that Superman was a huge success, and that Supergirl, it may not look like a success, but it actually is. Like, I assume that's what he does in his meetings.
How is he going to say that when this movie's probably going to make less money than Birds of Prey? How can he possibly say that?
You see, that's the wrong context.
Put it on Paramount Plus.
That's the wrong
context. Put it on your
context.
streaming service.
You can put it on Paramount Plus. You got to list it next to Yellowstone or something.
Just print out a bunch of tweets saying it's a good film. Be like, do you understand? The people love it. They were just unable to see it. That explains the box office, okay?
We were subverting the box office. It was always the plan.
Yes. Besides, we have this deal with KFC, okay? It's going to be
Paramount
great.
kind of are in desperate need of that as well, because they've had some shit that hasn't worked out well for them, like with Transformers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like that. Some of the things that they have, they're not in a great place either when it comes to their intellectual properties. Wasn't there a thing where it was like, oh, we got a lot of exciting Paramount movies coming out this year, and it's like the most depressing, miserable list of movies, like in intellectual properties that you could possibly have. Again, this massive media consolidation is terrible for the industry, but everybody cheered on Disney and Fox, so what argument could be made to put an end to this that couldn't have been made for Disney and Fox, but wasn't actually made because people were so excited for X-Men to be in the MCU, as if that's why Disney would pay $75 billion to acquire Fox. It's crazy that people cheerleaded that when it's like, yeah, look at the consequences of it now. Yet more and more and more and more consolidation. Good stuff. So yeah, Supergirl's bad. Don't watch it. I don't know. If you haven't watched Iron Man in a while, throw that on.
Avengers
Yo, it's a
2012,
superhero movie.
The Incredibles, etc.
If you need a Superman
cetera.
movie, watch Superman from Donna's Superman from the 70s. And then watch Superman 2, the director's cut version of it, because it's a pretty good sequel. Or if you want any DC thing, hey, watch Batman Returns. I know it's not Christmas, but hey, go and watch that.
And then watch Madam Web.
I would
Yeah.
recommend Madam Web over this because you have more fun with it.
Yeah. It's going to go down as one of the most culturally significant superhero movies since 2020, that film.
More so than Supergirl will.
Yeah, no one will be
'Cause
talking
you
about
know-
this movie in like a week.
Well, yeah, because that's in the short term, people will lose enthusiasm to defend this film. This is at the height of what people would be willing to say, and the best you're getting from most people is, but it was fun. And you guys put up with those generic male-led superhero films, so you should be putting up with this one too. And it's like, dude, I don't think you understand. Thor 1 is better than this movie, and it's kind of not even close. What used to be boring and kind of, maybe generic and maybe a bit lame, back into phase 1 of the MCU is still of a higher quality than the average superhero movie now.
True.
Yeah. Which about wraps up the next chapter of following James Gunn's retarded universe.
Yep.
Of which
It's we're about halfway through it now, I'd say, at this point. In the chronology.
who can say what'll happen next?
Well, I mean, next year is the year, right, that determines what his future is. That's like when whatever agreement he has is up for reconsideration. I think it's 2027. So, yeah, Man of Tomorrow, it all hinges on that, and it's going to make less money than Superman, obviously.
Well, hey, Capital O Opinions. Where have you been? What have you been up to? What are you doing?
Well, I've been busy raising money for a movie. I'm making a movie, and we're about halfway funded already. Isn't that exciting?
That's awesome.
Mhm.
So
Hell yeah.
so pitching to investors and things like that. So there'll be more to say about that in the future, but that's the big thing I'm working on. And in the meantime, still streaming usually on Sundays or always on Sundays about movies. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about True Grit of all things, and not
Hey.
because of Supergirl. That was just something we planned, thinking we're just like, I don't know, let's talk about True Grit. True Grit's fun.
You
And
doing
then look
both
at that, it lined up.
or
We're doing both. Yeah, we're going to
Oh,
review
okay.
the 69 and then the 2010.
yeah?
I think.
Still need to see the
review.
Coen Brothers one myself.
It's good. You should watch it. I think you'd
I
like
figured
it.
it would be.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about both True Grits tomorrow on the channel, so you can join us for that if you're into that sort of thing.
True Grit's good. Go watch that
Yeah.
instead of all the stuff we've been mentioning. It's, well, lovely. What about you, Fringy and Platoon? Anything you guys want to mention?
Yeah, a little flurry of productivity this week. So Mando and Grogu will be tomorrow because I've just had this sitting around for ages and it's basically done with copyright. Maybe, probably. It's coming out tomorrow one way or another. It just might lose some stuff. And then Toy Story 5, a shorter video, is also out this week. And then Supergirl, if all goes well, will be next weekend. So 3 whole things. And that'll be it for ages, probably.
Alrighty.
I'm just working. I just be working.
I mean, myself, the plan is for me to continue RE2 Remake on Monday, and then your usual real BBC, and I'm not gonna be able to make it to Open Bar next week. And I don't think, because of the way that these episodes have worked out and what we've got planned, there is no live EFAP next week. We'll instead pop something special out for you, don't you worry. And then the week after that, something rather special that people assumed would happen that I don't yet want to completely lock in, all right? But you guys probably know what it may or may not be. There's already some people who've guessed it, obviously. So yeah, we'll get to that. And then as long as everything it's the way it's supposed to be, if you tune into Nerderotic, you'll find me and Fringy turning up to talk about House of the Dragon.
That's the dragon.
As the episodes flow out. And I am also working I'll have there's nothing to tell you that's a good update right now. Hopefully the next time I do, I'll have something a bit more juicy. But for now, nothing. So yeah, that's what's coming up, folks. Anything else you guys want to mention before we head out?
Nope.
That's all. I see.
Well then. Alrighty. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
See you later, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.